love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. I just realized I have a chair that's blocking Kaya. And it's a very special day. Is it because it's my birthday? Is it because it's my 34th birthday? Am I getting old, Hassan? Is that the reason why it's a special day? No, that's not even the reason. Is it because it's a beautiful day today? Even though it's your birthday and it's 71 degrees, it's nice and sunny out, you worked out, you had a nice dinner. Is that the reason why it's a special day? No, that's not the reason. It's one of the reasons, but it's not the main reason. The main reason why it's a very special day is because it's a very special day for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's because it's Friday. Okay? It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us. That's right. It's July 25th, 2025, and it's officially another Friday. Why is Friday special for all that are tuning in just now? Maybe you haven't seen it over the course of the past 8 years that I've been doing this goddamn thing. Let me tell you exactly why. Doors open! Let me tell you why it's important. Let me tell you why Fridays are important. That's because our forefathers fought long, hard, to work, to toil, to make sure that we can all celebrate the goddamn weekend. If you like a 5-day work week, even though maybe it should be a 4-day work week, but if you like a 5-day work week and you like a weekend, then you celebrate every Friday and you celebrate the goddamn labor movement. One of the most important, consistent, ongoing protections and freedoms that we have gotten. And that's the reason why we celebrate it even on this Friday. This, I guess, personally important Friday for me. Folks, I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan Hour broadcast. And we're live. We're alive. And I'm 34. I'm 34 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to understand. We did it. I finally got past the Jesus year, where the year that Jesus died. You know?
It's your birthday, so I know you want to ride out. Even if we only go to my house. Sit more easy as we sit upon my couch. Feels good, but I know you want to cry out. You say you want passion, I think you found it. Get ready for action, don't be astounded. We switching positions, you feel surrounded. Tell me where you want your gift, girl. Girl, you know I've been fiending. Wake up in the late night, been dreaming about your loving. Girl, you know I don't need candles or cake, just need your body to make it. Birthday sex, birthday sex. sex.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 34. 34 years old. 3-4. The big 3-4. I'm officially entering the middle stages of the 30s, coming in hot. Now, where are those pants from? Please, they're so fire. I'm actually currently wearing almost entirely Gifted shit. That's from Marchie Poo, as a matter of fact. Song for the Mute, new collection this year. One of the greatest things about having the most well-paid people in your orbit is that they get you dripped out the fucking wazoo. They get you dripped down. Anyway, you and Todd hung out last night, but I'll have money just on Monday. Then I'll pay my gifted 5 subs. You don't have to do that. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, yeah, it's Friday. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's my birthday, but you know, it is what it is. When you're 34 years old, it's over at that point. You know what I mean? You got one foot in the freaking grave, baby. It don't matter. It literally don't matter. It don't matter what you're like. This is not like a cause for celebration at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like we've passed it. We've moved past it. So of course I'm gonna be spending it doing what I do best, doing what I love to do best, which is streaming, talking about the news with you guys. You will be 33 years old in heaven according to Islam. Good, because 33 was a pretty solid year for me, all things considered. In spite of all of the issues, I think it ultimately turned out to be a pretty solid year. You should not be able to run for president. You are too old. At the 33, you're right. That should be the cutoff, not the prerequisite. 33 was a terrible year for Jesus. I mean, low-key, was it actually a terrible year for Jesus, or was it like kind of a good year? Because like, didn't he die, but then he came back? So it's like not a big deal. That's the thing that I don't understand about Judas as well. It's like people will talk shit and be like, yo, like Jesus was betrayed. And it's like, dude, one, he was Jewish. And two, if it wasn't for Judas, like he wouldn't have been able to do his thing. Like he wouldn't have been able to die for all of our sins, right? Like, isn't that the point? Like he was just following the fucking script. Anyway, why am I talking about that? That's so crazy. Nothing to do with anything that's going on in my life, obviously. Dick Sertonox says, happy 38th birthday to the talented Hassan Piker. Fucking asshole, dude. Just keep lying. Oh no, this guy. A 36-year-old who looks 17. Auntie Piker, why are you cooking me like this? God damn. I know. I've watched this guy's clips. He's crazy. I'm 34. For those of you who want to know the actual age, not that it fucking matters. Once you're 34, you might as well be 50. You know, we got a hype train level 8. By the way, that's crazy. Y'all are showering me with gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is getting sponsored today. But yeah, yes, you missed Mufasa. You did. But what is this? What is she doing, man? Anna, you are a total fraud. I don't know what Anna Kasparian is doing, but I don't really care that much necessarily about what she's doing. Let her do her thing. I think it's fine. What? You sent this in offline chat earlier. Who the fuck is Still, and why were they fixing your desk? What? I got a shower still. Was fixing my desk. Yeah, my desk broke this morning, but it's okay. I fixed it. Anyway, it's strange. All right, so what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, personal news. Last night I ended the broadcast, obviously. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Al-Sanawi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm going to do. I ended the broadcast last night for like 7 hours, another half day. You already know what it is. I'm quiet quitting. I'm retirement age, so I get to do that. But in any case, what? Oh, the security code's not working. Hold on. I got to get on Instagram so I can show you. I turned 39 a few weeks ago. There's benefits of being an old head, I guess. I haven't seen it, but if you say so. But what I was going to say is, wait, hold on. Where do you change your appearance? Oh, here it is. Dark mode. Okay. Instagram dark mode. It's on here. Okay. So, ended the broadcast last night, and we shot the Fear End podcast, another banger episode of the Fear End podcast. Can't wait for you guys to see it. lots of drama, lots of craziness happening in the world, right? And then as soon as the podcast was over, we went out to dinner. And for dinner, we went to Bestia. For those of you who don't know, it's a nice Italian restaurant. It's a really nice Italian restaurant. One of my favorite spots in LA, specifically for this one thing that I love that I was able to share with all of my friends that was good. Yes, the bone marrow. Someone already asked. Of course, we got the bone marrow. Yeah, we went to Bestia. It's an Italian restaurant, but like I only specifically like the one thing that they have there that I go crazy for, and that is the bone marrow spinach. I think it is like the spinach pasta with bone marrow, and they just straight up put the bone on top of the pasta, and you're supposed to just scoop out the bone marrow and dump it onto the pasta. It's fucking incredible. I will say this. I think I might have had too much fatty bone marrow because I had after the dinner, let's just say I was rushing to the bathroom. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, but it was fantastic, wonderful. Loved to be around friends. It was great. Bunch of people showed up. We had a limited amount of seats, unfortunately, but it was great overall. I don't really like to do like something massive. And instead of doing it tonight, which is my actual birthday, I did it last night. And the reason for why I did it last night is because I'm doing this tonight. I'm going to an anti-ice benefit later. And there's going to be a lot of cool people there that I don't necessarily know that well. But I'm going to be doing a panel with Taylor Lorenz and David Farrier. And this is an anti-ice benefit. So it will be streamed on IG. I guess it will be streamed on IG. I'm not going to be streaming it because it's late. David Farrier is awesome. You'll like him if you say so. I mean, the people that throw this stuff is very cool. So I like those people. Murad, of course, came in clutch with the 7 year. This is the 7th year running of the birthday cake meme, the birthday cake meta. Okay, which is pretty crazy. Murat started off with happy birthday woke bay 7 years ago on my 20th birthday because I'm 27 now. I turned 27. Wait, what is this? Happy birthday. I found this video of you waking up on your birthday today. Red pill riser. That's crazy. How did you get this? How did you get this secret footage of me talking to God?
Can you tell me how old you are?
I'm 34. I was born in 1975.
Would you mind looking at your hands? You don't have to if you don't want to. There's a mirror in front of you.
No,
Dude, what the fuck? Why can't they just like show the actual footage? What is this? Like, why does it have to be in a movie, like a fake movie theater screenshot? I never understand these like movie, because this is not a copyright get around, chatters. No, I don't think this can stop a DMCA. You can't just like literally post an entire movie and then act as though it's inside of a cinema that you like you added a screen grab into it. I don't understand it. It is to avoid auto detection. Never underestimate how shitty TikTok's auto detect is, I guess.
What year is this?
2009. I'm 34. I was born February 9th, 1975.
So I guess it must be your birthday.
I'm 34. I'm 34. I've got to wake up. I've got to wake up.
That's me. That's actually me, bro. That's how I feel this morning. Nandre says Hassan's birthday felt like woke Jeff Bezos' wedding. That's so funny. But yeah, I breaking diva down. Friend made this for you. Happy birthday to the big man. Friend made this for me. Happy birthday to the big man himself. Even though Uncle's becoming peepaw, he still got the sauce. Azan poop sock. What is happening here? I don't know what this is, but I like it. Thank you. Is this Animal Crossing? Is that what it is? Is Animal Crossing fan art? Marsh on stream buying gift.
All right, here's stop number 1, chat. We're gonna try to
no shot. Was he there?
This is the.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's so funny. Oh my god! I send you a high-res scan of your B-Day present on Discord if you want a digital copy. Nandre went crazy with the birthday gift. First of all, ain't nobody has to buy me shit, okay? I'm the one who buys people shit because I have everything I want that I could ever want. All I want is people's friendship, you know what I mean? But that is pretty funny that, March got caught, but he got me these pants that I'm wearing currently, and they're fucking sick. It's a Song for the Mute new season. It's fire. But in any case, open presents. Holy shit. Hassan's CBP agent. Or Hassan's CBP agent. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted. And open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I was talking about my personal news. Anyway, we did, right? Was that what I was talking about? Was I talking about my personal news? I'm old now, so I need I need help. I need help with remembering things, you know? What the hell was I talking about? Oh, Nandre's gift. Oh, Murat's birthday cake is what I was talking about. Thank you. Before Nandre's gift. So Murat, 7 years ago, decided to take a photo of me and then put it on a birthday cake. And then every year he takes a photo of me holding up the same birthday cake. And we're basically like 8 layers deep at this point. You can kind of tell from this photo. This is me from last year holding up my birthday cake, which is, of course, a photo which of course features a photo of me from the year prior holding up the birthday cake, which of course features a photo of me prior holding up the birthday cake, and a photo of me holding it's just an ongoing bit at this point, but it's like it's gotten so out of control that you can't even you can't even see it. You know what I mean? And this year, somebody that I will not name decided to take matters into their own hands while this was while this process was taking place. And yep, there it is. It's just that's wild. That's wild that he was like, "Oh, are you taking a photo that you have 7-year tradition? Wait, let me get right in there. Okay? Let me get right in there and just, get immortalized in this." Classic move. Classic fucking move. Don't worry yet. Boomer edited Austin out of the photo for you. Hassan was sad about Austin photobombing his birthday photo, so I removed Austin and changed nothing else. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, dog. But yeah, we did that. That's a cute little tradition. Here's me at the World Trade Center way back in the day with my dad when we were visiting the United States of America. Ominous photos with ominous aura. Where's the yearly Instagram post, Unc? I haven't posted yet. I don't know. I'll post later. I'm realizing a little bit that I kind of look like my dad. Like if I was fatter, I would look just like my dad right now. If I wasn't on minoxidil and finasteride and wasn't working out, like I would just basically look like my dad. You looked Asian as a child? Bro, I'm white Chinese. Why don't y'all understand this? This is why I'm saying that. I'm white Chinese, bro. I'm white Chinese, okay? Uyghur. To visit the U.S. while living in Turkey, damn, you must be rich. Brother, I was born here. Yes, the answer to your question is yes, of course. Just like many people that come from all around the world. Even people who win the green card lottery are usually of a much better financial situation than the average person from those countries. A lot of Americans don't understand this and they take it for granted. But yeah, your outfit is so nice, bro. And happy birthday, Yoldash. Eyvallah, kardeş sağ ol. And wait, did anybody notice that March was there?
Yeah, you're all good. Sorry about that. Thank you. No issue. Actually, 1 minute. Q. So what?
That's so funny that he was just right there. Speaks for 8 hours a day on stream, yet denies people a birthday speech. Yeah, I did not give a birthday speech. I can't. I'm not contrary to what this image right here might suggest, I'm not a big birthday bitch. I'm not super fond of birthdays. I like being the center of attention for things that matter. You know what I mean? If I've earned it. I don't like to be the center of attention for something I didn't earn. And I feel like a birthday is the ultimate, you didn't earn that shit moment. I don't know why. I'm being radically honest here. I always feel uncomfortable on my birthday. I always feel uncomfortable on my birthday party. I don't know how to be a good host in that situation. I feel like you know, what are we celebrating? That I didn't die? I was born. It's not in my control, you know? It's not something that I did. I've also always had this like weird, it's kind of a basic bitch position to have, but I've had this opinion that it's like, I think that every day should be, God, I'm not even going to say, I'm embarrassed to say it. I think every day should be celebrated like you're, you know, like you're having a birthday, like it's your special day. So that, you know, I guess because I live by that principle that the birthdays don't really matter that much. Happy birthday to you. I'm not even that. Your birthday should be a celebration for your mom not dying during child labor. I like that. Hey, Daniel Art, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, I'm a Faillennial officially. There's some really cool fan art that y'all made. Love this. And where was I? What was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah. I'll show you guys some of the gifts I got from many others that were there. But 1 second. Oh, that's chat mentioning Marsh. Who is Marsh? Marsh? W. Marsh. W. Marsh. No motion. Marsh. Awkward. Hassan. Marsh. Is that Marsh? What is bro doing there? That's funny. Bro was getting my pants. How you turn 34 and your brain just started working less? That's just how it is, man. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Okay. Did you see the Wemby retweet? Oh no. Did he retweet another Maoist thing? Because he's so awesome. Wemby is slowly but surely becoming my favorite player in the NBA. I mean, he's an alien. He's a freak. All of that stuff. But honestly, he's so goated. He's so sick. Nah, it was anti-Karl Malone. No, it was Karl Malone hate. Oh my God, he's so sick. Dude, he has like, what do you mean he came out as anti-Karl Malone? I'm sorry, guys. Anyone who is like a good person should be anti-Karl Malone. Karl Malone's a pedophile. What? What are we talking about? Like, yeah, Wemby is the GOAT. Jesus Christ. People in the chat are like, come on, dude. He balled pretty hard. Okay, he also balled, I guess, as a pedophile as well. Wemby retweet, he's goated. Fuck Karl Malone. Victor Vembayana reacts to the NBA wishing Karl Malone a happy birthday. Join us in wishing a happy birthday, 62nd birthday to the 14X NBA All-Star, 2X NBA MVP, and 75th anniversary team, Karl Malone. Wemby reposted this post from Jay Strand.
What? Oh no, see, that's what we not about to do. Police, lock his ass up. Yes, you need to be under the jail. Like what? What you say? Yeah, arrest him immediately.
Isn't that the dude in the video that they're using as like a react meme is one of these like up and coming content creators, right? He's like, he used to be a meme or something, and then he like Kai brought him, right? Reggie. Okay, yeah, this is Reggie with Kai. Yeah, he's really funny. I see a lot of his clips. I like him. LeBron Glaze, Karl Malone. Stop. Don't even mention stuff like that. Let's be honest, LeBron would never do this. Wemby is the new GOAT. I'm a bronsexual, by the way. Yes, LeBron would never do that. 100%. Yeah, I think Reggie is very funny. Or at least like all the clips I see of him. And it could potentially be because like I have a fascination with Baltimore, as you guys know, and the Baltimore accent in general that just like automatically gives you +2 funny points. You guys already know. I mean, Stavi baby. Like one of my favorite recurring guests on here is Mr. Baltimore himself, Mr. Baltimore Ravens himself, Ronnie from Dundalk. Baltimore accent. What, champ? What do you mean? Baltimore has some of the most unique accents in the country. What are we even talking about? Yeah. The banner's busted again. Nice, dude. Nice. Good start. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick, and then we'll keep talking about birthday stuff. But yeah, hold up. I'm 34. Epstein saga continues as Trump's attorney meets with Ghislaine Maxwell. You've only been exposed to the East Side accents too. The West Side accent is completely different. That's crazy. There's even, I mean, I know Dundalk and I know like the regular one. The earn. Aaron, earn. Yeah, earn. This is the classic. This is the classic.
I said, bottom accents say this phrase out loud. Earn, and earn. Hold on, earn. Aaron, earn, and iron, earn.
Yeah. So, Epstein saga continues as Trump's attorney meets with Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump is mad about South Park. I'm from Hamden, and we have a much more Southern MD quality to our accent. Think Hairspray by John Waters. Okay, I don't know how that sounds. My favorite from Reggie.
You going around talking about you fuck my father and shit.
You Lil Rodney's son?
Yes, I'm Lil Rodney's son.
You talking about Rodney with the fat ass butt?
Yo, why is you playing at me, yo?
My fault, OG.
No, ain't no my fault. Run your pockets, yo.
For what?
Yo, kick them bitches out, yo.
For what?
No, matter of fact, I'm ready to go get Lil Travis on you. Niggas keep talking about you going around talking about you fuck my father and shit.
Yeah, Trump said he's allowed to pardon Ghislaine. I'm going to talk about that. Hold up. Okay, there are so many. Today, there are so many blast off memes. Y'all are crazy. I'm going to post a lot of them, okay? I'm going to post as many as I can, which is 4. Okay, I'm 34. Epstein saga continues as Trump's attorney meets with Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump is mad about South Park. What else? There's so much going on. Hold on. Hulk Hogan died. More leaks. Yeah. New party in the UK. That's not new news. That's been news. We've been known about that. Search Hassan Abi R34 to learn more about his birthday. Do not do that. Do not do that. And I don't want to know about it either. I don't want to know. Don't do that. Okay? Here. Celebrating 34 years of grade A American agitprop funded by chatters and viewers like you, brought to you by the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right. PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the viewers, and for you, the viewers, and nobody else. Please talk about Hunter Biden's interview. I know it's trash, but I just want to hear you talk about it. I haven't really had any, like, I've seen him talk about crack cocaine on the interview, and it's pretty crazy. Playlist for later. Hey, thank you. New insane leak. What is this? Okay, dude. Yeah, I used to look like that. Hunter Biden talking like LeBron on Mind the Game podcast. Yeah, he's the LeBron of doing crack cocaine, I think. Clearly. Thailand is considering banning Israeli tourists. Yeah, Thailand's there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in Thailand, dude. You were so cute. What happened? I got old. That's what happened. Yeah, I'll show you guys the birthday gifts in a second. I only got a couple, and they're all sick. Here is the birthday gifts I got. Okay, hold on. Let me close some of these freaking tabs because I got so much of these goddamn tabs open right now. George Santos is going to prison. Nandre said my birthday was like woke Jeff Bezos' wedding. First and foremost, here is the fit. This is birthday gifts. Marsh got the pants. Shouts out. Song for the mute. I already showed that. And then I got 3 gifts I got to show you guys. One is from Nandre, which is sick. Okay, hold on. People got gifts for me that are not dissimilar to one another. This is Nandre's, which is so dope. It's crazy. This is going behind me. But then, wilder is that apparently 2 people had the same idea. Because this is from Ray. They both, but it's cool because she got a Kaya Piker one. She got a Kaya Piker wanted poster, and he got a wanted poster for me. So look at that. It's so funny. She's looking up at me right now. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know she's wanted for 500 million berries. That's a big ass bounty. She doesn't even know. Do you even know? You're a criminal? This is when she was actually a criminal. Like she literally was. She was a demon when she was this age. The terrible 2s, but like dog years. I'm gonna hang this up somewhere, and then this is what Jarvis got me, which is crazy. My friends know me real well. A Saddam Hussein trading card, PSA graded. A Saddam Hussein Operation Desert Storm trading card. Saddam Hussein, president of Iraq, Hussein has been the president of Iraq since 1979. Skill and force have kept him in power. He's also the head of the Ba'ath Party, which supports policies of socialism and Arab nationalism. In 1959, Hussein was forced into exile because of his association with a failed assassination plot. Returning to Iraq, he was in prison from 1964 to 1966. After his release, Hussein began laying the foundation for his rise to power. Born in Tikrit, yes, Jarvis Johnson got this. Birth date, April 28th, 1937. Education, Cairo University, Egypt. Baghdad University in Iraq. And it's a PSA graded 1991 Pro Set Saddam Hussein Operation Desert Storm Mint PSA graded 9 Saddam Hussein rookie card, which is fucking amazing. I love this. This is so crazy. It's not a what? Not a PSA 10? Holy shit, I had no idea y'all were friends. I love Jarvis. Yeah, that's why Nandre said it was like woke Jeff Bezos' wedding. Because it's like Jarvis Johnson, Eddie Bareback, Ted Nivison, all of the wokes of YouTube. What did Kai get with all that illegal trade money? Nothing. Kai's presence is a present, as always. The wokes of YouTube. Are you friends with Drew also? I like him. I haven't. He's not here. He doesn't live here, so I don't really get to see him that much. But he's chill. I'm a fan, and also get to hang out with him every now and then. But yeah, we need a Chad Vice return, please. No, I'm down. I'm down to do a Chad Vice return. Did you see Connor C. Dog Va was temporarily slandered by The Hill and called a fascist because of the Jubilee video? Wait, what? Why?
So, you know, mind my own business. I'm just vibing. And I don't know if you guys saw, there was a like a Jubilee episode that came out where it's like one guy basically has to talk to like 20 like Nets.
Wait, what happened? They linked the wrong Connor account? No! The fascist was named Connor, so they accidentally... No way. That is hilarious. Also, it's his birthday too, by the way. Happy birthday, Connor. That's crazy.
And they had to justify why why they felt comfortable being there in this day and age. And it's like an awful video. You've seen clips of it everywhere. It's like, this video is... I watched like 20 minutes of it and my brain hurt. I was like, I can't do this. Anyway, was not going to bring this up until I got included in this. Look at this. Watch this, dead ass. Look at... I'm not kidding you. Watch this clip. We'll watch it for a minute. You'll see. This is some... I don't know what this is. The Hill. I don't know what the this is.
Hill Rising.
This lighting is horrific, by the way.
He's right. Also, these guys have slandered me as well, so at least we have something in common.
Just gonna... What is this background? What is this fake okay.
Versus 20 far-right conservative.
Why is it not connecting? What the fuck? That's weird. That was weird as hell. I don't know why that happened. I'm back, though. That just, that was weird. That was weird because, like, nothing... On my end, the internet was perfectly fine. Nothing like the internet was perfectly fine, but I just dropped off my OBS for some reason. But yeah, let's get back to this video.
What about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity.
Terrible. Like, these guys are all awful people.
Nazi persecution of the Jews.
Anyway.
I think that...
So this clip goes on, right?
A little bit of persecution
We
and stuff
may
like
have
that,
to
which is
rename this show.
bad.
And this guy is called Connor, by the way. Just so you know, this guy's called Connor. Terrible day for Connors. Terrible day for Connors out there, right? I was already aware that Connor was a pretty generic white name. I couldn't get away from that, but like, look, anyway,
Because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Insane to say that out loud.
The man who identified himself as Connor doubled down.
Okay.
I quite frankly don't care.
Was that really necessary? Was that cut there necessary?
Think about me. If I'm a Nazi and being a Nazi
is mutual,
if being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't in a state that
again, I wouldn't normally talk about this shit on stream, but wait for it.
Or anything like that. But quite frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
Okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist? Do I condemn the Nazis? Yes, I concede.
Okay, I hate watching this. This thing is awful.
Connor says he was fired for his political beliefs and launched
Rightfully
a fundraiser on a Christian crowdsourced site, Give Send Go, and as of airing, he's raised over $26,000. A YouTuber also named...
That's crazy. You donators are... Dude, you know what I just realized? Also, it's Mehdi Hassan. So this is like, this could be a screen grab. This is me versus Connor. Yeah. This is me. This is me versus Connor. Connor being a fascist, me having to duke it out. Wait, so what is it? What is it that they thought was going on here? Like, what? I'm so confused by this. They like mistook the charity
on a Christian crowdsourced site, Give Send Go, and as of airing, he's raised over $26,000. A YouTuber also named.
Oh, and then they fucking posted this tweet like implying, because Connor's talking about the V Shoujo stuff and like the donations. I guess the donations to the IDF, not the Israeli occupying force, but like the Immunodeficiency Foundation, after V Shoujo just like scammed Iron Mouse and many others, and even stole $500,000 from Iron Mouse that was supposed to go to that charity in an effort to do fraud. And these guys saw him talking about like the fundraiser and literally thought it was actually the fundraiser for the fascist losing his job, which we found out later. He didn't even actually lose his job. The other Connor, fascist Connor, okay, didn't even actually lose his job. He lied. He had lost his job in January prior to this Jubilee video. He had actually lost his job prior to this, and he just farmed a bunch of Nazi donos from a bunch of deep-pocketed Nazis to make it seem like he lost his job because he just came out as a fascist, which is so crazy, by the way. That I haven't even been able to get around to. Like, I find that to be unconscionable that in this day and age, in the United States of America, you could just be like, hey, by the way, I'm a fascist and I lost my job. Can I please get some money? And people will be like, oh, yeah, hell yeah. No, of course. Let's do that. That sounds awesome. I would love to fundraise for you, Mr. Fascist Man. Scamming Nazis is kind of based, though, to be fair. It doesn't matter because the guy scamming the other Nazis is a Nazi himself, so it's not based. It's like that one lady who was like, I said the N-word to a black child, and now I have to get money somehow. And people were like, here is $100,000. Anyway, that's like something that is, that's not the main point of this story. It's just something that I constantly think about because I feel like it's a real indicator of how bad things have gotten. But yeah, Connor Dog Virginia got caught in the crosshairs here by The Hill because he was talking about a totally different fundraiser for not even the bad IDF, but the good IDF. You're doing the thing that pisses Maya off. Yeah, I'm sorry, Maya, if you're watching.
Listen to this. Listen to this intro.
Of airing, he's raised over $26,000. A YouTuber also named Connor posted, quote, "It warms my heart to see such an awful situation turned into something so amazing. All of you donators."
No!
You got Chads.
No! That is not what I was talking about! I'm talking about a different fundraiser! What the dude, totally different. Yes, it does. It unfortunately has an acronym. There's IDF, and I guess that maybe they thought, because, but look, totally different. I am not. This guy is a piece of shit. I'm talking about something else. Do you not have a single journalist who is doing their job correctly? What is this? Why am I in this? This is insane. What the bro, do your goddamn job.
It's funny because no, the answer is no. The answer is no. Like literally. In this day and age, the answer unfortunately is no most of the time. Also, happy birthday, Connor. There's your birthday. There's your birthday present. You're a fascist now. Isn't this literally grounds for him to do a defamation lawsuit? No, it's not. Okay, because this is not a real. This is not like. It's not malicious, chat. Grounds for him to do a defamation lawsuit? No, it's not. Okay, because this is not a real. This is not like. It's not malicious, chatters. Especially in the United States of America, it's not malicious. They fucked up, and I'm sure they already changed it and redacted it. You know what I mean? It's a big ass mistake that no media company that's serious should ever actually do, right? But it's just negligence. It's not malicious. There is no malicious intent here. How is that not defamation? American laws are insane. defamation in the United States of America requires not just negligence, but malicious intent. As in, you have to, it's an incredibly high standard. Okay, you have to have malicious intent. You have to like basically be able to prove that this person knew that you weren't that Connor and knowingly still said that you were that Connor in an effort to harm you, in an effort to defame you, so you could receive so you would receive financial penalties, you know, emotional damages, whatever. Okay, that's it. The original tweet had images. Yeah. It warms my heart to see such an awful situation turn into something amazing. All you donators are gigachads. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Gigachads for what? For donating to a fascist. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, that's funny as hell. That's funny as hell, bro. Like creating a whole website saying Connor looks like a certain movie producer. I don't even know if that I don't even know if that reaches the standard of defamation, for the record. So no, I think like the defamation suit that you're talking about was with Ethan Klein and that like billionaire guy. And obviously we don't know how it would have played out, but he lost like the countersuit, and then they had to settle, and he forced them to apologize, and who knows how much money he took from Ethan. But that was specifically, if I'm not mistaken, because Ethan knowingly kept repeatedly talking about how he was doing a Ponzi scheme, because one of the articles had said that he had done a Ponzi scheme, I think, right? Like he had done a Ponzi scheme when he had not done a Ponzi scheme, and then the article actually retracted it. And it was a Variety article that had retracted it. Ethan knowingly still kept promoting it over and over again. And I think that was the reason why he lost the countersuit. And that was defamatory enough. And instead of avoiding a long, lengthy, and even more costly court process, it seems like he engaged in some kind of bargaining, and they settled. And part of the terms of the settlement was Ethan Klein deleting all of the Ryan Kavanaugh, right? Ryan Kavanaugh stuff, and then scrubbing all of the old segments of Ryan Kavanaugh mentions, and then turning around and apologizing for it. It was like a lengthy apology that he had to do. Someone is wishing you a happy birthday. Let's see, what is this? Winnie says, happy birthday, Unc. Aw, my lady. Just curious, but have you addressed the pirate software controversies? No. What? That he was like shitty in a WoW raid and people hate him because they think he's condescending? I don't care. Yeah. Motherfuckers would be like, bro, have you seen this guy's controversy? And the controversy is that he's arrogant and everybody hates that. And then that's it. No, it's his stance to get that one EU gaming petition. Oh yeah, it's the stop killing games thing that like really restarted the stuff. I mean, look, one of my major disagreements with Pirate Software is that I'm pro piracy and he's not, even though his name is Pirate Software. I don't have any opinions on him. He's seemingly a nice guy. And it doesn't seem like he's like I mean, yeah, he's a dick, but but like my major disagreement always has been that I am pro piracy and he is not. So I don't know what else his opinions are. I don't know anything about like people are saying, and he worked at Blizzard, don't you know? Like, I know that those are like memes apparently because he says he works at Blizzard or something. I don't know anything. I don't really care. I genuinely don't really care. But the Stop Killing Games initiative, I didn't really pay close attention to, but I mean, they are killing games. It's true. It's capitalism that's killing games. And I assume the Stop Killing Games initiative is about like that. Maybe. I don't know. It's about IP retention. Okay. It's a valid initiative, but I don't know why people care about them so much. Yeah, I think the initiative in and of itself is more important than if you want me to like look into that. I would say that the Stop Killing Games initiative, I'm not too familiar with it, but if it's a consumer rights initiative, then I'm on board with it. It's great. Sounds fantastic. He just became a lolcow for other streamers. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of people that get in the crosshairs of like some of these classic streamers, and then it's pretty hard to navigate in that space after you get after you get in the crosshairs, like there's hundreds of random guys online that are just like pirate software, thousands even. It's gamer drama pervert content. Yeah, I think so. I could look into the Stop Killing Games initiative though. That sounds like something I'd be on board with, if that makes sense. Dude, what is happening today? My banners are breaking way faster than they usually do. It's probably because I'm getting a lot more gifts, gifted subs today than I usually do. Most likely because it's my birthday. Yeah. One dude made one video a day for the last 3 weeks about the same thing, lol. Wait, really? You don't care about the initiative? You hate gaming? Be honest. What is this? Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games, a consumer movement started the challenge of the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Wait, is this about fucking not allowing? Is this about how since we've moved into digital copies that like nascent games that are not updated any longer get destroyed? Yeah, I don't know why anyone would be against this, okay? It is fucking bullshit. It is ridiculous. I am a big advocate for, maybe because I'm a boomer, but I'm already a big advocate for hard copies regardless. It is crazy that a lot of the movement towards digital has allowed these corporations to basically go, yeah, you don't have this game anymore. And not only do you not have this game anymore in your library, even though you fucking paid for it, it's just like, we're taking it away. We're going to take away this game from your library without telling you. It's like, can you imagine? You go to the store, you buy a copy, you buy a Game Boy, and you buy a copy of like Pokemon, okay? You buy a Game Boy, you buy a copy of Pokemon, and then later down the line, Nintendo sends assassins to your house to steal the copy of Pokemon from your house. Past a certain point, Nintendo's like, hey, guess what, dude? No, it's not yours anymore. The reason why I'm using Nintendo as an example is because they are the company that would do that. If given the opportunity, they would do that. Game Boy, really showing your vintage, old man? No, the reason why I'm saying Game Boy and the reason why I'm saying Pokemon is because, like, it's old enough. Do you understand? It's old enough that they can, that it's like, it's done. It's older. It's old enough that it's basically something they have literally done already. Nintendo has done this already in their digital archives. No, they've already taken out some older games and stuff. But in any case, it's fucking ridiculous. I like, see, this is one of those things where it's like, I don't care who supports this. I don't care who's against this. If you want my take on it, I think it's insane that we have now already, as a cost-cutting measure, in some instances, moved away from physical copies to digital. And there's some benefits to digital copies as opposed to physical. But the fact that like big publishers can just take something from your library that you have purchased, that's in your library, the fact that they could do that is completely unacceptable. Yeah, it's not just removing digital copies, it's killing servers for online-only games, making them unplayable offline. That's also ridiculous as well. I think that you should always have the optionality to be able to when you purchase a game, whether it's an online game or an offline game, like, you should be able to have the optionality to be able to, like, enjoy it offline or something, or even do your own personal settings or something, personal servers or something, like, with or if you're not going to service it any longer, then, I don't know, release the fucking IP or something so that people can patch it themselves and people can, like, use a network of devs could just, like, keep things alive if they want to, just like release the code source and open source the game. I don't really understand why people are against that. I guess, like, because they just don't want to show some of the proprietary codes. Is that what it is? The Crew is the best example. Ubisoft completely took that game away. Nobody play it now, even if you still own it. This is exactly what Stop Killing Games is, Lamau. No, this is something that I've talked about before because I'm a fucking boomer. I already hate the idea that I'm pro piracy. 2, I'm pro open source software in general. Of course, I'm going to be fucking for this initiative. I'm also pro Gaben in a weird way, even though he has created an entire generation of gambling addicts. I am pro Gaben when it comes to, you know, his classic take. Piracy is a service problem. He's right. Linus and Luke from Linus Tech Tips have talked about this a lot. It's weird because you can't legislate forcing companies to support games in perpetuity, but there should be some sort of recourse for consumers when companies no longer support servers for online-only games. Look, I'm not a developer. I don't know how to do code or anything like that, but I suspect that there is probably a way to hide some of the most important proprietary aspects of your code, and not release that while also simultaneously because you don't want vulnerabilities for your newer games that you're creating, right? And I assume that if you were to like release all of the information so that people could just like set up their own servers or whatever, then in that case, I can understand kind of what the developer would not want out there. But having said that, I'm sure there's a workaround. Create a public domain for video games. I love that. You can absolutely do that. There are pieces that can be condensed or separated, but you can still have online functionality and capabilities. If that was the case, they wouldn't have Denuvo/anti-piracy software in the first place. Steam isn't completely DRM free though, so it isn't like you own all the games you buy on Steam. No, I know. And not only that, but Steam has also taken up an interesting initiative where I guess like MasterCard or Visa can now decide that certain games are illegal to play, and then you can't fucking buy them. Like, it's crazy. That is also crazy. And I know there's some freak-ass games out there, but that should be up to the discretion of Steam in and of itself, and not the discretion of your fucking credit card company. What do you mean? To be fair, it was gross games. No, I know that. I'm not making a value judgment on the games themselves, okay? But I don't like the precedent. I do not like the precedent of MasterCard and Visa, which already are fairly restrictive in terms of payment processors. Like, this is something that sex workers talk about a lot. Part of the reason why sex workers were really on board with cryptocurrency from the jump was because MasterCard and Visa were like not allowing any sort of payments to be conducted that was sex work, even if it was legal sex work. And in many instances, it is legal sex work, and they still would not allow it to happen. So the idea that like a third party middleman that is a payment processor gets to dictate what you can and can't buy is kind of crazy, especially without any sort of legislation, especially without like any sort of argument as to why they're doing this. You know what I mean? And considering that it's like an insane precedent, you could just like add whatever the fuck you decide on there as a game or as a thing that you're purchasing that they don't want you to purchase. What shit capitals would say no to all that money law? It's actually crazy how much the Steam payment processor thing is similar to Trump's immigration policy, starting on a false pretense to eventually gain more control to do crazier things. Oh yeah. Apparently Visa/MasterCard were lobbied by an Australian Christian group. That is the least surprising thing I've ever heard. Almost all of these initiatives, like anti-porn initiatives, fun fact, are like 90% of anti-porn initiatives in this country are started off by Mormon advocacy groups that actually hide that they're Mormon advocacy groups by using like Scientific Happiness Foundation or whatever, or the Secular Science Foundation, but it's usually just still Mormons. A lot of the anti-porn laws come from the Christian right movement, and the same goes for stuff like this as well. They've been pressured by right-wing Puritan evangelists, which are already gearing up to also include games with any LGBT teams. Yeah, which is ironic because a lot of these guys who are like, oh, don't take away my weird porn games, right, are also the same guys that are right-wing themselves. And they are the same guys who constantly complain about like gay shit in video games. And it's weird because like on the one hand, the entry point for a lot of these like puritanical right-wing Christian groups is going to be banning like the weird games that they like, while simultaneously the ultimate goal that they have is to ban, you know, LGBT shit in any video game, ultimately, to say, oh, well, you know, we have to, this is also gross. This is also moral decay. So then what? Do they turn around and go, no, actually, this is just like they're destroying, what is it? Sweet Baby Inc. So they're based now. So the puritanical right-wing Christian nationalist advocacy groups are now good because they don't like homosexuals in video games. Anyway, we moved on from stop killing games now to the other Steam thing. But remember, in most circumstances, the I'll know it when I see it method, which is unironically something that the Supreme Court has put in their decision when talking about obscenity laws and restricting First Amendment artistic expression, it's kind of the best policy to go with. to go along with the I'll know it when I see it policy. Because, like, ultimately, curbing artistic expression is not good. It's not a good thing at all, especially considering that virtually every single new wave of art has always come with a lot of resistance. People have immediately said, this is degenerate, this is morally perverse, you shouldn't do this, every single time. And then we take it for granted years later down the line. If you know anything about art history, you will realize that every single new meta in art has come along and people have literally said the exact same shit, where it's like, whoa, 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 you can't do this. This is completely unacceptable. This is moral decay. And then we just take it for granted. So, you know, it's not great. Yeah, here it is. Australian anti-porn group claims responsibility for Steam's new censorship rules and victory against porn-sick, brain-rotted pedo gamer fetishists, and things only get weirder from there. Collective Shout, an Australian anti-pornography group, has claimed credit for Steam's recent removal of a large number of sexually explicit games and new stricter moderation guidelines regarding such material. In a statement to PC Gamer, Valve cited pressure from payment processors like credit card companies and PayPal for the move, while Collective Shout touted its open letter and consumer campaign targeted payment processors for inciting that pressure. This was first reported by Waypoint, which has since pulled its 2 articles on the subject without explanation. The article's author, Anna Valens, has alleged that Vice's parent company, Savage Ventures, removed the articles due to concerns over their controversial content rather than any error in the reporting. Collective Shout began in 2009, co-founded by self-described pro-life feminist Melinda Tankard Reyes. Collective Shout describes itself as a grassroots campaigning movement against the objectification of women and sexualization of girls in media, advertising, and popular culture. To date, it has been involved in unsuccessful efforts to ban Snoop Dogg and Eminem from Australia, a successful 2015 campaign to prevent Tyler, the Creator, from touring Australia, a successful 2015 campaign to pressure Target and Kmart. Unc, why'd you download the accent? I'm sorry, because she's Australian, all right? To stop selling Grand Theft Auto 5 in Australia, a petition to ban the game No Mercy from sale, which ultimately led to the developers pulling it from Steam. An unsuccessful petition to ban Detroit Become Human from sale in Australia. So here's the thing, okay? Have you noticed? Or have you noticed something here? That's ridiculous. They have ridiculous ass fucking demands. They're just trying to fucking hit whatever they can. Do you understand? What do you mean Detroit Become Human? What the fuck? Because it's cringe? Is that what it is? You don't like that it's cringe? Detroit Become Human is a fucking, like, not so subtle allegory about racism. That's it. It has messianic imagery. Oh, that's why. Nice. On July 7th, Collective Shout shared an update on his NoMercyChange.org campaign, calling on supports to email payment processors, including PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, and Discover, to demand that they cut ties with Steam and itch.io over hundreds of rape, incest, and child abuse games. This was followed by an open letter from Collective Shout asking that they immediately cease processing payments on Steam and itch.io and any other platforms hosting similar games. So, like, there's some validity, but the reason why they're doing this is not a decent reason, okay? And of course, when they get any kind of fucking any kind of W, they just expand on it and they go crazy over it. Here's Moist video on this.
There's huge censorship going on in gaming right now. I'm sure a lot of you saw Steam a few days back announced that hundreds of games have been pulled from their catalog because of the efforts of a group known as Collective Shout. Collective Shout is an organization that has been forcing payment processors to bully platforms into removing games they deem unfit for sale due to the themes around them. And for Steam's case, they targeted hundreds of adult games that featured, like, rape and incest. And a lot of people were pumping their fist like, yeah, that's good. How could you possibly be mad at that? Less degeneracy and disgusting shit on the platform. This is a big W across the board. It's not censorship if it's things I don't like being taken down. Obviously, like every weapon out there, this is only going to be used for good. Clearly, they're only going to use this power to take down very bad, gross things. Which is the most low IQ take you could ever have. Collective Shout, just yesterday, has now also gone after itch.io, and they have removed every single not suitable for work game from their platform. Not just rape and incest games, all adult games. We have de-indexed all adult NSFW content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. So this is the playbook here. Collective Shout is a very powerful organization who somehow has a lot of leverage on payment processors. I don't know if they're just over there giving them perpetual wet willies or they got some serious dirt on like the upper echelon elites in the food chain at the payment processors.
No, it's none of those things. I know what it is because I am victim to these kinds of fucking cry campaigns all the time. It's just the weaponization of bots and Karenism. The power that email campaigns hold in the minds of the boomers is so crazy. And considering that all of these companies have 50-year-olds in positions of power, 50-year-old plus people in positions of power, they get 10, 15 emails directly to their email inbox from people that are turning around and just straightforwardly sometimes lying about shit or sometimes making a valid complaint. Okay. It freaks them the fuck out. Okay. Companies do not understand how this kind of messaging campaign works. They don't get that the people behind it might be insane. The people behind it might have alternative reasons, or nefarious purpose here. They just don't have any capacity. Do not look up No Mercy. No. I understand. No Mercy is a valid one, but make no mistake. Just because No Mercy is a valid thing to complain about does not mean that Grand Theft Auto 5 is a valid complaint or Detroit Become Human is a valid complaint. These guys don't actually. These guys don't actually tackle this kind of stuff from a framework of honesty, morality, or any sort of real reason. They'll just go after edge cases like No Mercy that are, within the confines of reason to get banned, to demand banning. Okay, but their goal is to basically fucking take out anything. Their goal is to basically take out anything they possibly can. It's to get your foot in the door, so that you have a strong foothold and you get a couple scalps, and then you can expand on that. You can continue doing these sorts of messaging campaigns. And then there's there's obviously a lot of media coverage around it. I mean, fucking Charlie knows who this company is. You know what I mean? Charlie knows who this group is. That means that they have successfully gotten a bunch of scalps and now are seen as a powerful entity. Now corporations will be more afraid of this group. Now there will be more people who are like-minded who will join the efforts of this group. Okay? What the fuck is No Mercy? I think it's a rape game. It's literally a video game that's promoting rape and incestual rape and pedophilia, things like that. It's gross. That one is, I'm not talking about the game No Mercy. It's valid to freak out over that or to demand demand something like that gets taken down. That's not my point at all. That should be banned. Come on. Chatters, you're misunderstanding my point. Okay? It's kind of like this. There's a difference between someone who is a Holocaust denier actively spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and someone who is simply anti-Israel while simultaneously combating anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Do you understand? When companies that are supposed to be tasked with this kind of sanitation do not actually take the necessary steps to be as careful as they possibly can be, and as a matter of fact, weaponize allegations of anti-Semitism, all of a sudden, you basically have diluted the fucking, you've diluted the issue. It no longer has the same level of power. At first, It will be powerful. At first, companies will get scared, and then eventually it'll go back to fucking complete free speech regardless, like maximalist free speech positions regardless, because you've already lost the plot. You've done it too much. Later in the video, Charlie thinks there's a feminist group because they wrap their messaging around protecting women. Yeah, it is pretty nefarious. It is pretty nefarious that these guys will also say like, oh, we're doing this to protect women, when in fact it's like a very clearly a right-wing a right-wing Christian advocacy group. It's not. It's like TERFs and SWERFs that say that they're feminists, and that's why they're anti-sex work from a feminist position, or they're anti-trans from a feminist position. It's just fucking bullshit. It's an obfuscation that some people find themselves swept away by. This is the lady, Australian political activist, writer, speaker, media commentator. She describes herself as an advocate for women and girls and is a pro-life feminist. Her campaigns to ban X-rated films have gained national attention in Australia. Tancred Rice is a founder of Collective Shout, a nonprofit organization best known for leading a successful campaign to block the artist Tyler the Creator from touring in Australia due to lyrics considered misogynistic, as well as the removal of multiple Steam games alleged to have depicted rape, incest, and child abuse, which journalistic investigations found also include non-pornographic games containing LGBT themes. There it is. There's a weird handshake that takes place here with like right-wing gamers who want to play like the rape games and get mad and say this is a First Amendment violation, but then also hate gay themes in the games, which Melissa Tancred Rice also hates. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say that Melissa Tancred is using the understandable position of trying to get these like, incestuous pedophilic rape games banned to get a foothold, to create a precedent, to show that she is capable of doing that so she can literally ban the fucking the gay games. Yeah, that specific game is already banned on itch.io. The pressure still forced them to delist every single NSFW thing on their website. This doesn't only affect things that one person thinks are objectionable. Yeah. Tancred Rice was born in Mildura, Victoria. She completed her secondary education in Mildura High School and then studied journalism at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. She took up cadetship at the Sunraysia Daily, where she worked from 1983 to 1987. As a recipient of the Rotary Foundation Scholarship, she furthered her studies in journalism at the California State University, Long Beach, during 1987 and 1988. The loony left, or no, the loony left is at it again. Anyway, event, Inspiring Christian Series. In 2009, Tancred Rice spoke at a forum called Event, Inspiring Christian Series in the Belconnen Baptist Church on behalf of Sheridan Voisey. Yeah, Tancred Rice was on the founding committee of Carinia House for Mothers and Babies and supported accommodation and outreach service for women facing pregnancy without support, and Erin House transition housing for women post-birth. She worked as a consultant for NGOs with a focus on global poverty, including World Vision Australia. Tancred Rice is a contributing editor for 5 books published by Duffy and Snellgrove. Works co-authored. In response to criticism of race views are pro-life and thus she can't be a feminist. She self-described radical feminist publishers at SpinFX Press, defended Rice feminism as authentic. SpinFX Press held anti-trans events. Of course they did. Yep. Women's Forum Australia is a conservative think tank established in 2005 with the aim of influencing research and policy-related work to affect the social, economic, and health of Australian women. It has also been described as focusing on anti-trans campaigning and having links to the far-right politics, with members campaigning against abortion access, transgender rights, and promoting conspiracy theories around Wi-Fi. Always, dude. I feel like it's like I unearth a rock and underneath it immediately there's like fucking random ass anti-trans shit, and then throw in some Wi-Fi 5G conspiracies on the pile for fun.
Like they got proof they're in the Epstein files or some shit, but they have got these payment processors by the nutsack, and they are squeezing the piss from their balls. So now the payment processors are LARPing as the moral authority on what people are allowed to spend.
This part is absolutely correct from Charlie. I think one of the most damaging aspects of this is that like Steam and everyone else will capitulate to payment processors because there's a major consolidation of power there, and payment processors are obviously willing to cave to a email campaign from a psychotic right-wing woman. Okay? The opportunities there are endless. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. and by that I mean opportunities for censorship there are endless. It will not stop at just like video games that you think are fucking crazy, and I think are fucking crazy and are totally ban worthy, and it will move on to whatever kind of depiction of LGBT in video games, or even the depiction of an abortion in a video game, for example, or in any kind of art. Okay, so it's clear. Why not movies and TV shows? I think that there is a stronger foothold in culture for movies and TV shows. They've tried that for movies and TV shows in the past. The video game industry, I would say, is a obviously a much younger industry, even though it's a much larger industry now than movies. So they, like, boomers understand what a fucking movie and a TV show is, right? Boomers don't fully comprehend what a video game is, and that's the reason why they think like if you ask a boomer if they see depictions of violence in a movie and whether that contributes to fucking school shootings, they'll say, of course not. What do you mean? I grew up watching violent TV shows. I didn't become a school shooter. But if you tell a boomer that Grand Theft Auto is leading to school shootings, they'll go, oh my God, that does make sense. It's a video game and I don't fucking understand it. That's because they don't understand what fucking video games are. They can't see it as like literally the same shit that movies are. They don't see it as like art. They see it as something demonic. Do you understand? I do hate that every awful initiative of censorship, ironically enough, people think is like led by leftists, but almost always the successful censorious initiatives always come from the right. Always. Always. It is always backed by right-wing sentiment. Israel is a great example of this. Israel is a right-wing country. Israel's underlying ideology, Zionism, is a maximalist right-wing position. It's a fascist ideology. So Israel's censorship campaign masquerades as like, trying to combat anti-Semitism, which you would automatically assume is like a liberal perspective or even a left-wing perspective. But in fact, it's not about that at all. And it's entirely about making sure that the feelings and the objectives of a right-wing country in committing a genocide is accomplished. It's always right-wingers. Even at the peak of liberal censorship, when people were talking about cancel culture, when people were consistently talking about like how liberals don't want to have conversations, they don't want to have discussions, the most successful advocacy for censorship in the form of book bannings were coming from the right. It was right-wing Christian groups. That has never changed. That has literally never changed. And yet, the greatest trick that the modern right-wing movement pulled was to take over the idea that they were actually for free speech and that it was the liberals and the leftists that were anti-free speech. It's so crazy. Cancel culture is almost uniparty. It's like bipartisan, or rather it's apolitical. Like people just want to cancel whatever their ideological opposition is in general. But the ones that are most successful and the ones that are most ridiculous are almost always right-wing groups, right-wing advocacy groups that might claim that they're feminists, for example, or might claim that they're liberals, or might claim that they're leftists, might claim that they're progressive, but they're still fucking right-wing. Is it effing again? What's happening? It's not happening to me. I don't see it. A mini F. Okay. Let's continue with Charlie.
The money they earned on. So they're making these sweeping censorship changes to Steam and itch.io. Steam, they made it very easy for the public to not make a big stink about it because they went after a very low-hanging fruit target that most people aren't going to be upset about. Oh no, you lost all your rape and, incest games. Boo-hoo. Call the fucking wambulance. But what people don't realize is that is clearly just the first step here. Collective Shout has now already taken that, which hasn't even been like a full week, and it's translated it to wiping all adult content from itch.io, a totally separate platform using the same methodology of having the payment processors threaten to leave them. Censorship is not something that is a good thing. This is not a positive thing. Yoko Taro also came forward saying, like, this is pretty bad stuff, that other countries can now limit everyone else's free speech. He's right. That's not great. You don't like to see that. And let's go ahead and extend this to its natural conclusion here. As Collective Shout becomes more and more successful at censoring games, other organizations will spring up and do the same for things Collective Shout maybe doesn't want to see censored. Like, who's to say, with this censorship, now that it's proven that it can be done by having the payment processors threaten to pull out of these services, if you can bully them through the payment processors, you win. That's checkmate. Who's to say an organization doesn't pop up that wants to take away all kinds of LGBTQ representation in games? And now that they have a proven formula to follow, they could easily spring up and be probably very successful. Another organization could come about where they believe that...
What's your opinion on censorship? Surely you are not a free speech absolutist. No one is a free speech absolutist, and I myself am not a free speech absolutist either, obviously. There's no such thing as a free speech absolutist. There's obviously harmful expressions that everyone understandably wants not to be shared. I mean, the greatest example of this is CSAM, right? CSAM is universally considered not protected by free speech. Defamation is another one, right? Like, there are very few free speech maximalists. Even in the United States of America, there are limitations to your speech, okay? Not being able to yell fire in a crowded movie theater, for example, right? Like, that's the most common one that people use, or death threats and things like that. There's no such thing as like a complete maximalist free speech position. America, on the other hand, given its hegemonic superpower status, is the most expansive when it comes to lack of restrictions. Okay, look at this guy, bro. Obviously, that's not protected under free speech. Dog, what do you mean? Your free speech maximalism is not real for this reason. I'm describing to you, and you're just going, no, that's of course not protected under free speech. Okay, so you understand what my position is. That's my point. My point is, there are certain things that everybody draws a line at. That's the point. You can't just say, nope, this is just speech, so it's allowed. Okay? In terms of the Constitution, I just described to you the American free speech boundaries that are constitutionally protected, okay? And even said that there is still speech in the United States of America, despite the fact that it is the most expansive free speech protections afforded. Gave you the reason as to why it's the most expansive, because it's the hegemonic superpower, so it doesn't have any sort of like censorship fears that like countries that are under the thumb of America might have. Okay, and yet even then there are understandably some limitations to said speech. It's that chatter says that, but CSAM has literally only been not free speech for under 50 years. So the point is, everyone has like understandable limitations for it. Okay, everyone has understandable limitations for it. But I think the moment that it like enters limitation of artistic expression that like one advocacy group has decided is like inappropriate, it gets into tricky territory. And in that circumstance, it should be handled by the third party, the private entity that is involved in making sure that certain kinds of content are not allowed on their platform, and rather, instead, in this story, it is being controlled by a couple payment processors, and that is very scary. A couple payment processors in a place like Australia get enough stink associated with like one game or a bunch of different games, and then all of a sudden they take that pressure because they have unimaginable power. Again, corporate consolidation is the problem here. Corporate consolidation creates this environment where three payment processors can basically take out whatever the fuck they want from the rotation. They can just like go to another private company like Steam or itch.io or whatever and say, if you don't take this, we are no longer going to process payments from you. Okay? You cannot make money anymore. That's like, it's like Swift. It's like the power that America has in terms of global commerce, because everything is traded on the dollar. America could just like shut off the faucet like that if they choose to do so. That's why it's the hegemonic superpower. It's almost like sanctions out of nowhere. Imagine if the Japanese censorship was what ruled the world. Yeah. Personally, I just don't like any control being used by payment processors. I would rather have government agencies and oversight or other actual institutions rather than a payment processor. I don't like private corporations having that much power over people's money. Yes, private corporations, private multinational corporations that get influenced by a foreign country's advocacy group, like a NGO in a foreign nation, are now making global decisions. That is truly terrifying, because it obviously leads to whatever the fuck they want to silence or suppress. It's just like messed up.
In-rated games just shouldn't exist. Games should be focused purely to appeal to a younger demographic. They shouldn't be deep, thought-provoking games. There should be no violence. There could easily be a very puritanical organization that comes forward making similar pushes for censorship. I don't know how delusional you have to be to think that somehow this is only ever going to be used against bad things. It's not. And it's already extending way beyond what it started with for Collective Shout. They started with a very easy win on a genre of games that most people aren't really going to miss. And they have already extended that to just broad adult content from another platform, itch.io. And as they continue to be more successful, more organizations are going to follow that blueprint, follow those footsteps, and be successful as well.
Is it even controversial to say that games that depict rape, incest, or contain gay themes are fine? Game of Thrones is the most popular TV show ever, and it depicts rape, incest, naked women, and men. Yeah, within moderation. If Game of Thrones literally was exclusively about raping whoever you want and doing incest and pedophilia, then obviously Game of Thrones would also probably be banned for good fucking reason. Okay, because if we're comparing Game of Thrones to fucking the game Mercy, then yeah, it's not even in the same fucking wavelength there. You see what I mean? That's why I said the most appropriate term here, the most appropriate way to analyze this is taking a case by case approach rather than a blanket censorship regime. Ironically enough, that's like really vague and it's left up to like individuals, and I totally understand why people go, wait a minute, that's not like well codified. But that is quite literally what the Supreme Court in the United States decided when it came down to obscenity that goes beyond a certain obscenity that goes beyond depiction. Okay, that is beyond the pale, that is inappropriate and should not be protected by the First Amendment protections. And I kind of understand why it has to be a case-by-case thing, because if you don't do that, then you can ban Game of Thrones, right? Like you cannot make a blanket ban on shit like this, because it will lead to heavy censorship.
Censoring other things that maybe Collective Shout doesn't want to see censored. It's going to just be fucking pandemonium, because it is clear now that these platforms are willing to go belly up, roll over, and suck the fucking schmeat of the payment processing cartel that shackles them. These payment processing...
Also, so much of this is still a problem born out of capitalism. Like, this is quite literally, this is private corporations making decisions about people's lives that they are not privy to. It's just
patriots who all of a sudden care so
like
deeply about morality
that you
are
might
able
want to do
to get these platforms to censor themselves at the behest of the organizations that are strong-arming them.
This is why Hollywood made the rating system R versus PG, decided on a case-by-case, nuanced review, industry standard. Exactly. There needs to be, and there is that. There is a industry standard for gaming as well.
It's absurd, and it doesn't stop there. If you do any amount of research on Collective Shout, you'll see that it's not just like adult games. They also went after Detroit Become Human and Grand Theft Auto 5 for absolutely fucking outlandish reasons. Like, this is actual horse hockey.
Yeah, if you describe most people's favorite movies by just bad stuff in this uncharitable way free of context, you'd ban almost everything. Context is so important in art. And also, you gotta kind of let some crazy shit slide. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta let some crazy shit slide. This is art. At the end of the day, you have to let some crazy shit slide. It's the reason why I say this is because, like, there's that classic George Santos conversation that he had. Who was he having it with? I think it was like with Gianmarco maybe, or someone else, where George Santos was asked, like, oh, did you know that there's like a book in school where there's like depictions of murder and depictions of rape and depictions of incest, like, is really fucked up? And George Santos is like, yeah, they should ban it. And then he goes, yeah, that's the Bible. Or it was Walter Masterson. Thank you. You're right. Walter Masterson with George, friend of the show, Walter Masterson with George Santos. And he goes, yeah, that's the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, so what do we do? You know, are we just gonna ban the fucking Bible now? Is that what we're doing? Here, this
There's
is
a book I saw in the children's library where like these two daughters like take turns having sex with their dad. Everything was like crazy.
That's gross. I don't even know the name.
That's the Bible.
Whatever.
That's the Bible, George.
I'm not.
That's the Bible.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. You can depict everything like that. You can depict everything like that. Oh no, the Reddit atheists. The Reddit atheists have gotten. The Reddit atheists are now on board with banning the Bible, so they're like, no, actually, maybe the censorship is good. Yeah, the Bible is freaky as hell, bro. Are we gonna go back to the dumbass PC bullshit? Please, no. What do you mean? Nobody checked her whenever she would do the same thing with video games. This is abhorrent. It's vile. It's rape training. Campaigner Melinda Tankard Rice tells Shellac Fogarty that games about incest and rape teach boys that they're entitled to the bodies of women and girls.
That you should turn yourself into porn, market yourself, make money this way. And then, of course, these games teach boys that they are entitled. They are entitled to the bodies of women and girls. We're seeing it play out in our schools all around the country and around the world. I really like the fact that you mentioned there are 214 rape games and 108 incest games on the Steam platform. We are going to expand this campaign and we are going to call for them all to come down. This is abhorrent. It's vile. It's rape training. It's incest and rape propaganda, and it needs to come down. Why should Gabe Newell and the other executives at Valve profit from propaganda and indoctrination, which harms real women and real girls in the real world every day? Everywhere girls are.
Yeah, the entry point to this stuff is always like something that is indefensible, by the way. Like, they won't start off by, I mean, in the case of this lady, she did go after like Grand Theft Auto 5. She did go after Detroit Become Human. And these are obviously incredibly silly initiatives. But like, it's clear that she is not just invested in like really crazy games that are like the one that she was able to successfully get banned, like the rape simulator one, right? Like, that is just the door. That's just, she's opening the door for further censorship, and she's literally getting it across. So people need to be very careful with stuff like this. This is really just the reality. This is just Project Reality, as Trump does. He's broken the English-speaking world. Oh, Project Reality. Are we having a fucked up common ground with incels on this one? No, because, I mean, no, I don't think so. Because ironically enough, if it were up to the incels, they would love her end point here is to ban like depictions of homosexuality or trans people from video games, which is ironically what incels also are on board with. So yes and no, if that makes sense, because she's fucking insanely right wing. The only reason why she's going after like the most like understandable to ban games is so that she can start the conversation with that.
Bible.
I'm not getting into scripture with you. Really not. Really not.
Okay, thank you, George. You know what? Let's get the Bible out of schools, public schools, private. You know what? There is a book.
So I'll give you a great example of like Israel advocacy groups that have been able to successfully get some certain things banned in the UK. UK has a law called prescription. Okay, if a group, an entity, no matter what their advocacy is considered a prescribed group, then you can literally go to prison. Now, the understandable ones that you can't obviously advocate for would be like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, right? If you have like a pro-Al-Qaeda group in the UK, you can go to prison. If you like try to fundraise for Al-Qaeda, you're understandably going to go to prison for that. Except recently, they decided Palestine Action is also a group akin to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But in that prescription legislation, they added a bunch of ISIS advocacy groups and Nazi groups into it, so that they had a couple like real understandable prescribed groups that they added onto the legislation. But the ultimate goal of the legislation was to actually stop Palestine Action, a pro-Palestinian advocacy group. So they always, these groups, these entities always operate like this. Okay. What is this person doing? Oh, dude, a classic. No fucking sense of morality. I fucking hate Nazis. She can rot too. Anyone saw the game Schedule 1? You just play a drug dealer. No Pornhub in Oklahoma anymore. We got to go to jankier sites. Wait, what is this? I'm not on board with rape games. Why are we so into defending rape games, chat? No, you don't. Why are you calling people rapists in the chat? Just because of your own misunderstanding, Heidi Bang Bang. No, we're not saying that this is a pro-rape game at all. What the fuck are you talking about? We're not saying I'm literally giving you an analogy of like the ultimate goal here being not to ban like games that are simply there to be rape simulators, okay? Do you not understand that you can literally make that advocacy for Grand Theft Auto 5? You could say like Grand Theft Auto 5 is a rape simulator game. And for these people, that's what they actually want to do. They want to ban Grand Theft Auto 5. They're just simply using the understandable games that are worthy of getting banned as an entry point. So I'm saying, be mindful and recognize that blanket censorship is not good. There aren't, hundreds of games on Steam that are like rape simulators, okay? They're using that as like a advocacy for blanket censorship. These same people called Mass Effect a sodomy simulator in the 2000s. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that person does deserve like some kind of timeout because they were just calling another chatter a rapist. It's fucking insane. Sorry, Christ, I can't even defend myself. Someone told me to fuck off. No, chatter, you're jumped by... chatters are yelling at you because you called another chatter a rapist for no reason. You're fucking insane for that. Like, what the fuck? If left unguarded, this is setting a terrifying precedent, right? If left unguarded and unrestricted, it goes all the way up to Grand Theft Auto. Like Grand Theft Auto immediately banned. So it's okay to have rape games? No, that's not what I'm saying. But No Mercy's primary function is rape. No, I'm not saying banning No Mercy is fucked up. I'm saying it's valid. Oh my God, you guys are so stupid. I'm saying that these things have to be looked at in a case-by-case basis. No Mercy is a valid ban, okay? But the problem is the people that are pushing for this advocacy don't actually give a shit about just banning No Mercy. They're using No Mercy as a jump-off point. Hello? How many times do I have to keep repeating myself in this fucking community? Holy shit. Just like... this is common, okay? This is a common technique that right-wing advocacy groups use all the time. Nobody gives a fuck about trans athletes participating in high school swim meets, but they start the point of contention there. They are like, whoa, we got to protect our children. And then ultimately, their final goal is to eradicate all trans existence. But they try to find a thing that everyone is on board with. They try to find something that is seen as like weird or gross by at least a large enough percentage of the population that they can just like start their advocacy there, but it doesn't end there. It's never the end point. Okay. And there is obviously no comparison between like a rape game and fucking, high school trans athletes because the game that is a rape simulator is an understandable ban, whereas like high school participants in athletic competition that are trans are not worthy of being banned regardless because there is no harm there. But yeah, they go after the valid games and they go after the adjacent sus games, dating games, Grand Theft Auto, etc. Then who knows? Animal abuse, no more Pokemon, I guess. Yeah, you can see anything.
And another scary fact, the article I was reading on stream, which I'm going to show you clips from so you can see about their previous attempts to go after things like Detroit Become Human and GTA 5, that article that I was reading then got taken down 8 hours after stream because Vice deemed it was a little too controversial because the article wasn't super favorable to Collective Shout. So Collective Shout not only has pull in censoring games, but it looks like they can even take down some articles that are a little, harsh on how they're going about their mission or what they're trying to do here. In other words, it seems virtually impossible for Steam to host any adult games depicting child abuse. Rather, Collective Shout may be targeting popular video games that depict children in scenarios where they face
This is interesting because like this already is applied ahead of time. Like in Cyberpunk, for example, there are kids. But you can't do anything to the kids. Like, you can't kill the kids. In most games, if there are any depictions of children whatsoever, you literally can't, like, as a character, no matter how much freedom you have, you can't do anything. Like, you can't harm them in any way. It's understandable. This is the reason why. This is part of the reason why they have these sorts of provisions.
Stress or harm, even if these depictions are intended to encourage concern and care in the player. From there, the organization may be describing these titles as featuring child abuse. In 2018, Collective Shout encouraged its supporters to sign a petition to ban Detroit Become Human for sale in Australia, claiming the game features child abuse and violence against women. The petition focused on an abusive father's violent behavior towards his housekeeper and daughter in the game. This dynamic, core to the character Kara's story arc, is intended to encourage empathy for the abused woman and child. While it's unclear whether Collective Shout is actively targeting Detroit Become Human in 2025, the removal of such a game would be akin to artistic censorship of material discussing misogynistic abuse against female family members. Targeting the game, in other words, could be considered anti-feminist in intent. That doesn't really make any sense. In 2014,
The Last of Us has to be banned because you can play as a child, and the main character is a child, and also there are fucking zombies that are trying to eat the child. I think a good analog here would be to compare it to like any depictions of children in movies and in TV shows, which would eliminate virtually all movies and TV shows that have kids in them. It's just like ridiculous. It sounds stupid when you think about it.
Organization called on Target to remove Grand Theft Auto 5 from store shelves, sharing a petition that claims the game encourages players to commit sexual violence and kill women. Collective Shout described GTA as if it were a misogynistic funhouse, stating the game lets players enact their fantasies of committing extreme violence against women, including punching women to the point of unconsciousness, killing them with a bat, gun, or machete, running them...
Yeah, but you can do that to everyone in that game. Do you see what I mean? It's just like, that's insane. Yeah, that's the point, man. You can do that to like every single person in the game. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it promotes egalitarian murder. Just unlimited super violence to everyone.
Down with a car and setting them on fire as they continue screaming. What world are we living in? What? So that all this is only reserved and acceptable if it's men. Like if you're killing men with a bat, gun, and machete, running them down with a car and setting them on fire as they scream. These arguments are so weak and flimsy, and I think just downright detrimental to what they claim their mission is. This would basically, like these two things in conjunction, would make it so like most games won't even put women in there. So let's take the first example about like how children in like distress and harm...
The thing is, Charlie, I don't think these people care about that. They want all of those games to be banned. They want all games to be banned. That's it. They're not like thinking about, you know, what kind of impact this might have in video game development. That's not the purpose here. They don't give a shit. They don't play video games. They don't care about it. They think it's bad. They think it's demonic. They want all games to be banned regardless. So that's it. Unless it's a game that depicts incest and sex and rape and all that. But of course, that is a game that depicts the Bible. That's the only game that's appropriate.
Is something that they would target and try and take down. It's why they went after Detroit Become Human. Let's extend that scope. Things like Limbo, Last of Us, Out of Sight, like these games where there are kids present and they do go through like hardship, that would be removed under their guidelines here. In Detroit Become Human, it's not like they're trying to glorify this type of horrible thing. It is used as a way of showcasing how bad a situation is and getting empathy from the player for what is happening to these characters. And yet, they want to take it down, even though it is used to deliver positive messaging to the player. It's like they don't want any deep themes in their games, and not only that, it's like they don't want women to even be interactable in the games. So also something that wouldn't fly under their protocol here would be things like Tomb Raider. Any game where a female is leading it wouldn't really be possible because the women in the game are going to go through distress. Like Lara Croft goes through a lot worse than what they listed for GTA 5 being a misogynistic funhouse. Lara Croft gets killed in so many different ways potentially if you fail certain things. She's constantly being hunted, hurt. It's all like pretty much no game with a female character in it could be made if Collective Shout continues to gain this much power. It's a fucking absurd notion here. God of War, the new God of War, those games couldn't be made because Kratos' son obviously goes through a lot there. That would be a child in a harmful and distressing situation. It would be poo-pooed by Collective Shout. They would banish that shit to the Shadow Realm. Like, their rules on what is and is not acceptable are just unhinged. Again, this would fundamentally, like, scrub women from video games. Like, I don't know why they're not grasping that concept. They call GTA 5 a misogynistic funhouse because you can hurt women in it and that kind of thing, which you can also do to men. But
Collective Shout is not like a leftist group, but just because they say that they're a feminist group doesn't mean that they're actually a left-wing group. They are a right-wing Christian group that is anti-trans, anti-gay, and anti-abortion. It's just like, this happens so frequently. I don't know. What's your opinion on Mehdi's past of calling non-believers cattle and comparing GEH people to PDFs now that he's rebranded himself as a progressive over in America? Do you think I'm unfamiliar with Mehdi Hassan's past? Wow, dude. I love that we're currently talking about cancel culture and this motherfucker came in to be like, hey guys, this guy who was, definitely reactionary in his youth, who no longer embodies or exhibits any of those tendencies, is still a bad guy. I, of course, don't like what he's saying now about Israel, so I'm so desperate to make sure that I don't know what, gay people to pedophiles, gay people. I'm desperate to make sure that you hate him. Yeah, I don't care, man. I don't give a fuck, okay? Suck my dick. How about that? Suck my fucking dick. How can I blame this on Christians? There you go. What do you think about gay people, chatter? It's always some fucking Christian nationalist who's like, Mehdi Hassan has the exact same point of view that I currently demonstrate, but had the exact same point of view that I currently demonstrate that he no longer demonstrates. If a Muslim advocacy group was arguing for the same stuff, everybody would suddenly understand censorship like this was wrong. Oh, exactly. That's the other side of the story. Christian advocacy groups in the Western world get to do this kind of shit, but God forbid it was a fucking Muslim advocacy group that said stuff like that. Everyone would clearly understand exactly what's going on here. They'd be like, get the fuck out of here. We don't want this barbaric nonsense here. The difference, of course, between myself and a lot of these other people is that, like, I don't give a shit what kind of advocacy group this is. If it's a Muslim advocacy group, which, by the way, right-wing Christian movements have actually found allegiances every now and then with some of these reactionary Muslim advocacy groups as well to get certain things banned, like the Supreme Court case that came down recently that decided in favor of these religious advocacy groups, that in schools you can't actually show depictions of gay people or whatever in the teaching material. That was a unified front from Muslim advocacy groups and Christian advocacy groups, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Do you think I give a shit? No, I don't. I don't give a fuck if it's a Muslim advocacy group or a Christian advocacy group. I care about right-wing reactionary attitudes restricting people's free speech. Okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a right-wing Muslim group or a right-wing Christian group. What I care about is the right-wing element here.
Issue is exclusively because women can also be hurt and killed in GTA 5 just like the men can. It's not like GTA 5 is telling the player, you have to go commit these sexual violent acts against women right now. We need you as the player to score 100 sexual violent crimes against our women in the city right now. Go out there. That's the quest. Go fucking...
Yeah, he got duped by the whole, we're doing this for girls and women shit, and he thinks this is like a left-wing cancel culture thing. But Collective Shout reeks of homeowners association meets soccer mom energy it's a correct lock on this, by the way. Yeah, it's more than NSFW. They took down all tagged adult games, basically no 18+. The library has so much less horror now. The only groups who actively fight for the liberation of Palestine on the ground, Hamas, PIJ, and their helpers, Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, IRGC, have the same ideology that you, from your comfy Western sofa, call reactionary right-wing law? Wait, what? Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? their own personal affairs and their own personal opinion in terms of their advocacy for repression of certain social libertarian principles is not even remotely important when they are actively taking up arms against a violent settler colonial enterprise. Do you feel like we're having a conversation about the IRGC's perspective on fucking depictions of violence in video games right now? Do you feel like these two things are the same? Don't you understand that there is a different hierarchy when we're talking about bombs murdering children versus people living in the fucking comforts of Western Empire, and what kind of advocacy is being done in terms of social repression here? Are you fucking stupid? You can't apply the same blanket attitude. The reason why I don't apply the same blanket attitude here is because those countries and the people in those countries have not had the same liberties to be able to engage in this kind of civil advocacy because they're too busy trying not to be fucking murdered by the state of Israel or by America. Ironically enough, the groups that actively fight for the liberation of Palestine also comprised secular groups and socialist groups as well. And you know that. You are knowledgeable enough to know that as well. But ultimately, the unified goal in this circumstance is liberation. It's an emancipatory one from additional death and destruction. This is why I always use the example of Easy Company, like during World War II, the Allied forces, where we don't make this kind of inference about like what their personal political opinions were. It's incredibly stupid. Obviously, there is a different hierarchy of need when it comes to people being fucking slaughtered with bombs, dude. What the fuck? Wow. I can't, like, what am I, fucking Asmongold? Do you think I need to figure out what, like, the Palestinian resistance groups feel about titties in video games before I make up my mind on whether or not I support them? What are you, fucking dumb? Like, hey, sorry, I need to figure out what your opinion is about censorship in gaming before I can make up my mind on whether or not you deserve not to be murdered by the Israeli state. Yeah, I will be watching the Jawbreak video, yes. Anti-Ice IRL today. Sorry, don't see it in the title. No, that's later in the night, so I'm not going to be streaming at that point. Oh, also, it turns out this lady actually defended this advocacy group defended fucking the ethics of the documentary, or not, the ethics of the movie Cuties. Melissa Tankard Rice in 2020 literally defended Cuties in an opinion editorial. Wow, sick. Azan, I think you fell into the trap of aggressivity and insult. What do you mean? What? Anyway, I got rage baited. I guess I did. All right, we're gonna move on from this and get to like some other news as well. But yeah, fuck this lady. And also, Stop Killing Games is another initiative that I'm on board with. But also, this person was like insane with the way that she was able to just stir up enough controversy, and do a email campaign to one of these like dumb boomer led payment processors that they got scared, and they got fucking scared, and now they're cracking the whip on Steam. After Charlie's would be a good thread that goes over the difference between fantasy and desire, porn and IRL violence. Study of articles and research on taboo sexual fantasies. Okay, it's just too much. It's too inside baseball. I'm not gonna dive deeper into that. Why is it so easy to rage bait you? Because I have 34,369 people, nice, in the chat, and when I have 34,600 and whatever people in the chat, and I'm trying to read as many of their opinions as possible, there is 34,369 people with different opinions, and there's a lot of dumb ones in here as well. And then there's even people who are trying to actively piss me off. Remember when I said that Ghislaine Maxwell is probably going to get a pardon? And then everyone was like, there's no way. That seems fucking insane. And it turns out that's exactly what we are moving towards. New, Ghislaine Maxwell, whose source told ABC News, initiated the meetings with the Department of Justice, answered questions for about 9 hours over 2 days after being granted limited form of immunity. The so-called proffer immunity is commonly granted to individuals prosecutors are seeking to make cooperators in a criminal case. Maxwell has already been tried, convicted, and sentenced for sex trafficking underage girls. Ghislaine Maxwell just gave the DOJ info on 100 different people, according to her lawyer. Wee woo. So this is just immunity within the discovery process, but I feel like there are additional immunities that are on the pipeline. Donald Trump earlier today actually said, I have the power to pardon her if I want to. This is what Charlie Kirk wanted. Charlie Kirk proposes offering Ghislaine Maxwell something in exchange for the testimony regarding Epstein. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for sex trafficking, but is pursuing a claim that her trial was unfair. Maybe some kind of deal could be reached for information. Oh my God. Oh my God. They are literally going to cook the books. Oh my God. Guys, Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't just a criminal party to the conspiracy to sex traffic minors. She also was an assaulter of minors herself, according to victim testimony. Okay, witness testimony as well, but victim testimony. Okay, she was doing the things. She was right there with Jeffrey Epstein doing the same crimes as Jeffrey Epstein. The fact that this administration, who's supposed to be anti-pedophilia, is now going to give her a fucking sentence commutation in exchange for whatever kind of information that she's going to be giving them that is favorable to the administration's side, while simultaneously they refuse to reveal what the discovery showed, what the investigations into all of the financial dealings between Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and numerous other third parties. The fact that they are actively sheltering the public from knowing who the other co-conspirators were, while simultaneously leaving it up to an famously unreliable orator who herself has perjured on numerous occasions to defend other co-conspirators like Prince Andrews, and even perjured to defend herself, to lie to defend herself, and then famously got convicted anyway, in spite of her perjury, is crazy. This is Newsmax has begun referring to Ghislaine Maxwell as a victim. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's happening. It's already happening.
Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has confirmed they are in discussions with the federal government about holding discussions. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for sex trafficking, but is pursuing a claim that her trial was unfair. Since she is still contesting her own case, that may impact what she is ready to tell prosecutors. But maybe some kind of a deal could be reached for information. We will see. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has confirmed they are in discussions with the federal government about holding discussions. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20.
What the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah. I mean, I guess Jeffrey Epstein was a victim too. You know? Fuck it. Everyone's a victim. Ghislaine Maxwell is the fucking ringleader. What are we talking about? She was the second in command in the pedophilia sex trafficking operation. What are we talking about? It's wild to me that this administration simultaneously keeps saying like every undocumented migrant is like a rapist pedophile that needs to be forcibly excised from the land and sent to a concentration camp surrounded by fucking alligators. Okay. Meanwhile, you have one of the most notorious pedophile sex traffickers who's in prison, and they're like, we should release her because her testimony will be favorable to our side. Like, I know that a lot of people don't care about hypocrisy. No one really cares about hypocrisy, but this is like this might perhaps be a bridge too far. You know, I feel like this is definitely like, this is, potentially releasing a pedophile sex trafficker while simultaneously calling her a victim is definitely a fucking bridge too far, man. What are we doing here? What the hell is going on?
Been subpoenaed by the Oversight Committee. I think this is great. I do have a feeling that she just might be a victim. She just might be. There was a rush to judgment. There was a lot of chaos there for a while. All right, granted, she hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, and I know that's apparently not good, but she's in jail.
Apparently that's not good. She's a victim. She might be a victim. Yeah, Charles Manson, simply a victim. You know? Who if Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim, even though she was convicted for sex trafficking minors, procuring minors for sex trafficking, and also participating in the acts herself, in the criminal acts herself, if she is a victim, who is the perpetrator? What does, Jeffrey Dahmer, real victim here. Who amongst us hasn't been hungry? You know, that type of shit. Yeah, she was a victim of her own success. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein, a real victim. They're dabbing on us, folks. Oh, no, for sure. This is 100%. They are. At this point, is pretty obvious. It's like, if you are incredibly wealthy, if you're a wealthy elite, if you're a socialite, the media, or at least the right wing as it stands currently, will do everything in their power to fucking liberate you. Yeah, the child victims are obviously the ones that we need to jail. Yeah. What incentive do news media or right-wing influencers have running cover? Oh, by the way, Open Presence with another 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And Kane the Salt Lord, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. What incentive do news media or right-wing influencers have running cover for Maxwell or Trump at this point? Is it just to say that Trump? Is it just to say on Trump's good side because they think he's invincible? Are they not fucked if the base does not end up turning on him? The incentive here is clear. Donald Trump wants to pack this up, okay? And he realizes that there's blood in the water, and a lot of people are very angry and resentful in his own base of support for refusing to refusing to reveal some of this information. And now they're asking questions about how much Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. So considering that there is plenty of financial dealings and plenty of ties that the Trump administration would not want to be revealed because they want to protect societal elites, regardless of party politics, they most likely are looking for an out here. Okay? They're looking for an out for Trump. And it's clear to me that through the pardoning or sentence commutation process, Ghislaine Maxwell will very clearly play ball with the admin and offer them that out, especially because there's nothing to check Ghislaine's testimony against, because we don't have access. We're not privy to this information that was discovered in the process of her conviction. That's the reason why people want this information to be out there. Do you understand? So if she is the only sole surviving person that can offer testimony to who she and Jeffrey Epstein were involved with, and we don't have any access, and they will never release the materials that actually, expand on that, the materials that they could use to check her testimony against, then she is the primary narrator here to her own criminal behavior. And because she has an incentive to lie and to defend Donald Trump here very clearly, she's going to take this opportunity to say whatever the fuck Trump wants. Yeah, when they pardon the British lady after she says George Soros and the Bill Clinton were main clients, I don't think MAGA is going to move on. Egg prices are going to explode, and they're going to loop it all back to Comet Pizza. They're going to get her to say the only people involved with Epstein were the Clintons and Bill Gates. Trump wasn't involved, and in exchange she'll be commuted or pardoned, and Trump will be absolved among his base. I don't think so. I think there will be definitely more people in Trump's base that will be on board with this now, because it's like they desperately want to hang on to anything that makes Trump look good here. There is that sense of desperation that's setting in, especially right now when Trump actively keeps saying, shut up about Jeffrey Epstein, don't talk about it. And these guys are like, but please, sir, give us something. Like the Alex Joneses of the world are like, please give us something. What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you doing? Why do you keep calling us idiots for caring about this thing that you said we should care about? It's making me kind of feel like you might have been a pedophile dealing with Jeffrey Epstein yourself, right? So I don't think I think that there will be a larger number of people in his base that will buy it, but I don't think everyone will buy it. I think this will continue.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out, sir.
Why has the dollar?
He literally said he's like, I'm allowed to do it. I could pardon her if I want to.
For Ghislaine Maxwell,
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
I'm allowed to do it. I haven't thought about it. He has thought about it. in your estimation, how does this end? I mean, there are numerous different ways that this could go. I think that Ghislaine Maxwell comes out and basically gives like a couple fucking random, irrelevant, powerless people ultimately as like major players, presents them as like major power players, right? I suspect that it'll be heavily ideologically slanted in Trump's favor, you know, like Democrats, only Democrats, or maybe dead ones, right? Like you can throw a lot of allegations in the way of the dead. Some of them will be real clients as well, for sure, right? And then, you know, maybe some rhinos, something like that. Yeah, his new strategy is to say, look at Bill Clinton or the president of Harvard, which, by the way, Bill Clinton is involved. So there will be some real people that actually did get involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? So you'll see that. But the real reason as to why Ghislaine Maxwell will offer this testimony is to basically absolve Donald Trump of wrongdoing. Because like that's the only thing he cares about. So I think that's what's going to happen here. Look, Trump on Epstein. You should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You guys should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys live with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't.
You know, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been.
Yeah, unlike you, those guys are keeping quiet because they know their level of involvement, which is high. But you are the one who is the president. And you are the one who literally said there was no list and then said, oh, the list is actually a Democrat hoax. And now you're saying there is a list. Now that Ghislaine Maxwell is ready to fucking compromise some people, all of a sudden there's a list again? You're just giving up names from this list? Which, by the way, he's not even wrong. Because, as I've said time and time again from the beginning of this story, pedophilia is a bipartisan endeavor amongst the elite, okay? It is not like a Republican or Democrat issue. It is objectively bipartisan. Do you understand? Yeah, it's uniparty. It's like defending Israel's uniparty, constantly finding more money in the couch cushions for the military's uniparty, and of course, the pedophilic acts is bipartisan and uniparty amongst our elite. So, or sex crimes in general. But doesn't this go back to the mutually assured destruction? If he snitches, they will take him down with them. We'll see. That's why I think it won't be like anyone super significant. There are two competing interests here. Not conflicting, but competing interests here. Trump wants something that has meat. Okay? Trump wants a name that the base will laser in on. You know? Something that holds weight, like a Bill Clinton. Okay. But also, if you go after someone like Bill Clinton and he holds the cards here, he knows the secrets, he can then turn around and counter nuke, right? As I've said from the start, it's mutually assured pedophile destruction. So if Trump releases a nuclear alt against someone like Bill Clinton or Bill Gates, then they can turn around and launch it themselves to be like, what the fuck? I saw you at the party. You know what I mean? Also, remember, these guys are very incompetent. Remember that. The Trump administration is incredibly incompetent, which means there's still an opportunity for them to fuck this up. So even if they desperately try, and try to create like a narrative that will at least like soothe the interests of the masses, the MAGA base, there is a very high likelihood that they can still fuck up on the delivery side and make this an even larger story. So I'm banking on that, as a matter of fact. I think that will be a major part of this.
Things like this before, but you know, you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
I sure as hell didn't live with Jeffrey Epstein. I simply sent him beautiful letters. Beautiful letters We share secrets. Many secrets. Ooh, mystery. Yeah, pro Fox camera work here. Pro camera work from Fox here. Trump can't keep up with his lies. Ooh, I love this. I love this when he says like dumb shit. Trump, July 15th, a very quick briefing. Yeah. Trump, July 25th. No, I was never briefed. No.
On the DOJ and FBI's review, the findings of that review, the Attorney General briefed you on
On
that.
what? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein.
Okay.
On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing. Yeah. No, I was never briefed. No.
Did you ask how? When Epstein, the Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI's review, the findings of that review. The Attorney.
New Trump Epstein photo just dropped. This one featuring James Brown via New York Times. God damn. God damn. Is the Trump presidency like the one might's power transferred only instead of superpower? It's Alzheimer of the Biden kind. All presidency is like all might's power. It's just everyone is Brandonized going forward. Brandon was the original, and he is now transferring the presidential seat with all of the accompanying problems. r/conspiracy going feral over the Epstein stuff. I mean, come on. Of course they're going feral over it. James Brown said the CIA spied on him. The CIA won't say. What? Well, I wonder what happened there. Yeah, we still have more of this Epstein saga to continue, because like every day there's like more leaks coming out.
This morning, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has more questions for Jeffrey Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Do you have anything to say today?
Sources told ABC News Maxwell initiated the meeting as she appeals her conviction and tries to get out of a 20-year prison sentence. Her attorney told us she answered every question.
What kind of questions were there? Well, we don't want to get into the substance of the questions. There were a lot of questions, and we went all day. And she answered every one of them. She never just said, I'm not going to answer, never declined.
It's almost unheard of for a convicted sex trafficker to meet with such a high-ranking Justice Department official, as the one who used to be the president's top criminal defense attorney.
Wow.
If this meeting were just...
Wow. Isn't that crazy? The president's lawyer? The president's lawyer is now the deputy attorney general. And as the president's lawyer, now the deputy attorney general, he is the one in charge of listening to the testimony of Ghislaine Maxwell. No conflict of interest here, folks. Nothing to see here. Yeah. No, this is perfectly reliable. Whatever she says will certainly not absolve Donald Trump because they preordained it. It'll absolve Trump because it's the truth. That's right. It's simply the truth. It's simply the truth that Trump had no involvement whatsoever. And I guess basically what they will say, what I suspect Ghislaine Maxwell will say is, given that there is extensive relationships that are obviously out and about, out in public between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, the only way out of this that absolves Donald Trump is to, I think, say that Trump stopped talking to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003 and then never had any contact whatsoever and hated Jeffrey Epstein or something. You know what I mean? That's what I think is going to happen here. Like I think she's basically going to work actively to absolve Trump, and a part of that will be to, use the information that we do know, and then say, see, Trump had no contact whatsoever with Jeffrey Epstein. I do not think that Ghislaine is going to come out and be like, Trump was literally fucking kids with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, there's just not going to happen, okay? I don't think that she is going to reveal any new information, and I think she is going to perjure herself again and again, but this time she has all of the opportunity to perjure herself. She has every opportunity to lie. She has an incentive to lie. And she is probably going through the readily available information right now to figure out exactly how to lie so that it can't be contradicted by publicly available information. Do you understand? And now we know, according to Spectator Index, according to New York Post, not the most reliable, but She was given a document box yesterday, and today she has delivered 100 different people linked to Jeffrey Epstein, according to New York Post.
Just to find out, does she have any information on anyone else who potentially should be indicted? Well, you would think that the Deputy Attorney General would have other prosecutors there with him who actually tried the case. He doesn't. And that does lead to the question, is this a legal meeting or is this a political meeting?
Maxwell was convicted of enabling Epstein's abuse of women and girls.
Dude, like, there have been so many moments that the Republicans have been able to expertly weaponize because they were fucking illicit and maybe borderline illegal. Okay? Do you remember when Bill Clinton did that private jet thing with, who was it? I think it was like the Attorney General Loretta Lynch. Yeah. Do you remember when the Attorney General's meeting with Bill Clinton in late June forced the FBI to distance itself from the Justice Department, the Bureau's director said. Like, that was crazy. That tarmac interaction that they had. Bill Clinton's in a private jet, Loretta Lynch is in a private jet, and they get out and they have like a 1-minute meeting on the tarmac. Okay? Which was abso-fucking-lutely inappropriate. And the Republicans used that into oblivion. They were like, oh, remember this? This is crazy. I can't believe Bill Clinton's doing this. And they had every right to do so, right? Because this was illicit. It was totally and utterly ridiculous. It was preposterous that they did that, okay? But what Donald Trump is doing right now by sending his own personal attorney to have closed-door private fucking meetings as the Deputy Attorney General with a major criminal like Ghislaine Maxwell is an incredibly large conflict of interest. It is so much more out and about. Like, it's out there. It's right there. It's open corruption. And yet people are not even making a big fuss about it partially because it's Trump. And what are you going to do? It's just how he plays ball, right? But it's right there. As chatters have said already, they're dabbing on us. Okay? They are dabbing on us. They're saying, fuck you. What are you going to do about it, bitch? They're flexing. Like, this is fucked up. Okay? Loretta Lynch is Attorney General having a private meeting with Bill Clinton while they're in the process of looking into Hillary Clinton's butter email scandals is ridiculous. But the Republicans were incredibly effective in playing politics and made this a major story at the time. They used it. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been personally throwing himself out there every day looking like a fucking insanely suspicious criminal directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. And that's the only reason why we're talking about it. It's not because the Democrats are actively pushing for it. Okay? The only reason why we're talking about it is because Trump keeps floundering. He keeps trying to get out of this story, and he's doing a horrible job. That's the only reason why it hasn't been swept under the rug. Democrats barely are hanging on to the story and barely pushing it. Every Democrat should be screaming about this to be like, what are we doing? Donald Trump's personal attorney? Donald Trump's personal attorney is now the Deputy Attorney General and is having a private meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell after weeks of inconsistent statements coming from Donald Trump about the list was fake, but there is a list, but the list was made by Democrats. And now there is a list, but it wasn't made by the Democrats now that they suspiciously have now that they're suspiciously talking to Ghislaine Maxwell in closed door settings. What is happening? Chuck did mention it, to be fair. No, actually, as a matter of fact, I'm talking precisely about Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer yesterday tweeted out something, okay? And I think that's really funny that he tweeted this out, even though he didn't personally tweet it out. Someone else must have tweeted it out because Chuck Schumer famously does not have a smartphone. He's very proud of not having a smartphone, so obviously he's not the one tweeting shit out. Someone in his team is. And the tweet was something along the lines of like, it's completely unacceptable for the president to have a closed-door meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, basically what I'm saying, right? What I was saying is like completely ridiculous. Does anyone have the Chuck Schumer tweet? Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think, was it on his personal account or was it on his... He does converse with the Baileys without a phone? Yes. Oh, yes, here it is. Here, I found it. Under no circumstances should anyone from Trump's DOJ be allowed to privately interview Ghislaine Maxwell. The conflict of interest is glaring. It stinks of high corruption. He tweeted this at 1:54 p.m. This was approximately 4 hours after they had done this. It had already happened at that point. Now that Trump's also deputy interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell, she's ready to give names in exchange for leniency. We have a list again. How fortuitous. Dems are experts at tackling problems after they happen. This shouldn't be a surprise. Yeah. Great stuff, man. Why does she even need to give names? I thought they had mountains of evidence already from thousands of hours of literal dollar transactions. They do. They do. There is a list compiled of people who are Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. It's out there. The very fact that they are they're talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is because they don't want the actual list to be released. It's that simple. And Democrats and anyone else should not let that go. Okay? There's footage, there's names, there's a paper trail. There are thousands of wire transfers that connect Jeffrey Epstein through illicit financial dealings to numerous high-ranking officials, heads of state, heads of intelligence agencies, and of course, even the fucking royal family, and also, politicians and the like. So Donald Trump doesn't want that list coming out. So now the only way for you to get a crumb of information will be this heavily slanted Ghislaine Maxwell testimony, even though Ghislaine Maxwell herself has on numerous occasions lied about her involvement and lied about others' involvement even to protect other people like Prince Andrews.
Farmer, who testified against her at trial, questioned why Maxwell was granted a meeting with the Deputy Attorney General.
It's very disappointing that these things are happening behind closed doors without any input from the people that the government asked to come forward and speak against her in order to put her away. There were so many young girls and women that were harmed by her.
The meeting with Maxwell comes as the Justice Department tries to quiet calls from Senate Republicans to release more information about Epstein and his interaction with high-profile figures.
I want all the information out.
Just put everything out, make it as transparent as you can.
Release the damn files.
The Justice Department said earlier this month it planned to release no additional information, despite an earlier commitment to do so. The Wall Street Journal reports Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump in May his name was mentioned in the Epstein files multiple times, along with other high-profile people. Days before the article was published, Trump denied it.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
Appearing in the files is not indicative of wrongdoing. The Journal reports Trump deferred to a decision by Bondi and Blanche to release nothing because the files also contain child pornography and information about victims. Blanche said he is seeking to learn from Maxwell whether anyone else committed crimes against victims, saying he will share what he learns from her at the appropriate time. We're waiting to find out what was asked, how she responded, and whether Rebecca Ghislaine Maxwell made a specific pitch for clemency. Rebecca?
A lot of open questions there, Aaron. Okay, thank you.
What are you hoping Todd wins this meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I don't know about the meeting. I know it's taking place, and he's a fantastic man. He's a great attorney, and people should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the...
Yeah, why don't you focus on things I want you to focus on, which is... Focus on things I want you to focus on. Please. Don't focus on this thing. Focus on others.
The fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be...
Oh, shit. I mean, he ain't wrong about this, by the way, for the record. He ain't wrong about this. But why didn't he say this from the jump? What was in there that he wanted to make sure would not be released? Was it his personal involvement? Was it the involvement of maybe a foreign state that he does not want being associated in this time?
Spoken about, because, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about, and they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Are you considering Maxwell? Are you considering
Easy.
will you do any business deals with the UK?
Yeah, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister right now. We're going to be over there in about 6 hours. We're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. We're going to be talking about the trade deal that we made and maybe even improve it.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, sir?
I saw homeless people sleeping right outside the gates of the White House. Are you concerned about that? I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. You know, I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Just right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Near the Treasury.
Right across the Lafayette Park. Have you heard about Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? And would you pardon or clemency for Ghislaine?
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of...
Bro, he is fucking... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's like, dude, please talk about... Please talk about what I want you to talk about. He's giving a few names, but not himself. Yeah. Notice how the few names that he's giving are also, you know, ideological perceived enemies of Donald Trump. Awfully suspicious.
His friends that are hedge fund guys, they're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Do you maintain you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday?
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could...
Oh, yeah, totally. He doesn't know. He didn't do it. Yeah, I don't even know how to write or read. I am illiterate. Folks, believe me, I'm stupid and illiterate. Don't believe the lies. People say I draw. I've never written a draw. I never wrote a draw. I do not know how to write draw. It was the Otto pen. It must have been the Otto pen.
I could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people. Where did you see the people laying outside? Exactly?
Right across the street from Lafayette Park, sir.
We'll take care of it.
Why are the journalists like, here are all of the homeless people that you would like, if you would like to kill them, there are homeless people here. Just go and, sick your forces on them.
For bringing hostages home, what are the alternative methods to bring hostages home?
Well, we got a lot of them out, and it's... I've always said those last 10 or 20 are going to be the toughest because Hamas knows what happens when they don't have any bargaining chips. And they really broke a deal. They broke a deal, and you're going to have to do what you have to do right now. It's a terrible thing. And I always knew that. I said, when you get down to the last one, they're not going to be able to make a deal.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if she's cooperating?
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Trump blasts reporters to their face for making a very big thing about Epstein files.
No, I was never briefed. No.
Did you ask how? What are you hoping?
Yeah, he's lying about that. Saying he's never been briefed on the Epstein stuff is a bullshit lie. We already know from reporting from the Wall Street Journal that the DOJ actually was tasked with scouring through how he was mentioned. Not only the DOJ briefed him, the Department of Justice absolutely briefed him on his mentions, but they were tasked to find his name in the files. He also openly admitted that he was briefed on July 15th. And now he's saying he was not briefed at all on July 25th.
Really nothing to say about it.
I feel like a sweaty Nixon moment incoming. No, we are living in the post-Trump universe. There is no more Nixon. Listen. Nixon, there have already been numerous Nixon moments with Donald Trump. There have been Nixon moments with Donald Trump in the first presidency. There have been Nixon moments with Donald Trump so far. The reason why it will never be perceived in the same way is because the normal standards of like shame and people like moving in a certain way where they care about the infallibility of institutions and the notion that these institutions are supposed to keep up a objective view on justice, it's gone. It's over. Nixon moments can only happen, at least if we're looking at like the public perception, right? Nixon moments can only happen if people are capable of getting angry at Donald Trump. If the base of support is capable of getting angry at Donald Trump, if there are enough people within positions of power that still care about, I don't know, defending these institutions, I think it's done. I don't know what could happen. I don't know what could happen for like, what could Donald Trump be caught doing that would be a bridge too far? I genuinely don't know. This is a different country. Our institutions are failing. This is what decline looks like. It's only going to get worse. Yeah.
This is being talked to by a very smart man, by a very good man, Todd Blanche. And I don't know anything about the conversation. I haven't really been following it. A lot of people are asking me about pardons. Obviously, this is no time to be talking about pardons. But a lot of people have asked about pardon. This is just not a time to be talking about pardons. Todd will come back with whatever he's got. You're making a very big thing over something that's not a big thing. You should be talking about, if you're going to talk about that, talk about Clinton, talk about the former president of Harvard, talk about all of his friends, talk about the hedge fund.
Oh my God. Okay. He's soft launching. I'm serious. He's 100% soft launching what names we might hear from Ghislaine Maxwell as unindicted co-conspirators. I don't know to what degree. I don't know what kind of information she will reveal, because I don't think she's going to be like, yeah, Bill Clinton literally fucked children. I don't think she's going to say that. But I feel like he is. I feel like he's leaking like what is going to come out from the Ghislaine meetings. But I mean, when you think about it this way, Trump uses broad tariffs as a way to bully people into submission. He does this with every lever of power that he has. So it almost makes sense why he could potentially use the Ghislaine testimony as also a way to bully industry leaders into submission, for example. Like, totally see him having side deals with like Leon Black or maybe other disgraced financiers, depending on like their commitment to Trump, and be like, do you want to be named in the Ghislaine files? Because I know you were there. I was there with you, right? And just use this as an opportunity to basically to shelter allies and even bring more incredibly powerful people onto his side, while simultaneously outing his ideological enemies. This way he can bully people like Bill Gates. He can bully hedge funds. He can bully all of these like financiers that have played a role in Jeffrey Epstein's schemes and Jeffrey Epstein's incredibly complex network of influence. What's the strat here? Bribe Ghislaine with reduced sentence if she names other people instead of himself? Yes. But even then, I don't think that he will be able to, I don't think that he can straight up name names like Bill Gates and then say like, oh, he was a pedophile. There's already tremendous connections between Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, or not Bill Gates, sorry, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Jeffrey Epstein, right? We already know that they are directly connected to one another, long past the point of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal conviction for sex trafficking minors. So he can get away with like naming Bill Gates, but I don't think he can get away with like, I keep saying Bill Gates. He can get away with naming Bill Clinton, but I don't think he can get away with saying that Bill Clinton was like literally directly involved sexually with minors. Bill Gates too, by the way, for the record. Bill Gates literally did meet with Jeffrey Epstein. We know that. Okay. So that's the reason why I keep saying Bill Gates as opposed to Bill Clinton. So I don't know to what extent they can reveal like what kind of criminal acts that Bill Clinton was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Because like I said, mutually assured pedophilia destruction, mutually assured destruction of pedophilia. There is that angle here.
Guys that were with him all the time don't talk about Trump. What you should be talking about is the fact that we have the greatest 6 months in the history of a presidency, according to a lot of people. And we had an amazing 6 months. And this is sort of an example of it. Now we're meeting with the European Union, having...
You think it's more than trafficking? I know it's more than trafficking. What do you mean? The real... Okay, listen to me. The most consequential stuff that people obviously understandably care about is the sex trafficking of minors. That understandably, it's the most severe of crimes. But if you want to know the full extent, the real meat and potatoes there is the finances, because there are thousands of wire transfers between Jeffrey Epstein and numerous financiers, and perhaps even some other incredibly wealthy folk beyond like Wall Street CEOs and hedge fund managers and things like that. That is the meat and potatoes. That is the real shit. Connections to intelligence agencies, connections to foreign heads of state, connections to, American politicians.
We're also meeting with, as you know, the head of UK, Prime Minister, and I look.
Yeah, we talked about this before, but there were 4,725 wire transfers totaling nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Jeffrey Epstein's bank accounts between the years 2003 and 2019. 4,725 on one bank account. That is 4,200 individual investigations that could be conducted. There's a paper trail. You can follow that paper trail to see what you discover.
Look forward to that. But we're meeting in terms of a deal. We're meeting with the European Union, and that would be actually the biggest deal of them all. I was never involved in that. I'm focused on making deals. I'm not focused on conspiracy theories that you.
Oh my God. Trump saying I'm not focused on conspiracy theories is crazy, brother. That's ridiculous.
You are. I mean, I watch you people. It's so sad. You ought to talk about the success of our country instead of this nonsense you talk about over and over again.
That meeting Sandra just mentioned just wrapped up moments ago. Maxwell was escorted back to the prison from the courthouse in Tallahassee. Her attorney said they had a, quote, productive meeting with Blanche, but details of their talks still remain under wraps right now.
All right, Fox Team coverage is at the ready. Chief legal correspondent Shannon Bream is live here in New York City, standing by with analysis. But first, let's get to our justice correspondent, David Spunt. He's got the latest from Washington for us. So, David, what else did Maxwell's attorney say?
Well, he said a lot. We wish we could be in and hear what was said in the actual meeting. This meeting was a lot shorter than it was yesterday, but this was a two-day event. The highlight, though, it appears that her team wants a pardon. Watch.
We're going to take one day at a time. I know that's very cliche, but it's true because things are happening so quickly. We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And listen. The president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
But the president leaving the White House today was asked directly about a pardon or commutation of Maxwell's sentence.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell? It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something recommended. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Sandra, this all happened at the federal courthouse in Tallahassee, not far from where Maxwell's serving a 20-year prison sentence behind bars for trafficking. The DOJ not commenting on the meeting today. Legal experts question whether Maxwell told and will tell her version of the truth going forward, the actual truth. Now, the recent photos we have snapped by Fox News Digital show her on a run at that Tallahassee prison. We're still awaiting decisions from two federal judges in New York who will decide if they'll release grand jury transcripts from investigations involving both Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. A Florida judge from another of Epstein's criminal cases says her hands are tied, as anything to do with the grand jury in the American court system is typically kept close and secretive. But he said, when I say he, I'm talking about Maxwell's attorney, he said we haven't reached out to anybody or the president just yet on a pardon. Back to you.
Watch. Kevin Spacey says Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's jet with young girls during a Clinton Foundation trip to Africa. Spacey says Clinton's presence around the girls put him at risk. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Oh. Again, I feel like these are breadcrumbs about what the Ghislaine testimony will look like. There's a lot of pedophile infighting taking place right now.
Business leaders in London because he knew I was coming to the Old Vic. Do you know who I never asked for anything? Was Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't want to be around this guy because I felt he put the president at risk on that trip to South Africa because there were these young girls. And we were like, who is this guy? So I will say this.
There were young girls on those flights.
There were young girls on those flights, yeah. And that's been out. They've talked about it. But here's my point. There's a big difference between not remembering that I met some guy and some woman on a humanitarian trip where my focus was entirely on what we were there to do and not remembering whether I went to somebody's island. So I never went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I did not know him, and I never saw him or her after that morning at Buckingham Palace. He didn't even come to Buckingham Palace.
Is it true that Prince Andrew sought your assistance and wanted you to testify that Ghislaine Maxwell was your guest, not his, during that Buckingham Palace tour?
I heard a report about that, but at no time did anyone ever contact me on.
Bro, Kevin Spacey coming out this comfortable is wild. Okay? Kevin Spacey's definitely on the list. Yeah, no shit he's on the list. What are you talking about? We know he is incredibly connected to both the Clintons and Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. We know that already. We also know that he was, there was a criminal trial that ended under mysterious circumstances, for the record. Like, he had criminal trials with minor victims that ended under mysterious circumstances separate from Jeffrey Epstein. He's soft launching his public image again. Piers ain't that big, but it's big enough to check public opinion. Yeah, this is wild, man. Yeah, one of his accusers died. Another one actually rescinded their testimony after one of the accusers died.
On his behalf. And as I say, I'm not friends with him. I never saw him after that day.
What do you think about what's happened to him?
I don't know anything about it. It's not, I'm not going to talk about someone else's scandal,
Russia, so they've settled on Carter Page, and in order to get
the fuck is the rest of this? Yeah, he's 3 of his accusers died in the same year. Ari Ben dies at 47, marking third death this year of Kevin Spacey accusers. Author Ari Ben has died, marking the third passing in 2019 of a person who publicly accused actor Kevin Spacey of sexual misconduct or assault. The 47-year-old, who was previously married to Norwegian princess Martha Louise, died by suicide on Christmas Day. Family spokesman Geir Hakkason told CNN, "It is with great sadness in our hearts that we, the very close relatives of Ari Ben, must announce that he took his own life today," the statement read. "We ask for respect for our privacy at this time to come." Anthony Fantano says, "Happy birthday." Hey, thank you. Oof. Fantano called you old and to listen to the new Freddie Gibbs? Sure. His death comes 2 years after he spoke openly on a Norwegian radio station about an alleged encounter with Spacey that transpired when the actor had hosted a Nobel Prize concert. "I have a little Me Too story about Kevin Spacey," Ben said, becoming one of the 15 individuals to come forward with disturbing claims about Spacey. "We were having a nice chat where we spoke about theater and drama in the Little Theater, the Wick, a theater in London. We had a good conversation sitting beside each other. After 5 minutes, he said, 'Hey, let's go out and have a cigarette.' Then he grabbed me under the table right in the balls." Hey, Sanchovies. Yeah. This was the third death of a Kevin Spacey accuser in the same fucking year when they were all coming out. And then the remaining, did you talk about the Tim Heidecker H3 office hours Hassan Hader caller yet? No, I don't know what those words mean. That's crazy. That is not worth it, trust me. What? It was gross, don't look into it. Drama bait. I mean, considering that Tim Heidecker is the man, and I have already collaborated with office hours in the past and Tim Heidecker in the past, I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, I don't know. No, Tim defended you as a rando. A fungi called in to berate Tim and other hosts for working with you, a misogynist. That's funny. Okay. All right, well. She was shaming DJ Doug Pound for attending the anti-genocide event that you're going to be at. Oh, no, it was an anti-ICE event. Yeah, no, these guys have the right interest in mind. These supposedly liberal these supposedly liberal people that are so obsessed with their favorite content creator that they're like, hey, you should not participate in a anti-ICE fundraiser that this person is going to be at, because my favorite content creator who doesn't actually fucking care about my favorite content creator who doesn't care about any politics has decided that this person is evil. Not defending the original take, but she specifically said it wasn't an issue that Doug was working at an event where you were on the panel. I mean, I don't really give a shit. She boosted FD Signifier. Yeah, that's my favorite type of thing that people do, where they're like, I'm a liberal and I hate Hassan because my favorite content creator hates Hassan. Here are numerous friends of Hassan and close associates with Hassan that I think you should be uplifting instead. And it's like, okay, great. You know, those guys are awesome. FD Signifier is great. Love them. Been in my house numerous times. And also, you know, it is what it is. She basically said you're a misogynist and listed 4 people who wouldn't call you a misogynist. Oh, nice. So exactly as I suspected. That's my favorite type of hater that says like, no, I'm truly progressive. I'm truly progressive. Here are some other people that I like that also like Hassan. But those people actually would hate Hassan. I, a totally random person, know this because I've never actually watched Hassan. All right, let's get back to important things. So Alan Dershowitz, the prominent attorney who once represented both Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, is urging Congress to grant Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime associate and convicted sex trafficker, full immunity in exchange for her testimony before lawmakers. Dershowitz argues Maxwell knows everything about Epstein's criminal enterprise and calls her the Rosetta Stone of the case, claiming such testimony could finally unravel key details about the financier's activities and connections with powerful figures. If Alan Dershowitz, who was incredibly connected to Jeffrey Epstein, who was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, who famously and very notoriously has actively been in legal trouble with other Jeffrey Epstein victims that have directly outed him, okay? If he's saying Ghislaine Maxwell has reliable testimony and is the Rosetta Stone here, just know, considering that he is compromised, he knows for a fucking fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is not going to reveal any new information. And as a matter of fact, I suspect that that testimony will hold very little weight.
Treated unfairly for over 5 years now. If you looked up scapegoat in the dictionary, her face would be next to the definition, next to the dictionary definition of it. So, you know, we're grateful.
Are they going to pay her for incorrect information? I mean, it's not like a direct payment. The payment is going to instead be sentence commutation. What? Why do you keep posting your own Twitter in here? Your own Twitter account in here? Stop trying to get me to click on your Twitter.
For this opportunity to finally be able to say what really happened, and that's what we're going to do yesterday and today. She's keeping her spirits up as much as she can. She's one of the strongest people I've ever met. She's been in terrible, awful conditions for 5 years. We wouldn't keep animals the way she's been kept in prison. So, you know, it's unbelievable that she can keep her spirits up this high, and we're proud of her. We just ask that folks.
I think the fact that she is one of the primary facilitators and she is the only known major conspirator that hasn't died in prison under mysterious circumstances is evidence enough, at least, you know, I'm speculating, but it's you know, it's already suspicious enough. Don't say yet. I don't think this is a yet situation. I think what she will reveal will be, I guess, shocking enough for people to pay attention to, but not so shocking that it's like implicating other incredibly powerful individuals, because it won't be revealing the real meat and potatoes of this case. Do you see what I mean? The very fact that she's still very much alive and in prison implies that people know that she is playing ball. If you consider Jeffrey Epstein dying under mysterious circumstances and not actually committing suicide, or Jean-Luc Purnell dying in prison also under mysterious circumstances that they called suicide, implies that she is known to play ball.
Look at what she has to say with an open mind, and that's what Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has promised us. And everything she says can be corroborated, and And she's telling the truth. She's got no reason to lie at this point, and she's going to keep telling the truth.
Yeah, she's so fearless.
And we're finished after.
She's so fearless. She's such a girl boss. I like using girl boss terminology when talking about a convicted sex trafficker of minors who was also a convicted rapist as well. A rapist, sex trafficker of minors. And this guy's like a real girl boss, real brave of her. Hashtag free spirit.
All day yesterday and today, Ghislaine answered every single question asked of her over the last day and a half. She answered those questions honestly, truthfully, to the best of her ability. She never invoked a privilege. She never refused to answer a question. So we're very proud of her. We're proud of how the process has worked over the past day and a half. I will say this. She has been treated unfairly for the past 5 years. She didn't get a fair trial. We're still appealing to the Supreme Court. We're going to be filing a reply in the Supreme Court on her cert petition on Monday. Remember, people have questioned her honesty, which I think is just wrong. Remember, a juror lied to get onto the jury, admitted to lying to get onto her jury. She did not get a fair trial. No prosecutor even mentioned her until Epstein died. So we feel that the process for Ghislaine has...
Oh, that Kevin Spacey clip happened last year? The one that we just watched? Oh my God, that's from last year. I mean, a lot of the Ghislaine, the Ghislaine prison interviews, also on the Piers Morgan show, did happen last year as well. It's crazy, dude. I don't know what to say, man. This shit is actually insane. What an insane conflict of fucking interest here, dude. Like, this is like, I cannot. Like, you have an administration that is like actively seeking to cover up all of the investigation's details and using Ghislaine Maxwell as the primary testifier, and she has all the power and all the interest in seeking clemency, seeking a pardon, and her freedom from an administration that is known to engage in quid pro quo is hanging on her testimony. She has literally every reason to lie.
Been unfair. She was denied bail. She was treated worse than an animal would be treated in jail when she was first held, woken up every 15 minutes. So we're just trying to get through the process where we are now and get her some relief. So that's where we are today.
Do you feel like you're going to get some relief after all the conversations you've been having the last couple of days?
We don't know. We don't know how it's going to play out. We just know that this was the first opportunity she's ever been given to answer questions about what happened. And so the truth will come out about what happened with Mr. Epstein, and she's the person who's answering those questions. We don't think this will affect her appeal. We're appealing on a very important ground, which is the government at the time promised Jeffrey Epstein that any potential co-conspirators would not be prosecuted. And so she deserves that promise. And I'm surprised. I don't think President Trump knows that the Justice Department took the position that that promise should not be upheld. President Trump is the ultimate deal maker. He knows that a promise made on behalf of the government should bind the government. And so we're hoping the Supreme Court agrees with us that when the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Florida promised that no potential co-conspirators would be prosecuted, that bound the Southern District of New York as well.
We're getting new details about the now infamous birthday book given to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th. The Wall Street Journal has new reporting about the contributors, which it says include not only Trump, but former President Bill Clinton, Wall Street billionaires, and other prominent celebrities. Clinton declined to comment, but said in 2019 that he knew of nothing of Epstein's crimes and had not spoken to him in more than a decade. And the New York Times reports that President Trump had signed another admiring note to Epstein in a copy of Trump's book, The Art of the Comeback, dated October of '97, writing, "You are the greatest." NBC News has not independently verified either of those reports. Joining me now, the reporter who broke that story, David Enrich, who is deputy investigations editor for the New York Times. David, the White House has acknowledged that in 1997, Trump and Epstein still had a relationship, but has called reports that Trump participated in that birthday book fake. So walk us through your new reporting.
Well, it confirms that Trump contributed to the birthday book. And I can't, it's pretty simple, really. And Trump has been denying and downplaying the extent of his relationship with Epstein for a while now. And every new bit of reporting we've done, and that some of our competitors have done as well, suggests that what we've known for a long time is true, which is that Epstein and Trump were quite close in the 90s and into the early 2000s.
Does it seem at all likely, as some people have speculated, for example, that Donald Trump said, yeah, go ahead, put a page in for me, or that he really didn't know even that there was a birthday book? What do we absolutely know about this book? And by the way, where is it right now?
Well, the birthday book is, our understanding, is in the possession of Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which is being controlled by some of his former lawyers and advisors. I think it's possible with Trump's submission to the birthday book that someone else prepared it for him and he signed his name. And I don't know that that's the case, but I think that is plausible. But I also think that it is very unlikely that Trump himself didn't sign the book and or wasn't aware that it was being prepared on his behalf. Again, Trump and Epstein, by all appearances, were close friends, or were quite friendly, I should say, and spent a lot of time together.
Yeah, we have seen over the course of days more video, right? More pictures of them together. There's no question about the fact that they had a friendship. And Donald Trump essentially acknowledged that when he said, you know, we were friends, but we had a falling out, right? The question of, though, contributing to this book, is that something potentially Ghislaine?
Yeah, that motherfucker didn't just say happy birthday. He said we both got secrets that we have to hide. A friend is a beautiful thing. He didn't just say happy birthday, okay? I'm sorry. That wasn't just a happy birthday, King note, okay? It was far beyond, above and beyond the happiest of birthdays. He said enigmas never age. And he fucking doodled it. At first I was on team Trump doesn't doodle. That doesn't sound like him. And then it came out that he does, as a matter of fact, doodle quite a lot. And after that, I was like, okay, maybe he definitely doodled that shit too. He is a major doodler. He loves doodling and perhaps diddling as well.
Maxwell might be able to clear up in her conversations that she had up until 12:30 this afternoon and all day yesterday with Todd Blanche.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is the one who put this book together. I think she is the holder of a lot of information and a lot of secrets about Epstein's relationship with quite a few powerful people, including Donald Trump. But again, I don't think there's really any dispute that, and I know Trump is denying it, but I do not think there's any dispute among people who have studied this and looked into the facts and done reporting that Trump did submit to the birthday book. That does not mean that Trump had an improper relationship with Epstein or knew about Epstein's crimes. It just means, again, what we have known for a long time, which is that Epstein and Trump were pals in the 90s and early 2000s. And what's notable to me is the degree to which Trump is denying this and the ferocity with which he's denying it. And that has surprised me. And I think that it suggests something about his sensitivity to this stuff. And it makes me wonder what else there is to know that has got his guard up so ferociously here.
Again, because, frankly, being friends with him or being mentioned in what we're now calling the Epstein files is no proof of wrongdoing. So, David Enrich, I have a feeling you're going to be doing more reporting, and we may have you back on the show at another time. But some great reporting so far. Thank you. Great.
Wall Street Journal, Epstein's birthday album. Also, there's additional details from Wall Street Journal. Epstein's birthday album included letters from Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and others. This is it. Jeffrey Epstein's birthday album included letters from Bill Clinton and also disgraced financier Leon Black. Now we've talked about Leon Black a little bit. And the reason why we talked about Leon Black was because like the only thing that Leon Black is known for is being a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate with his own allegations of sexual misconduct. Lots of different sources using Bill Clinton's name front and center. Everyone's soft launching. Former president, Wall Street billionaire, were listed among listed along with Donald Trump as friends in the 2003 book's table of contents, which named around 6 contributors. The biggest name was a past president rather than a future one. Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was keen for Bill Clinton and other boldface names to submit letters for the special gift, according to people involved in putting it together. In the end, she was successful. The leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein, was first arrested in 2006 and included a page with a single paragraph in Clinton's distinctive scrawl. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted as long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and illegible word, don't know what the illegible word is, and also to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. First of all, why is every former president writing like this to Jeffrey Epstein? They all use a very similar language. Also, childlike curiosity is extra strange. A spokesman for Clinton declined to comment on the birthday message, which was reviewed by the Journal. He referred to the Journal to a previous statement that the former president had cut ties more than a decade before Epstein was arrested in 2019 and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Except you were walking your daughter, Chelsea Clinton, down the aisle as Ghislaine Maxwell was standing right there. And that was after you had, quote unquote, cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. So maybe some ties were not cut. The former president was among around 6 people, including Donald Trump, Wall Street billionaire Leon Black, fashion designer Vera Wang, and media owner Mort Zuckerman, who ended up in the letters in the 2003 book, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Yep, the Dersh is, of course, also on there. The letter bearing Trump's signature, which had the outline of a naked woman, was one of the more memorable pages, according to the people involved in putting the album together. Trump has called the letter a fake thing. The professionally bound birthday book had multiple volumes and included a table of contents that listed the contributions organized into groups. While many letter writers weren't famous, some categories held notable people. Clinton and Trump were listed under the Friends group, along with about 20 other associates such as Leon Black, Zuckerman, former Victoria's Secret leader Leslie Wexner, attorney Alan Dershowitz, and the late Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran a modeling agency. Jean-Luc Brunel, also literally arrested for sex trafficking of minors, who died in prison under mysterious circumstances. He wasn't just a guy who ran a modeling agency. Leslie Wexner is literally almost entirely responsible for Jeffrey Epstein's fortune, gave Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney, gave Jeffrey Epstein the New York mansion that he used. Okay? Alan Dershowitz was Jeffrey Epstein's friend and also was one of the named perpetrators by Virginia Giuffre, one of the most notorious of victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and Alan Dershowitz as well. Jean-Luc Brunel, like I said, ran numerous modeling agencies and used those modeling agencies as a way to find new victims for Jeffrey Epstein, and was arrested for sex trafficking minors and his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein when he died under mysterious circumstances in prison. So these aren't just like regular guys. A business group included the late Alan Ace Greenberg and the late James Jimmy Kane. Both men worked at Bear Stearns, where Epstein was the investment banker. Was at the investment bank in the 1970s. Other people were grouped under categories such as science, Brooklyn, and family. Some of the messages were anodyne birthday wishes, but others were bawdy and made crude jokes about sex, according to the documents reviewed by the Journal. A letter from Nathan Myhrvold, a billionaire and former Microsoft executive, said he was sending photos from a recent trip to Africa. They seem more appropriate than anything I could put into words, said the letter, which ended with a typed Nathan. It was followed by photos of monkeys screaming, lions and zebras mating, and a zebra with its penis visible. What the fuck? Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell got granted limited immunity by the Trump Justice Department. This is limited immunity for revealing details about other for the interview process. Chat. This isn't like additional immunity. Yeah, this is just that. This is just a rehashing of something we covered earlier today. Now, it's interesting that Trump is named alongside co-conspirators that we know are co-conspirators under the friend category. So just want to point that out. The friend category is the meat here, okay? Clinton and Trump were listed in the friends group. And I told you already the extent of the involvement of others in the friend group in this birthday book, okay? A spokesman for Myhrvold said he doesn't recall the submission and that he's a wildlife photographer who regularly shares photos and writes about animal behavior. The spokeswoman for Myhrvold only knew Epstein because he attended TED conferences, was a donor to scientific research. The submission with Black's name had a handwritten poem and a rhyme scheme. with a rhyme scheme. The poem included acronym WFPC with an asterisk that said that it stood for Vanity Fair Poster Child, a reference to a magazine profile of Epstein that was in the works. 2 lines in the poem read, blonde, red, or brunette, spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man and the sea. It was signed Love and Kisses, Leon. Leon Black, the co-founder of Apollo Global Management, who, of course, a spokesman for Black, declined to comment on the letter. Black has said he met Epstein around 1996 and paid him for tax and real estate planning. Weird. Like, this guy is a finance guy himself. Why the fuck does he need Jeffrey Epstein's advice? He couldn't find other people to get tax advice from and real estate planning advice from? What is Jeffrey Epstein's real estate advice going to be? Hey, become friends with Les Wexner. And then Les Wexner will give you power of attorney and also will give you a fucking $30 million mansion for free. Wow, incredible advice. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Leon Black agreed to pay $62.5 million to settle Epstein-related claims, by the way. The private equity mogul struck a deal with the U.S. Virgin Islands to avoid a potential lawsuit over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. This was back in 2023. The billionaire investor Leon Black agreed to pay $62.5 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands in January to be released from any potential claims arising out of the territory's 3-year investigation into the sex trafficking operation of the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, according to a copy of the settlement agreement. How the fuck do you settle with the U.S. Virgin Islands? Isn't that literally a criminal investigation? Like, what is this? You could just be like, hey, I'm giving you $1 billion. I'm giving $100 million to the Department of Justice. Please stop looking into my involvement with a notorious pedophile sex trafficker. That is crazy. Yeah, Black resigned from both Apollo Global Management and the Museum of Modern Art in the wake of sexual misconduct allegations. The previously undisclosed settlement came after the Virgin Islands reached a $105 million deal in November with Mr. Epstein's estate. The next month, the territory sued JP Morgan and Chase in federal court over the bank's 15-year relationship. A registered sex offender who killed himself in Manhattan jail in 2019. Killed himself, sure. The Virgin Islands government produced a settlement agreement with Mr. Black in response to a public records request by the New York Times. In January, representatives of the two parties held a private mediation session to settle claims, according to another document reviewed by the Times. The $62.5 million settlement followed that session. Mr. Black agreed to pay in cash, according to the settlement document. The settlement shows the extent to which Mr. Black, once a titan of the private equity industry, has gone to limit scrutiny of his decades-long social and business ties to Mr. Epstein. This is wild, Spacey. Oh, yeah, he does Frank Underwood threats. Yes. Yes, I remember this. This was when he was, in 2018, numerous victims of Kevin Spacey came out about his sexual misconduct. In 2019, 3 of them died. I believe by 2020, all of the cases had ended either because the victims had died or because they had rescinded their testimony after 3 of the alleged victims had died. This is before any of them died. He made this video.
I know it. Oh, sure, they may have tried to separate us, but what we have is too strong. It's too powerful. I mean, after all, we shared everything, you and I. I told you my deepest, darkest secrets. I showed you exactly what people are capable of. I shocked you with my honesty, but mostly I challenged you and made you think. And you trusted me, even though you knew you shouldn't. So we're not done, no matter what anyone says. And besides, I know what you want. You want me back. Of course, some believed everything and had just been waiting with bated breath to hear me confess it all. They're just dying to have me declare that everything said is true and that I got what I deserved. Wouldn't that be easy if it was all so simple? Only you and I both know it's never that simple, not in politics and not in life. But you wouldn't believe the worst without evidence, would you? You wouldn't rush to judgments without facts, would you?
No, this is not his natural speaking voice. He's playing Frank Underwood from the Netflix series House of Cards. This is after he was already off the show. And he's playing that character while alluding to this is after victims had already come out. Okay. And then his first response was to come out and be like, I'm gay, by the way. Like, that was supposed to be the big revelation that I guess takes some of the attention away from him. I don't know. But he was like, I'm gay, by the way. Oh, these people are saying I'm a sex criminal. Well, guess what? I'm gay. And then he did this video on Christmas Day, yes, playing the role of his former Netflix show House of Cards, Frank Underwood, the president who like notoriously does murders and stuff personally, and then hides the murders that he does. And he's like cutting some Christmas ham or something, and he has a mug there that is the 1953 like coronation mug. Like I think he's like doing a shout out to the royal family here as well. This was his "I'm gonna kill my accuser" video, which ended up, his accusers did end up dying, by the way.
Did you? No, not you. You're smarter than that. Anyway, all this presumption made for such an unsatisfying ending, and to think it could have been such a memorable send-off. I mean, if you and I have learned nothing else these past years, it's that in life and art, nothing should be off the table. We weren't afraid, not of what we said, and not of what we did, and we're still not afraid. Because I can promise you this. If I didn't pay the price for the things we both know I did do, I'm certainly not going to pay the price for the things I didn't do. Oh, of course, they're going to say I'm being disrespectful, not playing by the rules, like I ever played by anyone's rules before. I never did, and you loved it. Anyhow, despite all the poppycock, the animosity, the headlines, the impeachment without a trial, despite everything, despite even my own death, I feel surprisingly good. And my confidence grows each day that soon enough you...
Look, that is a mug, there's a coronation mug.
You will know the full truth. Oh, wait a minute. Now that I think of it, you never actually saw me die, did you? Conclusions can be so deceiving. Miss me?
Kevin Spacey will be arraigned on a charge of felony sexual assault next month. Michael O'Keefe, the Cape and Islands District Attorney in Massachusetts, tells the Boston Globe that Spacey will appear January 7th at Nantucket District Court. The charge stems from an incident that occurred on the island back in 2016. The victim's mother, Heather Unruh, said last year that Spacey repeatedly stuck his hand down the pants of her 18-year-old son. The boy was eventually able to get away when the woman walked over to him while the actor was in the bathroom and said, "Run." At the time, Spacey was trying to convince the boy to join him at a party, said Unruh, who now hopes to find the mystery woman who she believes saved her son from a far worse fate. Anyway, but yeah, Mr. Black, Leon Black, 71, was forced to step down in early 2021 as chairman and executive of Apollo Global Management, the giant private equity firm he co-founded in 1990. A major art collector who made news for his $120 million purchase of a version of Edvard Munch's The Scream. Mr. Black also stepped down as chairman of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. The four-page settlement said nothing in it should be construed as an admission of liability by Mr. Black. Benicia H. Velasquez, a lawyer with the Virgin Islands Attorney General's office, which negotiated the settlement, said, for the past several years, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice has made it a priority to support human trafficking victims and to enforce the law to prevent and deter human trafficking, except for the fact that you can, I guess, like, buy your innocence. Like it's a fucking civil claim or something. Like it's just like doesn't make any sense. It is pretty crazy. Yes, I know Ghislaine has been offered limited immunity. I don't think this is new information. Ghislaine Maxwell granted limited immunity by Trump Justice Department. I think this is the same one, right? Yeah. This is the same one as the proffer. The so-called proffer immunity is commonly granted in a criminal case. That's the extent of the limited immunity that she's getting. It's just for her revelations. You understand? Let's get rid of taxes and let the billionaires pay for their crimes they're not getting charged with. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Breaking moments ago, new reporting from the Wall Street Journal sheds more light on that book Ghislaine Maxwell compiled for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003. The book that contained a letter bearing Trump's signature and had the outline of a naked woman. The Journal now has details of other letters in that book, including former President Bill Clinton, Wall Street billionaire Leon Black, fashion designer Vera Wang, and media owner Mort Zuckerman. That's according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. More from the Journal's reporting. The professionally bound birthday book had multiple volumes that included a table of contents.
Happy birthday, King. Why are you not celebrating? This is what I love doing. Okay. I love streaming. I love covering the news. Why would I do anything but what I love to do, that I'm fortunate enough to do every single day on my birthday as well.
Listed the contributions organized into groups. While many letters writers weren't famous, some categories had notable people. Clinton and Trump were listed under the Friends group, along with about 20 other associates, such as Black, Zuckerman, former Victoria's Secret leader Leslie Wexner, attorney Alan Dershowitz, and the late Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran a modeling agency. Now, we should note, NBC News has not seen or verified these materials. A spokesman for Clinton declined to comment on the birthday message, which was reviewed by the Journal. He referred the Journal to a previous statement that the former president had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein was arrested in 2019. Didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Black, Zuckerman, and Wang all declined to comment to the Journal.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Whoa, Joe Rogan is going to talk about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Interesting. I wonder if the rats are... Oh, man. Anyway, we're gonna continue with the Jeffrey Epstein saga, Network of Depravity by Jabri, part 1. We're gonna finish the part 1 now.
4 years later, a new French investigation was launched into the disgraced modeling agent.
This part uncovers Jean-Luc Brunel, Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, who died under mysterious circumstances, ran a modeling agency.
In December 2020, Brunel was finally arrested, taken into custody on charges of rape, sexual assault against minors, sexual harassment, criminal conspiracy, and trafficking human beings. While awaiting trial in February 2022, the 76-year-old Brunel was found hanging in his prison cell, dead.
He died exactly the same way Jeffrey Epstein did as well, and also that he wasn't necessarily on suicide watch facing these charges.
Yasmin, these parallels are so striking.
Another coincidence.
Virginia saw a lot of famous people during her time with Epstein, one being Les Wexner, who she said she had sex with possibly more than 5 times, according to unsealed court documents. Some additional names Virginia mentioned were MIT professor Marvin Minsky, who she says had sex with her on Little St. James Island, billionaire Tom Pritzker, and of course Simpsons creator Matt Groening, who she claims to have given a foot massage during a flight to Los Angeles, recounting how she almost threw up at the shape of his feet. Writing in her memoir, he had yellow, crusty toenails that even someone with a chainsaw would have had troubles cutting through. And then there was the fluffy balls of leftover pieces of sock wedged between the crevices of his sweaty toes. In return, he allegedly compensated her with a drawing of Homer and Bart Simpson made out to her brother and father. Amidst the vast sea of names implicated by Virginia, however, there was one very notable person that stood out among the rest.
I don't really know why you like to defend these high-profile clients. Do you regret it at all? And did you ever see anything untoward about Mr. Epstein?
Alan Dershowitz is a criminal defense attorney who has spent much of his life teaching at Harvard in between representing the most controversial figures he could find. He began his career defending 3 far-right terrorists accused of planting a bomb in the Manhattan office of Imprizio Saul Hurok, successfully getting them off before helping to get another certified good guy off the hook a couple years later. For those of you listening right now, I can't see the screen, it's O.J. Simpson. He was O.J. Simpson's lawyer in 1995, and would go on to provide his services for Mike Tyson during his rape case, Donald Trump during his first impeachment, where he argued it's not illegal for Trump to bribe the Ukrainian president, and was also Harvey Weinstein's lawyer, despite insisting on The View what a big supporter of the Me Too movement he was. In his 6 decades of being a public figure, Dershowitz is also...
He is the fucking, he is the #1 guy at getting totally evil people off. It's crazy. He's the ultimate bad guy defender.
Also argued in favor of torture during the Iraq War, wrote about lowering the legal age of consent to 16, went to extreme lengths to deny tenure for pro-Palestinian professor Norm Finkelstein after a heated debate the two of them had on Israel, and is actually set to defend the state of Israel against allegations of war crimes at the International Court of Justice sometime in the near future. And of course, he was also the lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein, of whom he considered at one point to be a good friend. In fact, when asked if he'd still be close to Epstein in the event the financier could no longer afford legal counsel in 2003, Dershowitz replied, "Absolutely. I would be as interested in him as a friend if we had hamburgers on the boardwalk in Coney Island and talked about his ideas." What ideas? When he was writing his book, he told Vicky Ward that the only person he'd send drafts to outside of his immediate family was Jeffrey Epstein. Ward also notes that Dershowitz was thrilled to meet none other than Prince Andrew at Epstein's Manhattan residence one time, even letting the prince hang out in the back of his lectures.
I'm thrilled at all these
papers have come out. I urged them. I went to court. I asked for everything to come out because I knew that I had done nothing wrong, and the papers would exculpate me. I want to make sure every single document comes out. The public has the right to see everything.
Virginia Giuffre first accused Alan Dershowitz of sexual abuse in a 2014 sworn affidavit, claiming under oath that she was forced to have sex with the professor on at least...
Yes, Alan Dershowitz has called age of consent laws controversial as of last month. Age of consent laws have become controversial, sparking debates on societal norms and legality. He loves defending lowering the age of consent.
6 separate occasions, even appearing to get physically sick as she tried to describe the alleged encounters to attorneys. The first time she ever met the Harvard professor, Virginia said on the record, was at the office of Epstein's Manhattan home, which we know from the Vanity Fair article Dershowitz was known to visit. While she stresses it's hard for her to remember things chronologically, she says she is able to recall the most recent time she had sex with Dershowitz, which allegedly happened on an airplane in Massachusetts, as well as the first time in Epstein's bedroom minutes after the financier had left the room. Dershowitz walked in, and Virginia claims they had sex on a red velvet chair. Afterwards, Epstein asked Virginia if he enjoyed it, to which she told him yes. She also claimed that Dershowitz participated in sexual activity in a black limousine involving herself, Epstein, Dershowitz, and another young girl on the way to Dershowitz's house. Virginia also emphasized just how aware Dershowitz was of all the other young girls constantly around Epstein, stating in her affidavit, Dershowitz was so comfortable with the sex that was going on that on one occasion he observed me in sexual activity with Epstein. Virginia also alleged she witnessed Dershowitz having sex with another one of Epstein's young victims at one point, a blonde girl who she assumed to be underage. Dershowitz has since lashed out hard against Virginia, who he's referred to as a borderline pathological liar out to destroy his career in pursuit of money. What happened next was a complicated years-long series of lawsuits in which Virginia went after Dershowitz for defamation, causing Dershowitz to countersue, eventually concluding with a settlement in 2022. After this settlement, Virginia told reporters that she, quote, may have made a mistake in accusing Dershowitz of abusing her. This has now given Dershowitz the green light to openly parade his supposed innocence in a barrage of media appearances, telling everyone who will listen about how wrongfully victimized he was by an attention-seeking liar, and that this is what finally exonerates him. But that's not exactly a fair characterization of the settlement, according to Virginia. As Dershowitz was taking his public victory lap, Virginia told the Daily Beast in an exclusive statement, I was shocked to read that Alan Dershowitz is claiming that our mutual dismissal of our lawsuits against each other somehow exonerated him. The litigation was very stressful and damaging to my family and to my health. We have endured years in which Mr. Dershowitz asserted my charges against him were a lie, made up out of whole cloth, perjury, and part of a purported extortion plot. He has now admitted there was no perjury, no extortion plot, and rather than making up what I said, I honestly believe the charges I made against him. Whether or not Mr. Dershowitz's admissions undermine his previous denials of the charges made against him is for others to say. The settlement agreement limits what I can say, and I will abide by it unless and until I am released from it. However, those admissions are not consistent with exoneration.
I can tell you she is still a prostitute. She is selling false stories now for money about me.
Do you have any concern calling her a prostitute when she was victimized at such a young age by this wealthy man?
She was not victimized. She made her own decisions in life.
But at the age of 15, some would say that's a little young and that she was taken advantage of.
I'm talking about the age of 19. Look, that's between her and the federal government and the people that she claims victimized her.
For what it's worth, I think it should also be said that Virginia had in fact told several people about Dershowitz being involved with Epstein's operation years before her affidavit. And for Dershowitz's part, it would seem he was totally fine with a friend of his making a quote-unquote joke about Epstein housing young girls in 2014. Virginia also reiterated to the Daily Beast that Mr. Dershowitz sued Mr. Boyce, her lawyer, for charging Mr. Dershowitz with participating in Epstein's sex trafficking and other misconduct. Mr. Boyce did not retract any of those charges, but Mr. Dershowitz nevertheless dismissed his claims against Mr. Boyce. That too hardly seems like exoneration. And if that's not enough, another Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, also accused Dershowitz of having sex with her while she was being trafficked by Epstein. To this day, Ransom has never retracted her allegations against Dershowitz.
All the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein, where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings.
For a second, I closed my eyes and I thought I was listening to the H3H3 podcast or something, who I've heard make verbatim, the exact same argument. Not a defender of Israel, though, of course. Well, Alan Dershowitz is. He's quite literally defending Israel in the International Court of Justice. Interesting that stalwart allies of the Palestinians could say things that are so similar to Israel's own legal counsel, Jeffrey Epstein.
They are quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew.
One of the first times Jeffrey Epstein made national headlines was in 2002, in this article written by Landon Thomas Jr., who, by the way, would also go on to write an extremely positive piece for the Financier after he was sentenced for procuring an underage girl for prostitution, and before getting fired from the New York Times for admitting he was still friends with the convicted pedophile. Oh, he also asked Epstein for $30,000 in 2017, according to the Daily Beast, so that's fun. Pretty normal guy. Anyway, in this article, he uses language like he collects beautiful minds, and Epstein brings a trophy hunter's zeal to his collection of scientists and politicians. And that last part certainly isn't wrong, as subsequent data from the Center of Responsive Politics shows Epstein donated to a litany of politicians from both the right and the left, including Chuck Schumer, Bob Dole, Bob Packwood, Eliot Spitzer, and even former President George H.W. Bush. But of those names is a politician who's long been associated with Epstein since the mid-90s. Someone who Virginia says she met on Little St. James, and someone who's already been caught lying about his connection to the late pedophile.
Newly released Jeffrey Epstein court filings revealing more alleged ties to many people, including Bill Clinton.
Epstein was hanging around the 42nd president as early as 1993, a month after he was sworn into office, according to visitor logs provided by the Clinton Presidential Library. Epstein and Ghislaine visited again in September of that year after Epstein made a $10,000 donation to help refurbish the Oval Office, according to this letter from Bernard R. Meyer, the VP of the White House Historical Association, thanking Epstein for his generous contribution. Overall, it's been reported that Epstein visited the Clinton White House a grand total of 17 times, accompanied by 8 women, 4 of which being former girlfriends, according to these logs, which show that Epstein popped in and out of the White House twice in one day on 3 separate occasions, though there seems to be no stated purpose for any of these visits. Clinton also attended a 3-hour private dinner hosted by former Revlon owner Ron Perlman and other elites in Palm Beach in 1995, a meeting that Clinton had not mentioned until a 28-year-old newspaper snippet obtained by Snopes confirmed it. In the wake of the Epstein story being revitalized by his arrest and death in 2019, Clinton has taken very conscious steps to distance himself from who he once called a highly successful financier and committed philanthropist. After all, Epstein's own lawyers asserted in court documents that Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative. There's a fun fact about the Clinton Global Initiative, by the way, is that they once endorsed the Terra Mar Project, an environmental NGO with the self-stated goal of conserving, protecting, and improving oceans, seas, and coastlines. Who founded the Terra Mar Project?
Ghislaine Maxwell. Gray bars are back.
Asking, great question. Let's check it. Whoops. I mean, Snopes has verified that Ghislaine Maxwell did also attend Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010. Yep. Featured it right there in the middle. Not even in the background or anything. I didn't even want to hide it. After all, though, she did take the president's daughter out on a yacht trip a year earlier in 2009. Epstein was literally serving a jail sentence, while at the same time, the woman who helped him find victims was taking the president's daughter on a trip through the open seas. But whatever, I'm going insane. Let's take it back to 2002, when Landon Thomas Jr. wrote for the first time about the Clinton-Epstein World Tour extravaganza the two men embarked upon, visiting New York, Paris, Bangkok, Brunei, Norway, Morocco, Brussels, and need I go on, all in hopes of providing humanitarian aid for continents like Africa, spreading democracy, empowering the poor, and combating HIV and AIDS, according to a Clinton spokesperson shortly after the trip. Some of the other notable passengers on this famed international excursion included the likes of Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey, who you can actually see sitting here on Queen Elizabeth's throne next to Ghislaine. According to the Daily Telegraph, they were taking a tour of Buckingham Palace led by Prince Andrew. I love recurring characters. In fact, despite Clinton originally insisting he had only taken 4 rides on the Lolita Express, flight logs indicate Clinton actually took at least 26 rides on Epstein's private jet shortly after leaving office between 2001 and 2003, an assertion that he still has not directly responded to. You wonder why that is. It's pretty out of character for him to lie to the American public, I think we all know. Virginia has never made any allegations of wrongdoing against Clinton himself, but her assertions do go a little further than what the former president has admitted to doing. Virginia stated in her sworn deposition that she personally met Clinton on Little St. James Island at least twice during her travels with Epstein, something that Clinton has long denied across the board, describing in her memoir an alleged dinner where there were only a few of us eating at the dinner table. There was Jeffrey at the head of it all, as always. On the left side was Emmy, another Epstein recruiter, Ghislaine, and I. Sitting across the table from us was Bill, with 2 lovely girls who were visiting from New York. Bill's wife, Hillary's absence from the night made it easy for his apparent provocative, cheeky side to come out, teasing the girls on either side of him with playful pokes and brassy comments. There was no modesty between any of them. We all finished our meals and scattered in our own different directions, strolling into the darkness with 2 beautiful girls around either arm. Bill seemed content to retire for the evening. Now, to Clinton's credit, flight logs obtained through an FOIA request have presented no evidence that he attended the island. Now, yes, he flew with Epstein more times, way more times, than he originally cared to admit, but those same flight records also don't do a lot to imply he ever visited Little St. James. But along with Virginia's sworn deposition, we also have former Clinton aide Doug Band, who Clinton kept in his inner circle even after leaving the White House. Band himself has even flown on the Lolita Express with the former president, just to give you an idea of how close these two were. Band has also alleged for years that Clinton has in fact visited Little St. James, specifically in January of 2003. Band did not attend this alleged visit, as he told Vanity Fair it was one of the few trips he declined. It's worth noting the Clinton camp has provided detailed travelogue entries of the period in question that do not contain a visit, as Vanity Fair goes on to clarify. But then you have Steve Scully, a former employee of Epstein's in charge of the island's telecommunication for 6 years, who not only claimed to have seen Prince Andrew groping and kissing Virginia near a pool, he says, but also stated in the Netflix documentary Filthy Rich that he once witnessed Bill Clinton sitting on a porch on the island next to Epstein. Virginia only doubling down in the documentary with, "I remember having dinner with Clinton. He was there and I never saw him do anything improper. I wish, he would just come clean about it, like, yeah, I was there, so what? Who cares? I didn't see anything going on."
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
Uh-oh. Guilty. Dude, he is, though. He is such a demon, bro. I've heard so many crazy stories about Bill. About how, like, post-Lewinsky, Bill and Hillary have never... They've just had, like, a long-standing proposition that they're never... Unless it's, like, a public event where they have to show up together, they just, like, don't hang out with one another. Then he just straight up is piping. He is a real fucking horn dog. I met him in 2016 when I was libbed up. Nice. Jean-Luc Brunel, a French modeling agent at Epstein Association, trafficked underage girls and later died in custody. Trump ran a modeling agency and owned pageants and where underage contestants were present. When Brunel was directly tied to trafficking, Trump's agency faced visa and exploitation scandals, including hiring underage models. Epstein also met one of the victims at Mar-a-Lago. The overlap raises questions. Is that ChatGPT that you went to? Because we've already covered all that. And yes, you are right. And the involvement that Trump and Epstein have go beyond that. It's even deeper than that.
Now, I don't think I have to tell you that Republicans with a hate boner for Clinton have absolutely done everything they can to emphasize his murky relationship with the billionaire, or millionaire. I guess we don't know how much Epstein was really worth. And I don't think there's anything wrong at all with bringing up those connections. I mean,
I think it's really funny that the Republicans actually point to the Epstein connection with Bill Clinton when in the exact same time frame, a person that was also a Democrat, by the way, a New York elite, was also just as involved, and sometimes even next to Bill Clinton, as a matter of fact. His name was Donald Trump. Now, at least with the Clinton family, they have long-standing continued relationships with Epstein and, Epstein's mansions. Like, they went to the Zorro Ranch a lot. And also on top of that, their connection to Ghislaine, like their public relationship with Ghislaine goes far beyond Jeffrey Epstein being outed and being convicted as a sex criminal. Whereas for Trump, the paper trail kind of runs cold. So I don't know. I don't know how far it goes.
You should ask questions about it, especially when you consider Clinton has lied about it. But those on the right who only single out Bill Clinton's relationship with Epstein should probably look in the mirror.
Jeff Epstein. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Do you think my list will actually get released? So stupid.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years.
As Landon Thomas wrote in his New York Magazine profile, Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far from energetic. And yet, if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges.
I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy.
Trump booms from a speakerphone.
He's a lot of fun to be with. It isn't said that he likes younger side. Jeffrey enjoys his social life.
Sorry for doing the voice. I couldn't quote him and not do the voice. This quote, which again dates all the way back to 2002, is remarkable considering what Trump has said about Epstein more recently, assuring journalists in 2019 from the White House that
I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
So was he just being a fake friend all along then? You were fake for 15 years? You said he was a good hang. Alan Dershowitz, who of course represented both men in court, told the New York Times that in those days, if you didn't know Trump and you didn't know Epstein, you were a nobody. I didn't even know this until researching this video, but apparently Epstein liked to say he was the one who introduced Donald Trump to Melania, according to Vanity Fair, which also reported in 2021 that Ghislaine kept up to 16 of Trump's phone numbers in the infamous Little Black Book. She would also invite the future president to dinners and events all over the state of New York, their most infamous get-together being caught on this now widely circulated video of an extremely coked up looking Trump clapping and dancing and whispering into the ear of Epstein, who he's not a fan of, by the way. The pair is standing in front of a swarm of young models at a private Mar-a-Lago party and seem to be having a grand old time. I'm sure you've seen the video, but what you may not know is that the same year this was filmed, Trump and Epstein held another private party in Palm Beach where 28 women were in attendance. The only men at this party, though, were Trump and Epstein, at least according to the man who supplied the women. George Horaney of American Dream Enterprises tells the New York Times that he actually warned Trump of Epstein's proclivities toward young women, asking Trump in disbelief, "You're telling me it's you and Epstein? I know Jeff really well, and I can't have him going after younger girls." While Horaney says he had to ban Epstein from events, Trump didn't care about that, a claim that goes directly against what one Trump campaign manager later said, which is that Trump did eventually stop letting Epstein hang around events because he was too creepy, which in my opinion is a little out of character for Donald Trump. It's hard to deny Trump's reputation with women, especially younger women, isn't exactly the greatest. There is definitely some indication that Trump was aware of the young girls in Epstein's vicinity. Some insight coming from his future White House aide, Roger Stone, who told the New York Times in an effort to defend Trump, I think, that the former president once said the swimming pool was filled with beautiful young girls. How nice, I thought. He let the neighborhood kids use the pool after seeing Epstein's home in Palm Beach. And to make matters even more strange.
What? Dude, as a fucking ball knower, I'm sometimes shocked when I find out new shit. Like that I don't remember. What an insane way to try and defend Donald Trump, dude. What an insane way to be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump saw little girls at the pool and he thought Jeffrey Epstein is so nice to allow the neighborhood little girls to go and use the swimming pool. Like he's just some fucking naive moron. Like as though that's gonna work at all. It's probably his way of pretending like he's doing a nice thing while intentionally throwing him under the bus. No, Roger Stone is big Trump booster loyalist.
Journalist Craig Unger concluded his Vanity Fair examination of Trump and Epstein's relationship with the following passage. An associate of Epstein's, who asked not to be identified, told me that Epstein showed him one photo of Trump with a topless young girl. In another, the source said Trump is with two girls who are said to be laughing as they point out what appears to be a wet spot in an unfortunate location on his pants. The description of the photo suggested that it was a semen stain, but the photos have never been released.
We need to see that photo. We need to see that photo instantly. I have to see it.
But by being in the news, it does feed into what Mark Epstein once reportedly heard from his older brother Jeff when it came to the 2016 election. As Mark told the New York Post recently, here's a direct quote: "If I said what I know about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That's what Jeffrey told me in 2016. What that means exactly, we may never know." The two New York natives wouldn't stay friends forever though. While the exact reason for their split is still uncertain, it seemed to happen around 2005 when Epstein threatened to sue Trump over his purchase of a 65,000 square foot property Epstein had set his sights on, which was
I think given how much we've seen the leaks and Michael Wolff confirming that he saw the photo, we'll probably see Trump's pre-cum soon. Yes, that is a word. Those are a sequence of words that you probably thought you would never hear on the Hasanabi broadcast or anywhere, as a matter of fact. Those words are not in the Bible and certainly not in the Bible in direct sequence. We will eventually see Donald Trump's pre-cum photo, which I will be adding to my rare Trump collection. First in my bloodline to hear that sentence, by the way. Yep. The rarest of all Trumps. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein with Trump ultra rare in an ultra rare position where there's pre-cum in his pants. Pre-cum Trump.
Was also once owned by Les Wexner, by the way, another fun fact. The thing never actually went to court, but it's been reported that Epstein himself once theorized that it was actually Donald Trump who tipped off local police in Palm Beach as a kind of retaliation for the threat. Sure, we know Trump is a petty guy, but authorities ultimately began looking into Epstein because of what young girls in
He's not just a petty guy, he might be a pedo guy too.
Community had been saying. Unfortunately for them, the efforts of these prosecutors would tragically prove pretty feckless.
Breaking news in the fallout from the 2008 plea deal involving Palm Beach County billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. Just hours ago, Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, as we've reported, vigorously defended his oversight of that plea deal.
Mr. Acosta is doing.
He also is a very weird looking dude, right? Like, he's such a weird looking guy.
Everything he can to divert attention away from his own responsibility.
And tonight we are still waiting on a statement from former Palm Beach County State Attorney Barry Krischer.
So this video,
yeah, someone said chopped. Alex Acosta was Chuz. He was chopped Huz, dude. Former labor secretary and the prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart plea deal was chopped Huz.
Ended up being a lot longer than I originally planned. I'm afraid if we don't split this into multiple videos, we may not get to cover everything as extensively as I'd like. But you can expect part 2 to explore the horrendous plea agreement that allowed Jeffrey Epstein to avoid life in prison, along with the connections he maintained after he was a
Unk, you're 34, yeah, and I'm chopped too, so I'm Chunk. Chopped Unk, also known as Chunk.
Convicted sex offender, his second arrest in 2019, and of course, whether or not he truly killed himself in custody. That video should come out about a week after this one, if all goes.
All right, let's get to number 2 on the Jeffrey Epstein scandal and saga.
14.
To catch and release a predator, the Jeffrey Epstein saga part 2.
About 2 decades ago, authorities in Palm Beach, Florida began receiving tips of a middle-aged, enigmatic billionaire abusing underage girls in the community. At that time, Jeffrey Epstein already carried an unusual reputation. People knew he was someone with deep ties to the upper echelon of society, though not much was known about the exact nature of those connections, where he acquired all his wealth, and what was happening inside the walls of his 14,000 square foot palace. That is until a concerned parent.
I know Twitter thinks I'm 38 because of Dexterity Knox. Austin Knox has cooked me once again. Austin Knox has once again cooked me. Fuck it, man. I'm 50. I look great for 38. If I look this good at the age of 38, I will be so happy. Yes, I know Wall Street Journal let Abu Shabab, who is the head of the ISIS-affiliated gang, and the Israeli collaborator, who created a new militia force called the Popular Forces, wrote a fucking editorial piece for the Wall Street Journal. I mean, after HTS, this should come as no surprise. Guys, we literally made a former Al-Qaeda commander the president of Syria, okay? It does not matter. What the fuck, you're 38? No, I'm 34. A former Al-Qaeda commander is now the president of Syria. They took him off the terrorism watch list. And on top of that, like, yeah, Israel gets to work with whichever ISIS affiliate they want to. That means automatically that they're no longer bad. They're good now.
Dialed 911 on March 14th, 2005, and expressed concern that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had received $300 in cash after a visit to a certain gentleman's house, as stated in the call that was later publicized in the Netflix documentary Filthy Rich. The girl, known only as Jane Doe 1 to police, had been bullied and was labeled a prostitute by other kids at Palm Beach Royal High after rumors of her and her friend giving Epstein a quote-unquote massage began circulating around the school, according to the Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown.
You're a victim at that point. Like, you're a victim. Not even at that point. You're just a victim, okay? God damn, dude. American high schools are so ruthless. It's like they were slut-shaming a victim of pedophilia. That's crazy.
As she wrote in her book, Perversion of Justice, an investigation...
Blackened Gem. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Soon identified the cousin of Jane Doe's boyfriend, Haley Robson, as the 16-year-old who introduced her to the financier. Being one of his many teenage recruiters, Haley's job was to bring Epstein as many young victims as possible, telling People magazine that at 16, she had no idea what she was getting herself into, stating that she wasn't mature enough to understand the repercussions. Thinking to herself at the time, what am I gonna do next? Am I going to college? Am I gonna move? Am I gonna stay here? Etc. As she went on to testify,
Arrest Obama was this week's the red meat thrown to us in the media. It hasn't worked. Next week, Biden laptop, Maxwell pardon, Adam Schiff, anything but Epstein. Except the Maxwell pardon is a major fucking own goal. Because as Felix correctly points out, you know, none of it surprises me in a moral sense, but just in a practical sense, you'd figure someone would grab Trump by the shoulders and go, you are advertising that you ate an infant's spine on tape by offering limited immunity to a prolific sex trafficker, affiliate of Jeffrey Epstein. This time around, I was astounded by the independent media members who ignored Acosta Barr, the fact that all this happened during his first term, and a billion other aspects of his personal and political lives. Now they get the true Trump experience, holding a bag of shit, dumbfounded. I don't know what else to say. David Cage would write a game where the evil bad president does all of this, and then he'd take a look and go, nah, that's way too blatant and on the nose. Let's start over. He's branding so hard and he's surrounded himself with so many true believer sycophants that no one is willing to give him the talk. They're so into the idea that articles can't hurt them that they now think nothing they do has consequences. Any victory at all, even a 1.5% popular vote plurality win in a cost of living crisis election against a petrified candidate, means we can do whatever we want always. Yeah. Jesus Christ, Murat. U.S. government review found no evidence of widespread Hamas theft of Gaza aid. Oh, that's... Yeah, we'll get to that as well. But yeah, this is the no spin zone, baby. There's no spin zone. And by that, I mean, it is impossible. It is impossible for there to be any spin here because it's just so fucking ridiculous.
That if a victim refused his sexual advances, they were sometimes made to bring him other girls. The younger, the better, as Haley recalled him saying. This created a years-long pyramid scheme of abuse, as some have called it, and finally prompted the Palm Beach PD to begin an investigation. Spying on Epstein's house and taking note of the young girls who would visit the man at all hours of the day, after digging through his trash and finding concerning receipts for sex books, police obtained a warrant and discovered a high school transcript belonging to one of his accusers, along with a receipt for a dozen roses that he sent the same girl. As Detective Joseph Ricari told Brown, the house was exactly how the girls had described it, right down to the bizarre color of the furniture. Although police identified over 24 victims during this time, we know for a fact there were still many, many more out there. In fact, one of the reasons we still don't know the precise number of girls Epstein abused is because of an infamous plea deal that would come later. A deal that essentially quashed an ongoing FBI investigation that could have exposed the scope of Epstein's operation right then and there, which is enough to leave any victim feeling despondent and disrespected. They could have seen justice if it weren't in part for Epstein's team of seasoned lawyers working with the government to hammer out a highly controversial agreement on the pedophiles' terms.
One of the disappointed lawyers who pressed for release of the FBI Epstein dealings said the treatment went way beyond preferential.
Because they don't have to. There's no law or statute that says that the justification for a plea negotiation has to be actually written in there. It doesn't have to be written in there, and it really is something that we may never know because it really is what came out of all of their negotiations.
What was so important to the government that sex crimes described in this agreement were treated so lightly?
Now, I would suggest you go ahead and watch part 1 of this series if you haven't already, as it sort of sets the groundwork for who Epstein was by 2005, the connections he had already made, and what victims had been saying about him from as early as 2002. This video will consist of everything that came after, as I'll try to explain to the best of my abilities how and why Epstein was allowed to continue abusing girls for nearly a decade after his short stint in prison.
The court docket with his name on it lists a string of delays and continuances. That speaks to a deal in the works.
Now, if they can't make this go away, then they're going to minimize the damage. And that's what happened here. It's probably going to be damage control to have the shortest amount of prison time, the least amount of harm to him.
But before we go any further here, I do want to go ahead and thank today's sponsor, Aura. If you've ever Googled yourself, you may be alarmed to see a shocking amount of your own personal information, like your name or email address, exposed online for the entire world to see. Shady data brokers are known to sell your information to scammers, spammers, or to anyone else who may want to target you. Thankfully though, Aura shows you exactly which brokers are selling your information and can submit opt-out requests on your behalf. It helps reduce the amount of
Edward says he's fighting to have the federal plea deal for Epstein tossed out.
So the link is already no longer working, most likely.
And a new prosecution launched.
You are blocking Kaya's view. I apologize for the egregious crime of blocking Kaya from view. You should get a more comfortable chair. My chair is literally the Bentley, the Bugatti of fucking computer chairs. Literally, I think the best possible computer chair that anyone could have. It's not just like a regular Herman Miller. It's the Logitech Herman Miller collab. Socialist, by the way. Yeah. You want to know what's really fucked up? I got it for free. They gave it to me for free. Isn't that crazy? The rich get richer, baby. Let's go. I mean, I would have bought it regardless. This is something that I spend a fuck ton of time on. All right, bro. Big flex on chat. Relax. Nah, sometimes I got to let you know, so that all my haters can clip it and be like, fucking piece of shit fake socialist says he's rich. Says he's rich. He says he's rich.
West Palm Beach Congresswoman Lois Frankel is calling for a congressional investigation.
When it comes to the Epstein plea deal, there's a small cast of characters we'll need to introduce. You had the Dersh, of course, but Epstein also brought on legal powerhouse Kenneth Starr to his all-star defense team. No pun intended there, I just realized how that sounds though. Starr, who rose to prominence when he uncovered the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal that led to the former president's impeachment, was also a member of the Federalist Society along with fellow Epstein attorney Jay Lefkowitz. The Federalist Society, as Brown points out in her book, is accredited with producing 6 Supreme Court justices, most notably Samuel Alito, who also just so happens to be Alexander Acosta's old mentor, a guy who, most famously, became known for personally approving the abhorrent plea deal, which adds to the idea that, as lead detective on the Epstein case, Joseph Ricari told Brown a lot of the prosecutors who should have been on the side of the victims found themselves weirdly enamored by those who made up Epstein's impressive defense team, adding the amount of evidence that disappeared or was covered up in this case was mind-boggling, referring to a horde of Epstein's computers and hard drives that mysteriously went missing upon a raid of his home. Not the last time this would happen, by the way. In fact, he and Michael Ryder at the time...
Just a sequence of real crazy coincidences, dude. Please don't ever say that there are mysterious events happening that just keep getting in the way of justice being served. Why? It's just so many strange coincidences. Jeffrey Epstein, just a real lucky guy. And then, of course, when his luck ran out, he got real unlucky and then real sad and then killed himself, right? Like, that's what I'm supposed to believe, right? I have to believe that.
the police chief who launched the original investigation into Epstein in Palm Beach, both maintained that for whatever reason, prosecutors would rather throw the case instead of go after someone so well connected in the political world. I mean, after all, maybe some of these guys wanted jobs in higher places. They weren't exactly gonna make any friends by throwing a prolific campaign donor behind bars for life. And one way of assuring Epstein would get a lighter sentence was by putting the case in front of a grand jury. A grand jury who, according to Ricari, was only given part of the Epstein story by state prosecutor Lana Belalovic. Belalovic, it should be mentioned, had her own doubts regarding the victims' testimonies, and basically fed right into the narrative Epstein's defense had tried cooking up, that these victims were actually not victims at all. They were drunks, delinquents, and drug users hell-bent on attacking an innocent old man for his money. They were nothing more than greedy prostitutes, according to both Epstein's defense and seemingly Belalovic herself. In her book, Brown recounts an alleged conversation between Ricari and Belalovic. Ricari asking the
guys, since this came out, the DOJ has granted limited immunity to Ghislaine Maxwell, so clearly no wrongdoing here, okay? Yeah, this is really funny. Stuff is getting so funny, says Evan. Getty Images is incredible. This guy responds, who is this guy? He's in the vicinity of Epstein, so he must be a pedophile. No, the guy he's pointing to, yes, is absolutely perhaps the worst guy to sarcastically point to is it's Prince Andrew. Ha! This is gonna own all the libs that keep saying that people who keep consistently being photographed around Jeffrey Epstein are pedophiles. Well, what about this guy? It's like, yeah, dude, he is too. That's the point. Yes, actually.
prosecutor, how can you not believe these girls when you haven't even interviewed them? Ricari himself had already interviewed at least 30 victims, by the way. Belalovic responded, look, we have pictures of the girl holding a beer in her hand. She's underage, and she's drinking. They're talking about smoking pot and drinking and sex on MySpace. This is problematic. To which Ricari rightfully argued, tell me which teenager doesn't drink. Based on this criteria, you're telling me the only victim of sexual...
Dude, this is why I call lawyers debate perverts, okay? And Supreme Court justices debate pedophiles. Like, the highest degree of debate pervertry is when you're a judge, and the higher you get elevated in being a judge, the higher your perversion increases. Like this is straight up the same kind of like annoying sophistry that you see online from communities that love debating, and it's a sport for them. It's just crazy because, like, at least these guys are high powered, get paid a lot to do this like monstrous deed. Many such cases of people who do it for free online at the behest of their favorite content creator who doesn't fucking know that they exist. Yeah, I burped, sorry.
Battery could be a nun. Ricari insisted the evidence they mounted against Epstein during this time, which included flight logs, phone records, phone numbers belonging to girls, copies of written phone messages found in Epstein's trash, and even a high school transcript belonging to one of the victims was more than enough for a conviction. Not to mention at least 24 victims had been identified and interviewed by authorities at this point. For all intents and purposes, there was no valid reason for this not to be a slam dunk case, which makes what happened an even bigger travesty for all the girls traumatized at the hands of Epstein and his high-profile buddies. Once Dershowitz had officially taken the reins, Ryder described State Attorney Barry Krischer's apparent heel turn to the New Yorker, noting also in a deposition that at first, Krischer said, let's go for it. This is an adult male in his 50s who had sexual contact with children. But once Dershowitz got involved, the tone and tenor of the discussions of this case with Mr. Krischer changed completely. After meeting with Dershowitz a few times, who went to nasty lengths to destroy these girls' reputations, as he once supposedly told the attorney in private, Krischer made a controversial move to pull together a grand jury who did successfully charge Epstein in 2006 with only solicitation of a prostitute. Only that wasn't even really scratching the surface of what Epstein was being accused of. Not only had Epstein solicited sex from way more girls than just one, like the charge asserted, Ricari later told Brown he felt the grand jury hadn't been given the full picture of the situation at all, and that Belalovic and Krischer were essentially resting the entire case on one victim's
yeah, I mean, it's just classic defense to literally engage in the defamation or engaging in attacks against like victims, no matter how young they are, referring to 14, 15-year-old girls as prostitutes is really fucked up, but it is also exactly what Alan Dershowitz got away with doing successfully.
Testimony, not even alluding to the almost 30 other girls that had accused Epstein in total. These were also children, mind you. The fact that this child victim was reduced to just a prostitute in this ruling should be criminal.
By the way, the criminal justice system directly convicted Jeffrey Epstein of a lowered case, a lowered sentence of procuring prostitution from minors, as in they also went along with this. Like, he was supposed to be initially charged with sex trafficking of minors and statutory rape of minors, like children. But instead, he was actually charged with the solicitation of prostitution, including from a minor, which is insane because the underlying implication there is like that the minor can somehow consent to working as a prostitute.
In itself. It goes without saying that Michael Ryder was furious, as anyone with a conscience would be. I mean, Epstein was released on just a $3,000 bond hours after the charge. Those at the Palm Beach PD who knew the extent.
Yeah, by the way, this is also, remember, when I first said Ghislaine Maxwell pardon watch, Ghislaine Maxwell is probably going to get pardoned. People in the chat said, there's no way, that's crazy. Limited immunity for Ghislaine is official from the Department of Justice, so remember that.
Of Epstein's crimes immediately slammed Krischer for giving Epstein special treatment. Ryder then called upon the FBI to open their own investigation. During what was called Operation Leap Year, the FBI began to compile even more mountains of evidence against the financier. For a while, it looked like Epstein might finally be sent away for good, until Alan Dershowitz reached a shocking non-prosecution agreement with U.S. Attorney for Miami, Alexander Acosta. This secret deal that took over a year to negotiate has been rightfully and viciously
You don't think they'll commute her sentence and says, yes, that's what's going to happen?
criticized.
I don't know exactly what kind of leniency or sentence commutation they will. I don't know what kind of power that they have, but yes, there will be. In my opinion, there will be a pardon or a sentence commutation, like some sort of benefits for her, some sort of leniency in the sentencing, some sort of adjustment to her sentence.
Giving Epstein basically all the leeway he could have asked for. Even Epstein's own attorneys called it unprecedented and highly unusual, just to give you a sense of how generous it was. Yes, it required him to plead guilty, but only to 2 state charges of procuring a minor for prostitution, which barely accounted for all the years' worth of evidence and testimony Palm Beach authorities and now the FBI had collected. He was required to register as a sex offender, but that was a small fee for avoiding what could have been a lifetime in federal prison. Instead, Epstein was only required to spend 13 months in what was essentially just a summer camp for rich people at the end of the day. I mean, he was still allowed to go into his office
12 hours a day. He was allowed to leave the prison, dude. 12 hours a day. That is unheard of for an offense like for a sex offense against a minor. Sex offenders in general do not get to walk around freely, okay? Because a big part of why you are put behind bars is quite literally because you're a danger to additional victims. They were like, oh, you like diddling kids? Well, for 12 hours a day, you can keep doing that if you would like to.
During the day to complete work as long as he returned to his facility at night. Jail records show he would buy things like women's panties during this time and was seemingly allowed to go in and out of an unlocked cell at will thanks to his work release, reportedly spending 12 hours a day, 6 days a week at his private office. He was also apparently allowed to visit a chiropractor sometimes 3 days a week. Records even stopped referring to Epstein as an inmate eventually, just in case you were wondering how comfortable he was here. It got to a point where one U.S. attorney wrote to a deputy police chief that Epstein making telephone calls, web surfing, and having food delivered to him is probably not in accordance with the objectives of imprisonment. You think? And while we don't know everyone who visited Epstein behind bars, since most visitor logs were conveniently destroyed by authorities, he was visited by Jean-Luc Brunel upwards of 70 times in prison.
Who also, I guess, remember, he was maybe delivering something else, when he was visiting. Could be minors even.
I'm sure nothing shady was going on there. Attorneys representing Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 called it one of the most extraordinarily lenient plea deals in modern history. To make it even more of a slap in the face, the only victim called to testify during this whole thing wasn't even told the deal had been struck, and neither had her lawyer, though that didn't stop Bella Lavick from telling the judge that the victim had in fact agreed to the deal as stated by Brown. And if you were wondering what happened to Alexander Acosta, well, let's just say he saw a little bit of a bump in status when he was appointed U.S. Secretary of Labor in 2017, handpicked by the 45th President, Donald J. Trump.
The nominee for Secretary of the Department of Labor will be Mr. Alex Acosta.
Brown acknowledges that as labor secretary, Acosta would have had direct oversight of America's labor laws, which quite literally includes human trafficking. In fact, if it weren't for her bombshell article published in 2018, it's likely Acosta would have kept that position longer, and it may have kept Epstein further away from public consciousness too. It was really the work of Julie K. Brown and others at the Miami Herald that demanded attention be brought to this dark stain on Acosta's resume and called for a re-examination of Epstein himself, which
once again, very strange to me that like these are such key players in the Jeffrey Epstein saga, and all of the Trump loyalists that demand the release of the Epstein files never seem to put these puzzle pieces together. Like the fact that he was arrested under the Trump administration, went to federal prison that was under the control of the Trump administration, and died under mysterious circumstances during the Trump administration in federal prison. Like, that's crazy. How is that not even, like, how does that pass the scrutiny that so many people have? I don't understand it. Like, Trump made the guy who gave Jeffrey Epstein basically the most insane plea deal of all time a greatly elevated status, like the labor secretary at the time.
Culminated with his second arrest the following year. Not even Congress seemed to give a second thought toward Acosta's sweetheart deal, as they confirmed him to the president's cabinet with ease. So if you needed to have any less faith in our government, there you go. Acosta, however, facing public pressure, chose to resign from the Trump administration in shame, about 2 years after he got the job. Then, after an extensive investigation into the Epstein deal in 2020, the Department of Justice ruled that while Alexander Acosta acted in, quote, poor judgment, his decision did not translate to professional misconduct, despite leaving the victims completely in the dark while plea negotiations were underway. And although Acosta may have personally maintained that he did nothing wrong, standing by his decision and offering no apologies to the victims, the scandal had already cost him his career. So, not sure what he's up to now, but I'm just glad we don't have to see his face on TV anymore. By 2009, Epstein was...
Wonder what Alex Acosta is doing lately. Newsmax Inc. names Paula Dobriansky and Alex Acosta to the board of directors as of June 11th, 2025. Wow. Secretary Alex Acosta serves as the 27th United States Secretary of Labor. He's the son of Cuban refugees and a first-generation college graduate, earning his undergraduate and law degrees from Harvard University. Wow. Mr. Acosta's diverse experiences include serving as the chairman of the U.S. Century Bank, as dean of the FIU College of Law, as U.S. Attorney and Assistant Attorney General at the Department of Justice, a member of the National Board of Relations, as a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, as an analyst at Lehman Brothers. Following law school, Mr. Acosta worked as a law clerk for the then U.S. Court of Appeals, Judge Samuel Alito. And as an associate primarily in labor law and in appeals at Kirkland and Ellis. Mr. Acosta has served 4 presidentially appointed Senate-confirmed positions. In 2002, Mr. Acosta was confirmed as a member of the National Labor Relations Board. In 2003, he was confirmed Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. From 2005 to 2009, Mr. Acosta served as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. Glad that he got elevated in the process. Glad he got elevated in that process after his wonderful work as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. What did he do then? What did he do when he was the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida? Newsmax earlier today, or yesterday, was calling Ghislaine Maxwell a victim. That Newsmax. They were saying, well, one could say that Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim. Mr. Acosta's diverse experiences. Mr. Acosta, from 2009 through 2016, Mr. Acosta served as the dean of the FIU College of Law, a majority Hispanic law school. During his tenure, FIU law flourished. In December 2013, Mr. Acosta was named chairman of the U.S. Century Bank. Mr. Acosta served as the chairman through May 2017, successfully leading a recapitalization and management renewal that resulted in an exit from TARP, a return to profitability, an extraordinary improvement in asset quality, and lifting of the FDIC consent order. And then he became the labor secretary. Cool. Nothing to see here, man. It's just normal stuff.
A free man, even though he resented Dershowitz for getting him what he believed to be too harsh of a sentence. After all, Epstein never believed his crimes amounted to anything more than stealing a bagel, in his own words. To give you an idea of the ego we're dealing with here, once Epstein got out, he commissioned an entire mural of himself in prison as a reminder of where he had once been and where he could very well end up again. Not like this would stop him from abusing more women over the next decade, though. In December 2023, the Wall Street Journal published an extensive piece documenting in great detail all of the women who have since come forward about the experience they've had with Jeffrey Epstein after he got out of prison in 2009. And it should be emphasized, every single instance of abuse outlined in this article after 2009 would not have happened had Epstein been rightfully sent to jail for life when authorities had him. He was instead able to throw $100,000 at a well-known PR firm to rehabilitate his image in 2011, according to court documents. The same firm previously used by Michael Vick and Rush Limbaugh to varying degrees of success, I suppose. Either way, Epstein didn't seem to have much of a problem getting on the good side of scientists who gladly accepted hefty donations to their Ivy League schools and laboratories. One particular beneficiary who was actually cool with Epstein on a personal level before and after his sentencing was theoretical physicist at Arizona State and Yale, Lawrence Krauss. Krauss, who I mentioned at the beginning of this video, actually gave that Daily Beast article some more quotables, which are very rough. They're rough, okay? If anything, the unfortunate period he suffered has caused him to really think about what he wants to do with his money and his time, and support knowledge, which, by the way, again, is just such a laughable sentiment. What knowledge Jeffrey Epstein had to offer the scientific community beyond a blank check and occasional visits to Pedophile Island is truly beyond my speculation. He believed in cryogenics, for God's sake. He wanted his penis frozen so that he could keep having sex after he...
Yep. That's right. Jeffrey Epstein wanted to have his penis, his egg-shaped penis, frozen so that it could be used in the future. Just a real fucking sicko. Direct connections to all of these elite institutions, by the way. The very same elite institutions that are, that have spent the last year and a half brutalizing its students with a conscience, with a moral backbone, that cry out about the associations that these institutes of higher learning have with a criminal state such as Israel. Just, not the best judge of character these guys are.
Died. He wanted to ingratiate his DNA into the human collective at his baby-making farm in New Mexico. To think that this guy was some scientific expert? That's insane! That's just not true. That's insane. I'm sorry, that's insane. But Krauss doesn't stop there, only continuing to blow smoke up his ass by telling Alexandra Wolf, Jeffrey has surrounded himself with beautiful women and young women, but they're not as young as the ones that were claimed. So obviously that means the claims couldn't be true, right? Come on, Krause. Use your purported scientific reasoning here to deduce that Epstein, a guy that now, by her own admission, hangs out with girls significantly younger than him, might just possibly go a tad lower than that too while he's at it. I mean, then again...
What was he on the Joe Rogan Experience?
I'm not the one with a PhD. So he continues, as a scientist, I always judge things on empirical evidence, and he always has women ages 19 to 23 around him, but I've never seen anything else. So as a scientist, my presumption is that whatever the problems were, I would believe him over other people. Capping it off with that amazing quote I referenced at the beginning. Just disturbing doesn't even begin to describe it. Though
he's friends with Sam Harris. He hates Muslims and debates them. I know. All of these brilliant, objective scientists all just drop the, actually, they cannot fucking, they just drop all of their scientific thought and reasoning when it comes to defending pedophiles and also when it comes to shitting on Muslims. Your haters are catfighting. It's posts like these that almost make the pain of logging in every day worth it. Drew Pavlov. Destiny called me R-worded on his live stream. I'm legitimately shattered. I put so much work into defending him. One of the worst moments of my life. I don't understand why Drew Pavlov constantly posts like this. Like he routinely posts about his own L's. I don't understand. Does he have no filter? Like, does he not understand that he is roundly despised? Is it a kink for him? He thinks he's funny, but no one likes him. Like maybe 10 fans. No, Ethan Klein, I think, is the only person who likes him. You will never guess with whom he had a talk. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. There was another screenshot that I saw of his YouTube channel. And one is like him directly talking to Richard Spencer. And it's titled A Conversation with Richard Spencer. And then the next YouTube video he made was Superman is a Nazi movie. He talked to Mr. Hamas, the magician. Hamas.
Krause's closeness with Epstein maybe isn't as much of a shock in hindsight, now that there have been a slew of other allegations against Krause in the years following his proud endorsement of Epstein here. But he has been pretty much excluded from all professional circles he used to occupy. Years too late, in my opinion. A 2019 BuzzFeed investigation discovered IRS forms proving that Epstein was also not just a regular contributor, but apparently the most generous contributor to the EDGE Foundation, a group of scientific intellectuals that included not just Krause, but also Steven Pinker, a cognitive psychologist and linguist who claims to not really know Epstein.
Oh, Steven Pinker, another Harvard professor, another Islamophobe, by the way, of course. Another anti-woke culture warrior himself. Yeah, a conversation with Richard Spencer 2 weeks ago. The new Superman movie is Nazi 8 days ago. Great numbers, by the way, for Drew.
But still found himself in some hot water when it was revealed Dershowitz tapped him for help on interpreting a law in Epstein's Palm Beach case. That one of the most notable intellectuals introduced to Epstein through the EDGE Foundation was none other than Stephen Hawking, a name whose appearance in the latest batch of unsealed court documents shocked the world. As you probably know at this point, Hawking had a pretty ominous connection to the pedophile. If you didn't see it in the news, you probably saw it on TikTok or South Park pretty soon, probably. But I will go ahead and let you know that right off the bat, this screenshot is not real. I know it may have looked real at first, considering the Photoshop or Inspect Element job someone did on it, but I gotta tell you, the actual mention of Hawking's name is somehow even more concerning. According to the recent drop, Epstein named the physicist in an extremely...
One of the craziest parts about Stephen Hawking's revelation, or his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein revelation, was that, the origin of the Thick Eight Hawkings is that apparently, and it's not the Thick Eight, but apparently he literally was like, wasn't he cheating on his wife or something? Or he was like Stephen Cock King? Yeah, he was literally cheating on his wife with his nurse. And I still to this day, for the life of me, don't exactly understand how that worked. Brother, you have to stop saying that phrase. What? Stephen Cock King with a Thick Eight?
Poorly worded email he typed to Ghislaine Maxwell, instructing her on how to reward any of Virginia's friends and family willing to disprove allegations that Hawking, quote, participated in an underage orgy on Little St. James. Now, we know that Hawking did in fact visit the island the same year this email was sent out, as evident by these photos taken in 2006, where Hawking can be seen attending a conference on gravity. Here he is trying out a submarine that Ghislaine specifically tailored for his wheelchair. I mean, what else are friends for, right? A newspaper article from that time even features a quote from Epstein where he seems to describe the purpose of that dinner. There is no agenda except...
You're being ableist saying he can't cheat? Come on, guys. I don't know if you're saying that as a joke, but like, come on. If I can't ask this question that literally every single person has in their minds, like, what can I say? Like, that's the one guy. We're not talking about like Greg Abbott, okay? Greg Abbott is paralyzed from the waist down, okay? I can see how the logistics of a thing like that would work. You know, I get it. I understand. But like Stephen Hawking, like, I mean, he has like severe limitations as to how he could, like, what he could possibly do. Was he just like typing it out? Do you know what I mean? Like, what was he doing? At that point, like, what do? Do you get mad at that? Or are you just like fascinated more so?
fun and physics, and that's fun with a capital F. I mean, that's just such a weird statement when you consider who it's coming from. Wait, what do you mean by fun? The New York Times also provided a bit more context in 2019, noting that it took place over the course of 5 days and included this email from physicist Alan Guth, who told the Times that Epstein was always followed by a group of something like 3 or 4 young women, which lines up with what we've heard from Miles and Kathy Alexander, the couple who ran the island from 1999 to 2007. Kathy telling the Daily Mail in 2011 that she became concerned about the ages of the young girls he was bringing to the island. A few of them looked very young, and I couldn't help but wonder if their mothers knew where they were, with Miles stating he sometimes had to push back against Epstein's attempts to, quote, smuggle in female guests by boat without logging their names. One former air traffic controller even telling Vanity Fair on multiple occasions, I saw Epstein exit his helicopter, stand on the tarmac in full view of my tower, and board his private jet with children, female children. They were always wearing college sweatshirts. It seemed like camouflage. That's the best way to put it. Recently described as, quote, the perfect hideaway and haven for trafficking young women and underage girls for sexual servitude in a lawsuit filed by the U.S. Virgin Islands, Epstein initially bought Little St. James from venture capitalist Arch Cummin for $7 million in 1998, though he was reportedly known to spend time at the island even in the years predating the official
I'm gonna be honest, I know inflation and all, but like that's pretty cheap for a whole ass island, right? I'm glad that other people are also saying that in the chat, and I'm not alone with this, because like $7 million, you can get $7 million is like a fucking really, really nice house in Los Angeles, right? Like you shouldn't be able to get when you're buying like an entire island, it should not be the price of like a home that exists. It's 1998, but still, I don't know. I'm not sure you realize just how cheap houses were in the 90s. Those 10 million LA beach houses were like $400K. Yeah, but even then, dude, like 1998 was, what is 7 million from 1998? Let's look up how much is 7 million in 1998 worth now. It's about 14 million. Like that's cheap. That's still cheap. Real estate has gone up way faster than currencies. Is not like in the early 2000s. Somebody my dad works for was a high-end real estate person, and she sold an island for $2 million. She was just cheap back then.
Purchase. In addition to ripping up all the native vegetation,
Hassan, 35 mil is not cheap. Fuck are you talking about? $14 million for a whole ass tropical island? What do you mean? Like, no, first of all, $14 million is not cheap, is not a little amount of money. But for a fucking island is insane.
In exchange for 40-foot palm trees, Epstein decorated his 75-acre personal kingdom with a massive sundial, outdoor massage rooms, incredibly weird statues, swimming pools, a helipad, a tennis court, and a number of small villas, with the most infamous, of course, being this blue and white temple, with huge painted doors capped off with a golden dome that apparently blew off during Hurricane Maria. It also used to have statues around and on top of it, depicting what looks to be bird-like creatures on the roof, with what some have suggested are Greek gods out in front. But to this day, it still has not been confirmed what this temple was officially used for.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, what is that? That's like one of the only things. That's one of the only things that makes me think like I'm not big into the symbolism of like elite pedophiles are doing like satanic rituals or whatever. But like this is so strange. This is so fucking strange, dude. What the hell?
With some of the wilder conspiracy theories being it was anything from a place for Epstein to carry out sacrifices to a burial ground for his late parents. However, Business Insider's J.K. Trotter was able to track down a piano tutor by the name of Patrick Barron, who visited the temple twice in 2012 to tune a Wurlitzer grand piano belonging to Epstein. While he never met the man himself, Barron described Epstein's lair as one large room with bookshelves that stretched all the way up to the ceiling. According to Barron, above the black piano he was there to tune up, hung a large portrait depicting Jeffrey Epstein next to Pope John Paul II, which, yes, was confirmed to actually exist during Ghislaine's 2021 trial. Footage taken by urban explorers over the last couple of years also seemed to back up Barron's claim, since there really doesn't seem to be much of anything inside this one room, which fuels another conspiracy that Epstein installed an intricate tunnel system that sprawled beneath the island, with some wondering if these bunkers were there for anything more than just maintenance. But what we know about the island already is weird and grotesque enough on its own, as it was primarily a way for Epstein to abuse girls while distancing himself further from the feds. Or in Epstein's own words, this island was a place for him to truly do anything he wanted. But he sure didn't do it alone, as one recent lawsuit alleged. See, in 2022, the Virgin Islands filed a massive lawsuit against America's largest bank, JP Morgan, for knowingly, negligently, and unlawfully providing and pulling the levers through which recruiters and victims were paid and was indispensable to the operation and concealment of the Epstein trafficking enterprise. The suit also added that human trafficking was the principal business of the accounts Epstein maintained at JP Morgan. It alleged that the bank continued providing services for Epstein even after he was raising red flags for his conviction as a child sex offender in 2008, as he was one of their most valuable clients. Though a spokesperson for the bank has tried to say they would not have done business with Epstein if we believed he was using our bank in any way to help commit heinous crimes, a lawyer representing Epstein's victims argued in a June 2023 court filing that the bank had no reason not to know the extent of Epstein's profound relationship with the former head of JP Morgan's wealth management department, Jess Staley. Jess Staley's argument that he had no relationship with Jeffrey Epstein pretty much completely fell apart after a series of emails came out, depicting an extremely embarrassing bromance that included Jess writing to Epstein things like, "I miss you, the world is a tough place, hang in there," while he was jailed in Palm Beach for, again, being a pedophile. Epstein was assuring the executive he was free to use the island as much as he wanted while he was away. All the while, other JP Morgan executives were debating amongst themselves whether or not they should drop Epstein as a client. One 2008 email obtained by Bloomberg alluded to the bank being uncomfortable with Epstein, yet that didn't stop them from continuing to provide service to him until 2013, notably thanks to intervention from Staley himself. One 2010 email from JP Morgan's risk management literally asked the question, "See below, new allegations of an investigation related to child trafficking. Are you still comfortable with this client who is now a registered sex offender?" Rest assured, though, that as the Financial Times...
The answer is yes. They were like, what do you mean? That's like one of our least criminal clients. It's a bank, dude. I mean, remember HSBC? Like, the answer is always fucking yes. These guys literally work with everybody, okay? Everybody.
Reported, the bank later confirmed that, quote, Jess Staley discussed the topic with Jeffrey Epstein, who replied there was no truth to the allegations, no evidence, and was not expecting any problems. Now is also a good time to mention that while the current JP Morgan CEO, Jamie Dimon, denies having ever heard of Epstein remarkably, further
Who connected Jeffrey Epstein and Jamie Dimon?
Emails seem to show Leslie Groff, Epstein's personal assistant, setting up an in-person meeting between Epstein, Staley, and Dimon. Reading it, "Shall I have Lynn provide heavy snacks for your evening appointments with Jess Staley and Jamie Dimon? Or is this to be a nice sit-down dinner at 9 p.m.? To which Epstein responded, "Snacks." The Financial Times also notes that Staley continued exchanging emails with Epstein reading, "So when all hell breaks loose and the world is crumbling, I will come here to Little St. James and be at peace. Presently, I'm in the hot tub with a glass of white wine. This is an amazing place, truly amazing. Next time, we're here together. I owe you much, and I deeply appreciate our friendship. I have few so profound." When Epstein sent a photo of a young woman,
Do you think there are other Epsteins out there? Yes. I mean, there are smaller... Like, there are Jeffrey Epstein's for like lower class levels of celebrity. Diddy is similar, but like Jeffrey Epstein obviously is like the highest level. You have Andrew Tate, who's kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein as well. Many of them live in Dubai, and not only that, but also there's definitely like a Jeffrey Epstein substitute that's currently operating right now I doubt that the intelligence community would just be like, all right, well, we lost our primary sex trafficking asset, so we're just going to let go of our blackmail operations or anything like that. I'm sure that there's another Jeffrey Epstein that's currently working.
Staley then replied, "Don't tell me a French wine," to which Epstein remarked, "Always thoughts of alcohol." Whether that's code for something else is up to you to determine, of course. But separate emails also depict Staley referring to Disney princesses, writing, "That was fun. Say hi to Snow White from me." Epstein then asked, "What character would you like next?" When Staley answered Beauty and the Beast, Epstein stated, "Well, one side is available." And in 2008, while the two were making plans for Staley to visit Epstein's Palm Beach home, court filings allege Epstein wired a girl with an Eastern European surname $2,000, sending her another $3,000 in 2009 at the same time Staley told Epstein that he was going to London.
News was breaking overnight. Barclays CEO Jes Staley is stepping down, this following an investigation into his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
It should come as no surprise that the bank reached a settlement with the Virgin Islands for $75 million, along with another settlement for Epstein's victim.
I got you baited. The way you said that made it seem like Chris Hayes directly grilled JD Vance.
Reportedly paying $290 million to over 100 girls abused by Epstein, which is of course in addition to another $75 million settlement reached with Deutsche Bank, the biggest bank in Germany that, along with allegedly facilitating Epstein's trafficking ring from 2013 to 2018, has been embroiled in controversy throughout history, most notably when it financed Auschwitz in World War II. Though neither settlement required Deutsche or JP Morgan to formally admit to any wrongdoing, these hefty payments do indicate to me just how willing they were to make the story disappear as fast as possible. After all, JP Morgan settled just days after former CEO Jamie Dimon and his successor Mary Erdos were called back to court to be re-deposed. I think it's clear these banks had more than a vested.
It's crazy because he was just like, oh, I've never met him. Like, he literally denied it. Look at this. JP Morgan's Dimon denied having any contact with Jeffrey Epstein while they were being sued. As Jabri also pointed out, they're just such fucking rapacious scumbags and liars.
Interest to keep their ties to Epstein as quiet as possible.
There have been some headlines recently regarding Jeffrey Epstein and the ongoing litigation there. Has it impacted your brand equity at all?
A little bit sometimes, but we banked Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm so sorry that we did it. I wish we hadn't. Had we known then, we know today, we obviously wouldn't have. And so...
have you changed the vetting of potential clients?
Yes. One of the more extraordinary revelations from the JP Morgan suit, though, is that we actually get to see more of Epstein's personal schedules, which identifies some of the people Epstein would meet with on a day-to-day basis, after he was a registered sex offender, of course. These names consisted of Woody Allen, Noam Chomsky, Bard College president Leon Botstein, and even former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who first met Epstein in 2003 and went on to visit him in both New York and Florida at least 30 times between 2013 and 2017.
Dude, guys, not an intelligence asset for the Mossad. Okay, please stop saying this. Ehud just really liked how chill Jeffrey was. Okay, that's it. They had shared interest. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was also an expert in Israeli taxes as well as American taxes. You don't understand.
Times of Israel has also pointed out that this included monthly meetings the pair had throughout 2015, while Epstein was having to regularly meet with attorneys representing his many victims. The fact this guy was able to just continue dining with literal world leaders, while at the same time popping in for a meeting with lawyers regarding numerous ongoing lawsuits, is just insane to me, with Chomsky even trying to say that Epstein's prison time indicated a, quote, clean slate. Magician David Copperfield was also known to visit Epstein after his time.
I forgot about that. I forgot he said something about that. Oh, God. Ay. God, he's such an anarchist. It's crazy. He's such a fucking anarchist, dude. He is a libertarian through and through, you know? Yeah, really putting the libertarian and libertarian socialism for sure. For sure. Noam Chomsky should have really thought about getting consent and not manufacturing it. Fuck, that's messed up.
prison, according to Epstein's personal schedules and a victim by the name of Johanna Schoberg, who testified that Copperfield once pulled her to the side and asked if she knew that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Out of all the powerful people Epstein mingled with during the last decade of his life, specifically when he was a known child sex offender, I should emphasize once again, there are some who have managed to at least keep their stories straight. Bill Gates is not one of those people.
You had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein.
Melinda is so vicious, dude. I mean, respect to Melinda, by the way, because she fucking cut that shit crazy style.
Who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors.
When everything about Epstein blew up in 2019, Gates made sure to answer questions about his alleged contact with the predator as swiftly and as plainly as he could, admitting to the Wall Street Journal in an interview where he was doing promo for a Netflix documentary about himself, "I met him, I didn't have any business relationship or friendship with him, I didn't go to New Mexico or Florida or Palm Beach or any of that, except this wasn't true," okay? Shortly after he issued the statement, flight logs surfaced that showed Gates had, in fact, been to Florida. He just didn't know it, but I guess it isn't that uncommon to trip and fall onto a pedophile's private jet when you're that rich. Maybe that's why he ended up traveling to New York for a long, late-night discussion at Epstein's townhome. Now, I don't know about you, but I haven't yet made the little oopsie-doopsie of chatting late into the night with a publicly known child sex offender at his own house, but who am I to speak for others? All he said at the time in emails obtained by the New York Times were,
I think about this quite a bit, where it's like, were they all just basically thinking like, well, obviously this guy's like, you know, he's pretty mobbed up, right? Like he's pretty connected. So maybe nothing bad will come of it for them. Like he won't get rearrested. You know what I mean? Even though he's like clearly still doing the same shit that led to his previous arrest and conviction, you know? Like, there's got to be some people who were like, oh, this is a incredibly connected, powerful person, and I'm just going to overlook the fact that he is a convicted pedophile. You know what I mean? But the other side of the story always is like, what was Jeffrey Epstein offering beyond connections?
Epstein's lifestyle is very different and kind of intriguing, although it would not work for me. Of course, he was only talking about the mansion's decor, according to one Gates spokesperson, but may I remind you that his New York mansion contained a mural of himself in prison. I wonder if that part of Epstein's past came up at all during the conversation. We know Epstein himself thought everything went great, though, writing in his own email reviewed by the Times simply, "Bill's great." They would go on to meet a
Have you ever heard of links between Roger Stone and Epstein? Seems like a lot of their circles overlap, but never heard his name come up. He's brought it up to defend Donald Trump, but they were all child sex junkies. All rational thought went out the window. I don't know about every single person, Chatter. I don't think every single person that was involved with Jeffrey Epstein was like straight up like there. Because again, this goes back to that's the most interesting, the eye-catching part, and perhaps the most vile of crimes that he committed. But I think that there were a lot of people who were tied to him financially. Like
a couple more times in 2011. First at a TED Talk in California, before again at Epstein's townhome a second time, when this photo was taken showing the two men standing next to Jess Staley, former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers, and Gates Foundation advisor Boris Nikolic. And as of late October 2014, Bill Gates made a $2 million donation to MIT's Media Lab, which has since been exposed.
Bill A. Packman's wife's shop, by the way. That's right. There's emails. Remember Bill A. Packman's emails? About begging people to not make the connection to his wife and Jeffrey Epstein. That was fun.
For having direct ties to Epstein. And sure, maybe you could say that, oh, well, he just didn't know that and he wanted to help out the Media Lab. And maybe, but in an email obtained by the New Yorker, lab director Joy Ito made sure to clarify in the donation, hey, this is a $2 million gift from Bill Gates directed by Jeff.
This is hey, just want to make sure you know, prolific international sex trafficker, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein made his best friend Bill Gates give you this $2 million gift after they had fun together on the island or in the New York mansion or maybe the Florida one. Who knows? Just want to make sure that everyone is clear on how this money got to you, okay? Hello.
Jeffrey Epstein. In response, another Gates spokesperson retaliated with any claim that Epstein directed any programmatic or personal grant making for Bill Gates is completely false. But it's worth noting that these meetings are what actually contributed to the Gates' 2021 divorce, which is actually something I did not know before setting out to make this video. Apparently, Bill Gates' ex-wife Melinda told CBS, I did not like that he had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. No, I made that clear to him. And while it's true that she had also accompanied her husband on one of these visits to Epstein's place, she told CBS it was to see who this man was, and that she regretted it the second I walked in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified, adding that she later had nightmares about the man. The Daily Beast also reported that this meeting was completely unknown to the public until Melinda spoke out, with one source close to the Gates family also confirming to the outlet she was furious at the relationship, which begs the question if she knew how evil Epstein was and made it clear to her husband just why she didn't like them hanging out together, then why didn't Bill Gates cease all communication? I mean, as Vice notes, we know they met around 6 times between 2011 and 2013, then dozens of times in 2014. That would have given him plenty of time to figure out what Epstein had been convicted of. It makes no sense to keep going to these meetings. How can you turn around and say you regret your association with the man now that it's convenient when your own ex-wife tried to warn?
I don't believe her. She dipped as soon as shit was going down. Oh no, for sure. I think she was. Look, I'm not doing this thing where she's like, oh, she's money grubbing or whatever the fuck, right? I'm not saying that at all. I will say, however, that the timing of her revelations was awfully suspicious because I think she basically used that as a PR campaign during this high profile divorce that was being worked out. That's what I think. Like, I think this was definitely, I see this totally being a PR move, or at least that's how I thought about it at the time, that like this was her being like, fuck you. Wait, so terrible person Steve Jobs is somehow better than known fake good person Bill Gates? I mean, I don't think anyone is at that level of wealth and prominence is like a good person. I think ironically enough, people like fucking Kylie Jenner are probably better people, even though they're in a similar financial status, and not to the same degree as like Bill Gates, but like out of billionaires and billionaire status people, someone as like public as like a Kylie Jenner, despite all of her very openly known flaws, is probably a better person than fucking these guys are. You just say that because she's hot? No, I'm just saying that because like they're like famous celebrities that end up getting to billionaire status are still evil, but like less evil by comparison, even though our image of them is clearly not so great due to the fact that we know so much about them. Come on, Hassan, you really believe that? Yes, I do. I'm saying that while all of these like famous celebrities that become billionaires are still also evil, they are probably less evil. I'm using my words very carefully. They're probably less evil than like a Jeff Bezos or a Bill Gates or any number of different people that like are kind of sheltered from the public eye and do their evil shit in quiet.
Years earlier, but it does make it a bit harder for him to repeat the tired defense that he had no relationship, personal or business, with the man. He basically says one thing, only to have the media dig deeper and learn that actually it was a much different story than what he had originally claimed. It's annoying because if you're truly innocent, then just lay it all out there so people don't have to speculate. Whether or not we'll ever truly know the exact picture of their relationship remains to be seen.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so.
Well, podcast will have a Ghislaine Maxwell interview first, Tim Dillon, or Nelk Boys. This was the shit that really bothered me too at that time when all of the media was like, why are people being so conspiratorial about the unceremonious, untimely, and incredibly suspicious death of famous billionaire pedophile sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein? It's like, I wonder why people are so curious about this event. It's like people being like, why are people so curious about the JFK assassination? Please stop looking at the JFK assassination. His head just kind of did that on its own. Stop. Or 9/11. Like, I wonder why people are so fucking curious about these incidents. What the fuck do you mean?
All right, we've covered a lot of ground so far. Now we can finally explore the debated question, did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself? Except, in order to answer that, we may need to understand how Jeffrey Epstein was ever put in a position to kill himself in the first place. See, the Department of Justice, under Attorney General William Barr, who, if you remember, is the son of the guy who gave Epstein his first job at the Dalton School decades earlier, actually began looking into that notorious plea deal cut by Acosta in early 2019, only a few months after the Miami Herald expose went live, which all culminated with people asking some pretty simple questions like, okay, even though Acosta went easy on a child sex offender 12 years ago, can that same child sex offender still be arrested on federal charges, assuming the scope of his crimes extended outside the Miami area? Well, turns out the answer was yes. After returning from a trip to Paris, Epstein would fly into Teterboro Airport in New Jersey on the evening of July 6, 2019, where he was swarmed by federal agents and arrested under suspicion of sex trafficking minors. While this
motherfucker should have flown to Israel instead of New Jersey, dog. Straight up. Like, that was his mistake. He should have just went straight from Paris to Israel, and he would have been fine. He would have just stayed there permanently. Yeah, legendary fumble. Major L for Jeffrey. Which, by the way, the Israel thing isn't even a stretch. And I'm not even, like, memeing about how, you know, Israel is a safe haven for convicted pedophiles because of its non-extradition treaties to the United States of America. But the reason why I say that is because Jeffrey Epstein himself actually talked about how he would potentially live in Israel after his first case ended, after his first sentence ended. Like, that was literally his plan personally.
This was happening, the FBI, who had just obtained a search warrant for Epstein's Manhattan residence, forced their way past the daunting 15-foot-tall front doors in search of any incriminating evidence inside its walls. As we know from Ghislaine's subsequent trial, feds located and photographed a swath of material stuffed inside bags and drawers throughout the home's 40 rooms, including $70,000 in cash, nearly 50 diamonds, that fake passport I mentioned a while ago, and perhaps most notably, hard drives and CDs recovered from a safe that investigators had sawn into. Court documents confirmed these CDs came with handwritten labels reading things like young name plus name. But here's where our story becomes uniquely frustrating. Kelly McGuire, an FBI special agent working for the Bureau's Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Task Force, testified in 2019 that although they had acquired a warrant to enter Epstein's home, she and her team did not yet have a warrant to take any items with them. But you'd think it would pose somewhat of a liability to just leave all that evidence sitting in that house overnight. Someone with authority to enter the residence could come in and just take it, right? No, but that would never happen here. I mean, it's a federal case. The FBI can be trusted to go back and secure those materials, right? I think you can tell by the sarcasm in my voice that they, in fact, did not. As Agent McGuire went on to testify under oath that the contents of the safe were suddenly missing by the time the FBI returned 4 days later on July 11th with a new warrant. It seemed like someone in the Epstein camp had already stopped by the mansion and confiscated the items the FBI intended to submit as evidence. So naturally, McGuire called up Epstein's lawyer and now executor for the Epstein estate, Richard Kahn, and basically asked him, hey, where the fuck are the tapes that were here? To which Kahn said, don't worry, I imagine, we've got everything you're looking for, and we're on our way. You can trust us. I'm just speculating here, I think that's what he said. Within minutes of her call, as McGuire testified, Kahn appeared at the townhome with 2 suitcases full.
Dude, you mean to tell me that another series of unfortunate events happened where the second time Jeffrey Epstein was caught, the second time, all of that evidence subsequently went away? Wow. So many whoopsies, man. Just constantly happening. Left and right. It's just, oh, shucks. Oh, dude, what? Oh, wait, hell, what? Oh, no. Look at me. I done did it again. As a member of the federal law enforcement, I done did it again. Hate it. But what are you going to do?
of the missing evidence. The problem with that, though, as the Telegraph notes, is that McGuire could not confirm if the content on those CDs was the same as before. The Telegraph also notes here, another part of McGuire's testimony, that some of the hard drives had already been labeled as evidence by the time the FBI found it, and that she didn't know why that was or who could have labeled it because it wasn't them. But if you remember from earlier, Epstein's Palm Beach residence saw computers and hard drives hastily removed before officers could enter his home. Back then, as Joe Ricari told Julie K. Brown. Whether or not these were the same hard drives is unclear, but the fact remained that Epstein seemed to keep meticulous records of everyone coming in and out of his many properties. We know this thanks to a few different sources, one of which being Maria Farmer, who had been to Epstein's Manhattan townhome and told CBS the main thing he did when I walked in, and I thought was interesting, he showed me where the cameras, the men monitoring everything, were. So if you're facing the house, there's a window on the right that's barred. That's the media room, is what he called it. And so there was a door that looked like an invisible door with all this limestone and everything, and you push it and you go in. And I saw all the cameras. It was like old televisions, basically, like stacked. They were monitors inside this cabinet, and there were men sitting here, and I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet, bed. I'm like, I am never gonna use the restroom here, and I'm never gonna sleep here. You know what I mean? It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments, but that wasn't the only place Epstein.
You guys don't understand. He was just an enthusiast. It was for his personal use that every single fucking bathroom was equipped with hidden cameras, you know, in the fucking mansion that hosted people like Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
Epstein is said to have had cameras. As Brown noted in her book, that upon arriving to the Virgin Islands to scope the place out for herself, she spoke with a couple off the record who each claimed to be employed by Epstein. They alleged that Epstein's other employee, Leslie Groff, flew in from New York and began dismantling the camera system from the island the day Epstein was arrested on July 6, mentioning that a steel safe had been carted away as well. And by the time the FBI arrived and ordered the employees to leave the island, the cameras and safe that had been there were already long gone. Groff, of course, had denied all of this to Brown, but it is something to consider, especially when you pair it with the claims made by Sarah Ransom, another Epstein victim who alluded to journalists in 2016 that Epstein kept sex tapes of Clinton, Prince Andrew, and billionaire Richard Branson for blackmail, all of whom deny this unequivocally. Before long, Ransom would publicly retract this claim, insisting that she had actually made up the tapes in an effort to bring more attention to the Epstein case as a whole. And that's about where things remained until this year, when Ransom retracted her retraction, recently telling Good Morning Britain there are videos that exist and the people know they exist. I'm sure they are very frightened of them being released. It's no secret that everything was recorded. Multiple victims have come forward confirming my account, along with others. I've seen recordings in Epstein's office. The reason for coming forward, she says, was Ghislaine Maxwell's imprisonment, as before she felt threatened by the sex trafficker to retract her claim.
All the individuals you've named have denied these claims. Why did you backtrack on the allegations?
In the time that I was with Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, amongst others, regularly enforced that if I ever did come forward, myself and my family would be harmed.
I don't think I need to say at this point that it would not be out of character for Epstein to threaten people. He's done it to countless victims over the years, and he also has a track record of...
Bro, he did it to the fucking police. Okay, he did it to members of law enforcement that were literally investigating him. How did he get away with this? How was he able to get away with intimidating even people who were investigating him that might not have been privy to his level of access and did not realize that this wasn't a regular ass pedophilia case that they were investigating? This wasn't like any other pedophilia case that they may have investigated. No, like the Rolling Stone recently reported on how he had private agents. They say it's private security. I think maybe something different than private security. Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to intimidate FBI agents, says officials. Law enforcement officials say the disgraced financier and accused sex trafficker put surveillance on FBI agents investigating him 2 decades ago. Interesting.
Doing it with journalists. So would it be outside of the realm of possibility for him to keep sensitive material on powerful clients on deck that he could use as leverage against them? He already tried it once. According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, which acknowledged a time the late Predator came into contact with one of Bill Gates' mistresses in 2017, according to the Journal, Epstein reached out to Gates via email in a threatening tone, almost as if to let him know he had something on the Microsoft founder, and that he better comply to his financial demands or else. Knowing this, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume there was some kind of blackmail operation going on, at least in some capacity. Whether he was doing this for his own personal interest or at the behest of a much larger entity, as some have alleged, which is another hotly debated theory that we'll explore more in part.
Yeah. Like, why? Like, come on. Why you got the CIA chief coming to your house? I mean, come on.
Part 3. But I'll leave this segment with a reported quote from Alexander Acosta. In 2019, Vicky Ward wrote in the Daily Beast of a conversation she had with an anonymous senior White House official.
What I don't get about Epstein potentially being intelligence is that FBI doesn't care about getting information about the powerful. Why even gather information if you're never going to use it? Wait, what? Brother, what are you talking about? It's the fact that you have that information is what matters. It's leverage. You will never know if they use that or not. You don't blackmail someone and then burn the blackmail by revealing it. Then you can't use it as blackmail. That's not how blackmail works. As a matter of fact, the very fact that these tapes keep suspiciously getting misplaced over and over again further implies that there is definitely blackmail in the tapes. Think about it.
Knowing her previous experience writing about Epstein, this official let Ward in on some of Acosta's reasoning for cutting the plea deal all those years ago. According to him, Acosta defended himself behind closed doors, stating, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." Acosta opted not to comment when asked about his alleged meeting. Okay, so I promise we're going to talk about Epstein's death now, okay? I know I said that a little while ago, but I couldn't not bring up the blackmail stuff. I mean, it had to fit in somewhere. The bottom line is now we know when, where, and why he was arrested again after a decade of roaming free. The question becomes, what happened during the 36 days Epstein remained incarcerated in the same federal prison known for keeping El Chapo, Bernie Madoff, World Trade Center bomber Ramzi Youssef, mob boss John Gotti, and even an Osama bin Laden associate alive within its walls? Let's finally get into it. A review by the Department of Justice states that Jeffrey Epstein, now reduced to inmate 763-18054, was assigned to a cell in the Special Housing Unit of the now temporarily shut down Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York on July 7th, where he would be locked away in his cell from other inmates for 23 hours out of the day. On July 9th, he was screened on a formal suicide assessment by psychological staff who determined that Epstein did not meet criteria for a psychological diagnosis. He himself denied any suicidal ideation. On the early morning of July 23rd, however, the report notes that correctional officers responded to Epstein's cell, where he was found with an orange cloth wrapped around his neck, what medical personnel declared was an attempted suicide. Epstein was alive, but he would be placed under suicide watch, where he remained for only 1 day, though he did stay under psychological evaluation for the rest of that week. Epstein himself told police that a cellmate had tried to kill him before later admitting he didn't know what happened to him and didn't want to talk about it further, although it would appear two fellow...
No, you don't understand. He was actually just suicidal, simply, and that the cameras had broken on that incident as well with Nicholas Tartaglio. That was his cellmate is crazy. His cellmate was mobbed up, yes. Nicholas Tartaglio, drug dealer, former cop, ex-cop, also murderer. Roid head Nicholas Tartaglio, who also had a phone in his cell, apparently.
The cellmates corroborated that Epstein tried to hang himself from his bunk bed ladder, though no disciplinary charges were brought against Epstein due to what the DOJ called insufficient evidence of self-mutilation. He would then be assigned a new cellmate until August 8th, when arrangements were made to transfer him elsewhere. Only no new arrangements were made to assign Epstein another cellmate. That same day, without the prison's knowledge, Epstein met with attorneys to sign his last will and testament. On August 9th, over 2,000 pages from a suit against Ghislaine Maxwell were unsealed by a U.S. Court of Appeals, giving the public even more insight into Epstein and Ghislaine's criminal activity. That day, Epstein was authorized to make an unrecorded and unmonitored telephone call with, as he told prison staff, his mother. What staff didn't know was that Epstein's mother had been dead for 15 years. During the night of August 9th, no one stopped by to check in on Epstein, who was now spending the night alone without a cellmate. The DOJ notes that prison round sheets were then falsified to show staff had been doing regular 30-minute checks on Epstein, when in reality, they hadn't. On the morning of August 10th, at approximately 6:30 a.m., material handler Michael Thomas attempted to deliver Epstein his breakfast. When Epstein didn't respond to verbal commands, Thomas opened the cell door to find Epstein hanging from his bed in a sitting position, dangling 1 inch off the ground. The report notes he had used excess clothing from what would have belonged to his cellmate to create a noose. Thomas ripped the noose from Epstein's neck, causing his body to drop to the ground, where he began chest compressions. But at that point, it was far too late. Epstein was shuttled in an ambulance by EMTs and rushed to New York Presbyterian Hospital, where he was officially pronounced dead at 7:36 a.m.
The raid today, our cameras there at Jeffrey Epstein's private island, and it all comes, of course.
At 1 a.m. last night in Paris, Brunel, Jean-Luc Brunel, was found dead, hanging in his cell. A hugely important part of Epstein's trafficking network disappears the same way Epstein did. The Maritza Vasquez deposition is damning for both Epstein and Brunel, but Brunel actually ended up suing Epstein because of lost business due to Epstein's Florida arrest. Brunel goes totally quiet after Epstein's 2019 arrest. There are rumors he's hiding in Brazil, but he's eventually picked at Charles de Gaulle Airport trying to catch a flight to Senegal. He was being held on charges relating to rape and procurement of girls. Update: Le Monde reports a reaction from Brunel's lawyers that indicates they either had knowledge of his decision, or he left a note, or they're just speculating. Yeah, he just killed himself. Should be noted that Brunel did suffer from depression. Epstein died in his cell. Pedo got wrecked, he killed himself. What? Epstein is live on report. Anyone who has billions is blocking, and that is happening is proof this shit belongs to intelligence? What are you saying, man? I don't think he was depressed.
As outrage grows tonight. Why wasn't anyone watching Epstein in jail? How was he allowed to take his own life? Attorney General William Barr saying he is, quote, appalled that this happened at a federal jail.
I think everyone knows where they were when they first heard about Jeffrey Epstein's death. I remember being at a college orientation when I looked down at my phone and saw the news. Naturally, I did what any level-headed person would do in that moment and ran to Twitter, where I pretty much saw everyone on my timeline giving their own theories of what truly happened. If you remember, Trump actually took the opportunity to immediately blame the Clintons, which, as much as I can't stand the guy, is a pretty good move, I can't lie. But whatever.
He was literally the president. He was the president. And Epstein was in federal prison.
For the case, you have to concede the circumstances here were a little off. Here is this guy at the center of one of the highest profile cases in recent memory who somehow managed to kill himself in federal prison just days after getting off suicide watch. So why was he taken off suicide watch? Why wasn't he given another cellmate? Why were there no photos of Epstein's body as they found it? Why were the cameras pointed at his cell broken? And why were the guards assigned to watch him literally asleep on the job at the time of his death? In fact, we now know that video evidence proved these guards were also on their computers playing games and shopping online when they should have been making 30-minute checks on the inmates. Attorney General Barr called it a perfect storm of screw-ups, which is certainly
just some interesting stuff, man. God forbid prison guards have a hobby. I agree. It's like, are these guys not allowed to play Candy Crush? Like, what are we doing here? What's wrong with you guys? The Mega Leg, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
One way to put it, I guess. A New York medical examiner by the name of Barbara Sampson performed an autopsy on Epstein's body.
Either Epstein killed himself or Trump had nothing to do with his death. I just don't see Trump doing one of his best friends like that, especially when he could offer him a pardon for his silence. Yeah, true. Trump wouldn't fuck over a loved one like that. Yeah, you're right. He seemed visibly shaken.
And ruled his death a suicide before an investigation could even be concluded. A private pathologist by the name of Michael Baden, on the other hand, who had been present during the Epstein autopsy, came away with a completely different theory. That Epstein couldn't have killed himself, partly due to a broken hyoid bone in his neck that he claimed was far more consistent with strangulation inflicted by another person rather than hanging. However, this has been contested as well. CNN's Sanjay Gupta, for one, insisted that Epstein's old age caused his bones to weaken. Therefore, a broken hyoid alone would not have been indicative of murder. While standing by her initial ruling, Sampson herself has stated a broken hyoid could happen in both murders and suicides. This wasn't Baden's only evidence, though. He brought up how the bed Epstein supposedly hung himself from was too low to support his height, and also pointed to the ligature wound being in the middle of Epstein's neck, which Baden says isn't consistent with the in which the ligature would have been at the bottom of his jaw. A 60 Minutes investigation provided photos depicting a row of medicine bottles placed alongside the top bunk of Epstein's bed that were still somehow standing upright, which wouldn't exactly make sense if someone of Epstein's stature had just jolted themselves off the bed, with Baden also wondering why Epstein wouldn't just use the hose from his sleep apnea machine to do it. The he supposedly used was also notably not covered in blood, while his neck was. Another thing Baden pointed out. To this day, too many things still just don't make sense to me. But even if you don't believe Epstein was formally assassinated by members of the British Royal Guard or whatever inside his cell, it's possible he was instead given easier circumstances in which to kill himself. After all, he was put in the general population, the least restrictive area of the jail, as soon as he was arrested, shortly after being submitted into their system as a black man who had no prior convictions as a sex offender. Which, if you know even a little bit about Epstein's history and have eyes, you'll know is not true. It's pretty clear to me the people in charge, whether it be the US Marshals who arrested Epstein or the employees at the Metropolitan Correctional Facility, were all shockingly incompetent considering.
Bro, what are we doing at the anti-ICE benefit? Hassan, what are we doing tonight? I'm low-key scared. What are the vibes? When I hear about something like this, I feel like this dude is just gonna shoot me. You know what I mean? When like a chatter comes in here and says some like insanely parasocial shit like this, it makes me feel like, you know, he's just gonna fucking assassinate me. You know what I mean? Are you all right, dude? What's going on? Do you need medication? Have you forgotten to take your medication? Bro, I'm hoeing with my wife. Like, the vibes are fine until someone like your freak ass comes around and just fucks them. Okay? Going with my wife. Okay, man. It's fucking insane, dude. What are we doing, man? What are we doing at the ICE benefit? Who's we, motherfucker? Are we French? What are we talking about? We. I'm sorry, dang. He's socially awkward and forgets you aren't his friend. No, it's just like, it freaks me out when it's like, bro, I'm scared.
The high stakes they were facing. But the question I still have is whether or not that incompetence was willful. Like, how do you accidentally log one of the highest profile suspects of the decade as a completely different guy, basically? You're taking him off watch barely 1 day after you say he attempted to kill himself, and also you're letting him make unrecorded, unmonitored phone calls? How does all of this happen to the most important to keep alive inmate in the entire facility? Some will argue the lack of basic precaution is what allowed Epstein the opportunity to kill himself. But if that's how little oversight there was, then why completely rule out the idea that someone could also have entered his cell and just taken him out? After all, Epstein repeatedly told psychologists he was not suicidal, even being recorded at one point as saying went against his religion as a Jewish person, and that he was too afraid of the pain to go through with it. Even saying at one point, being alive is fun. With all the dirt he must have known, I just personally find it hard to believe he would have gone out on his own terms without at least first ratting on the people he was thought to be blackmailing all along anyway. This is an idea Mark Epstein seemed to echo as well, telling Julie K. Brown that he could understand if his brother killed himself after his sentencing, but the fact that he still had yet to even defend himself properly in court creates more than enough room for speculation. As asserted by Brown, Epstein wasn't known as someone who went down without a fight. He was still hiring new lawyers and coming up with ideas to get away with his crimes as he had once done before.
Yeah, except his last lawyer 9 days before his fucking untimely death was Trump's lawyer. So there's that too.
In Palm Beach, whether or not Epstein would throw in the towel this early on without giving it a proper shot may, for the unforeseeable future at least, remain up in the air for anyone to determine for themselves.
Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I would say that he did, but there are those people, there are many people, I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
Whatever it is you personally believe, I think we can all agree that many powerful people must have breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that news, as all of the things Epstein alluded to knowing tragically died along with the man. Something that will always infuriate me about this case is that while Epstein and his girlfriend are commonly referred to as prolific traffickers, the question doesn't get asked enough. Who were they trafficking to? We have an idea of some of the potential parties, thanks to what victims have alleged so far, but to this day, there is still only one person actually in jail for their connection to Epstein's operation. Her name is Ghislaine Maxwell.
The high seas make up 47% of our planet, but they are the least explored and least governed part of it. A British businesswoman, though, is hoping to change the status quo by turning the oceans into an online country known as Terramar. Now here it is. It's a website where you can sign up and become a citizen, stick your name on a parcel of ocean, or become an ambassador for one of the many marine species. I caught up with founder Ghislaine Maxwell to find out.
Why doesn't Ghislaine Maxwell snitch? I don't know. Maybe because she doesn't want to fucking die, dude. What are you talking about? She just got limited immunity literally today for not doing or not even threatening to do what many suspect Jeffrey Epstein might have done. She didn't get a pardon yet. No, she got limited immunity to snitch.
A little more about how this whole project works.
Well, that's pretty much going to do it for part 2. Believe it or not, there's still a lot more to talk about, but I'm going to reserve that for the next and final installment of this series, where we'll finally be delving into the woman behind Epstein's powerful connections.
Did Epstein not have a dead man switch? Seems odd. Perhaps his dead man switch was Ghislaine Maxwell. You thought about that? Have you thought about that? What is this? Before you go, this chatter made a video for your birthday and it's lovely. Oh my God, is this going to make me cry? For Hassan's birthday, I finished the song I started back in 2021 when I first became a fan. If Hassan saw this, I could die happy. Give this video a like or share. Help me boost it to him, please. Happy birthday. Thanks for all you do, despite how treacherous it may be. Oh God. Okay, I'll watch after. I'm not ending the broadcast yet, and it's gonna make me cry. South Park just destroyed Trump again.
South Park seemingly already said everything they could possibly say about Donald Trump. He's a living, breathing parody, and any fictional depiction of him could never hope to match up to the real thing. Mr. Garrison played Trump in the show for about a decade, but stepped down when he got tired of it. Series creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker didn't know what more they could possibly say about Trump. How do you evolve the satire when real life is even wilder than the satire? Then Trump won the 2024 election. Then our timeline descended into chaos. And now South Park returns with a brand new episode and Trump taking the spotlight. This time though, the gloves are off. There's no holding back. Their attacks on this man are brutal and yet oh so beautiful to watch.
Who is this guy?
And now,
why are you hiding the screen? Because I'm worried that it's going to show his penis. But also, I feel like the more people celebrate South Park really brutally eviscerating Donald Trump, the more I'm like, ugh.
It's time for a little segment we like to call Only in America. All right, today on Only in America, the South Park episode everyone is talking about, the one where South Park takes on Donald Trump. Well, I couldn't let this go without showing you at least a little bit of the show that they're going to broadcast. Here is their take on CBS's 60 Minutes reporting on Trump in the wake of their settling a lawsuit filed by the president after that whole scandalously edited Kamala Harris interview they ran.
I'm going to watch Jobbery Part 3 tomorrow.
This is 60 Minutes. Oh, boy. Oh God. The small town of South Park, Colorado is protesting against the president. The townspeople claim that the president, who is a great man.
A great man.
Great guy. We know he's probably watching. And we are just reporting on this town in Colorado that's being sued by the president, and they are fighting back.
And just to be clear, we don't agree with them.
No. We think these protesters are total but our own Jim Connor has more. Oh, God.
Yeah, the whole episode is hilarious, by the way. It takes the Mickey out of just about everyone on all sides, so have a...
What takes the Mickey?
Here, see South Park last night? Guys,
Did you anticipate the reaction today? Have you been following it? What do you make of it?
We're terribly sorry.
Fair enough. We'll leave it there. It's all good. Okay, what is the history? What is the overlap between the four of you? Is there history?
Among the properties owned by Paramount is the cable channel Comedy Central. And one of the most valuable parts of that channel is the show South Park. In fact, just yesterday, Paramount locked in a $1.5 billion deal with the creators of South Park to be the show's exclusive streaming home. Last night, the first episode of South Park's 27th season aired. And the thing about South Park is that their episodes are produced in advance, but only like a week in advance. So this one incorporated a lot of current events.
I'm not in the mood right now. Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Well, are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm telling everyone to relax. Relax, yeah?
It gets worse. The plot of the episode, short version, is that Trump has sued the town and a settlement is reached. And part of that settlement is the town has to produce pro-Trump TV ads. And, well, viewer discretion is advised.
No! Who walked through the desert for you? Who survived the wilderness and gave the ultimate sacrifice?
Wait, does Chris Hayes show penis? No, right? He doesn't show cock,
when
right?
things heat up, who will deliver us from temptation? Donald J. Trump. No matter how hot it gets, he's not afraid to fight for America.
The ad keeps going like that. The clothes keep coming off, so we've decided to tastefully pixelate from here on. The White House obviously was not pleased with the episode. They issued a statement saying the show Paramount just dished out $500 million for, quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years, is hanging on by a thread.
Two Hasanabi affiliates. Hasanabi hate Chris Hayes with Hasanabi Unk, Sam Cedar just chilling.
With uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. Sam Cedar is the host of the Majority Report, and he joins me now. I gotta say, Sam, when it gets bleak out there and when people are being cowards, it is a real shot in the arm to see
this material feels like blue sky humor. I agree. It's cringe, it's corny, but liberals love it. It's great. God bless them. Okay, that's my take on the cringe faillennial humor of South Park. Okay?
South Park people being like, absolutely not.
Totally. And I'll tell you, it's a real shame you didn't keep playing that video. I mean, I think the big thing about this is, and, it's the case that they got what.
You're such a hater, damn. It's just not for me, man. It's not for me. Oh, my God. Harry Enton. Holy Toledo. Reality check. Trump hates South Park, where Google searches for it are up 670%. It was the most searched topic with Trump this afternoon. Unlike what Trump said, South Park is still popular. It's a top 20 streaming show. This guy, is there anything this guy won't pull? Oh, my God. Holy Toledo man, dude. This motherfucker be like, holy Toledo, pass me the salt, please. 26% of Americans say they want more sodium in their diet. It's like, dude, just take the salt. It's fine. You don't have to fucking poll max everything, okay? God damn, dude. Since 1,978, Americans have increased their diet of sodium by 8% year over year.
Is classically known in showbiz as FU money just yesterday. But they're standing up to Trump and they're risking, in many respects, we don't know what the context of their agreement is with Paramount. What they're doing is, could be somewhat risky, and it's showing a lot more courage than we've seen from places like you mentioned, like Colombia or.
This is so stupid. Having Sam Cedar talk about this with Trump's pixelated wee on the corner is crazy.
Law firms or frankly, Paramount itself in trying to essentially appease Trump so that they get this FCC green light for this deal.
Yeah, the thing about this whole crooked deal is just how transparent the whole thing was. Like, they need the merge, they need the FCC merger. It's dangled. Like, again, there's both the cowardice, there's the bullying, but there's just this kind of like gaslighting about the whole thing, this wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like with Colombia, like it's about anti-Semitism, or the FCC is actually like looking into real issues when everyone knows that it's nonsense. It's like there's something kind of sanity fraying about that, I find.
Well, there are moments where you start to realize, like, we're living in a nascent authoritarian state. You're seeing people being intimidated. You're seeing the level of corruption just play out nakedly. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Donald Trump's former defense attorney is going to negotiate a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's just absurd, but it is what an authoritarian country and society is. And, it's not hard to find people who say, like, I'm flying out of the country. I'm not sure if I should strip my phone of critiques of Donald Trump. I mean, this is something that, 15 years ago, we would have joked about and thought impossible. But it's not hard to find those people around who are legitimately starting to edit and censor themselves on a daily basis because of this regime.
And it's so interesting, too, to think about it's such a classic thing about comedy. And
a little disappointed that you don't see the value in this. Our entire media and judiciary echo chamber is coward. We need our writers, musicians, and artists to stand up and sow the seeds of dissent. If our establishments won't, the bar is so low, dude. Like, that's what I mean. It makes me, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that the bar is so low. Do you see what I mean? It's a sad state of affairs that, like, there's no resentment, no fucking resistance whatsoever, that we're over here taking like something a notch above Lin-Manuel Miranda doing like an epic rap and going, oh, finally, fucking Pog, thank God. Meanwhile, if you go on TikTok, where the average people are, okay, where normies are, they're literally openly fantasizing about someone doing the deed, okay? I think that the average person's attitude towards Trump is very different than what we are hearing from people with a lot to lose, people who are afraid of repercussions. You know what I mean? There's like so many viral on TikTok. If you say someone's got to do it, everyone knows what that means. It gets like 10 million fucking likes. Think about that. What is happening? This person do the triple parentheses because Harry Enton's name has it, and this person put the Wikipedia for triple parentheses and said at mods please. Triple parentheses for Jewish media guys is literally just like the first Trump resistance era signifier. Harry Enton is Jewish. He has the triple parentheses in his name to be like, I'm Jewish, because that was what the alt-right in the first Trump era would use to signify that someone was Jewish. So like resistance liberals themselves basically took it on to be like, see, I am Jewish, like as a holy Toledo. That's actually way better. Imagine if Harry Enton put that in his fucking Twitter bio. That would be way doper. Yeah, it was like the libbed up version of the Pepe. Yep. Did you hear about the 70-year-old lady who tried to RPG BB? I did. It was very funny. It's the least expected place.
Like making fun of the leader of the country that's what being a free society is. It's like, if you're not in a free society, then you can't have people making fun of the leader of the country on primetime shows. And if you're in a free society, like, that's the thing that we have and we take for granted. And like, again, God bless the folks at South Park for like reaffirming that fundamental right.
100%. And, look, I mean, this happened to the Smothers Brothers back during the Nixon administration. Nixon had their show canceled on CBS. But the nature of the capitulation and the sort of greed associated with what happened with Colbert, I think that's what I appreciate, with the South Park guys are doing, because, like I say, there could be a considerable amount of money at risk. They at the end of the show, sort of like the beeline story was Cartman, talking about suicide, and it was almost as if they were saying, like, we could be seriously biting the hand that's been feeding us in a way that we're not going to get fed anymore.
Yeah,
and I think that's really important.
Yes, that there's risk there. I want to read this from the lone Democratic commissioner of the FCC. Anna Gomez, who says the Paramount, who voted against it, the Paramount payout and this reckless approval have emboldened those who believe the government can and should abuse its power to extract financial and ideological concessions, demand favored treatment, and secure positive media coverage. Well,
they got it. South Park Savage Takedown shows Trump like you never wanted to see him. Is this a new episode? No, it's not. It's the same episode still. Okay. Matt and Trey literally don't care. The only reason they're still making South Park episodes is because they keep getting renewed for seasons. Pay Tusk, thank you for the 10 gifted. So, here is some serious news that I've been meaning to cover. First of all, let's turn off the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. We already covered that. Hulk Hogan, I'm not so inclined to talk about. But one, U.S. government review found no evidence of widespread Hamas theft of Gaza aid. An internal U.S. government review found no evidence of widespread theft by Hamas of U.S.-funded humanitarian aid in Gaza, contradicting the State Department's claims that were used to justify the controversial private organization that took over aid distribution in the enclave. So that's number one. The analysis conducted by U.S. Agency for Aid, U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, looked into 165 incidents of waste, fraud, and abuse reported by partner organizations between October 2023 and May 2025. The review of incidents, which was first reported by Reuters, found no affiliations with sanctioned groups or foreign terrorist organizations, according to presentations seen by CNN. That's number one. Number two, there is actually a group that was stealing aid, or at least disrupting the aid delivery mechanism. That group is now known as the Popular Forces. That group is led by a Yasser Abu Shabab, a Palestinian who is a collaborator of the Israeli state. Yasser Abu Shabab is an ISIS affiliate gang leader who was in prison under the Hamas governance. Now he has a group called the Popular Forces that is armed by Israel. And of course, if you don't know who he is, you might have seen him as a Wall Street Journal opinion editor, because he was able to, from his Rafah military base, the Israeli military base that they stationed in Rafah for him, in the red zone where no Palestinian is allowed to even walk without being shot by Israeli forces, him and his ISIS affiliate gang can actually operate, was able to write this Wall Street Journal opinion editorial. This is an unprecedented dark time in media in the history. It's the darkest. And he writes, Gazans are finished with Hamas. My Popular Forces control significant parts of eastern Rafah, and we are ready to build a new future. Yasser Abu Shabab, of course, does not have any control over Gaza, any territory in Gaza. As a matter of fact, Hamas has been smoking the Popular Forces, the ISIS-affiliated Popular Forces, with regular frequency. As a matter of fact, they took out, I think, half of the fucking soldiers that they were able to hire with the stolen aid that Israel allowed them to steal, because their point is to cause chaos and division at the point of aid delivery in an effort to starve the population of Gaza, make it uninhabitable. So that's something that you must recall. Of course, Wall Street Journal famously also, denies that there's any sort of severe wrongdoing in Israel. So remember that. But is there an aid delivery group, Hassan? You might ask. You've been talking about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, for example, and that's the only aid delivery distribution mechanism that exists currently, because Israel does not allow any of the previous aid distribution groups that are unaffiliated third parties, as they're supposed to be, specifically the United Nations-backed aid distribution groups that had 400 distribution sites all around the Gaza Strip, have all been shuttered, all have been closed down by the Israeli occupying forces. Instead, there are only 4 sites, 3 of which are in operation, the other one is not, and they are all managed by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This is a front group designed by the Israeli government and the American government to be a U.S. mercenary-backed aid distribution trap, a scheme. Perfidy is the term for it. It's illegal under international human rights. It's a war crime. They're using the aid delivery mechanism to kill people throughout the day. There are numerous times throughout the day in these 3 sites for 2 million people. Remember, 3 sites only, where the only food, the meager amount of aid that goes into the Gaza Strip is only distributed in 3 sites for 10 minutes at a time. A green light comes on for 10 minutes. Some of the most sought after goods are already taken by collaborators, such as the ones that I just mentioned, Abu Shabaab's militants. And then the rest of the people, sometimes 20,000, 30,000 people at a time, are only given 10 minutes to get whatever kind of aid is readily available on these sites. There is no baby formula, by the way. That's another thing. And that's the reason why you see so many emaciated children, babies, with their rib cages prominently featured. And after the 10 minutes is over, the green light turns into red, which means you have 5 minutes to evacuate the region. And if you don't evacuate after the 5-minute yellow light is over, the Israeli troops and the American troops, the mercenaries that are working with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, will open fire. This process is systematic. It has happened every single day since the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has started its operations, its fake aid distribution operations. It is incredibly dystopian, and they've killed more than 1,000 Palestinian civilians in the process of fake aid delivery. Doctors and members of Oxfam, humanitarian aid workers, journalists are all starving in the Gaza Strip at the moment. Cool story, cool made up story. What are some sources for this Squid Games crap? Sounds made up. Cool made up story. At least you got some creative writing done, says Cyber Nomad. 22 months into a genocide, and there are still people who call into question these first-hand accounts. Of course, by the time first-hand accounts from Palestinian journalists make its way to Israeli news, because they get corroborated by Israeli occupying force soldiers, that takes at least a month or two. And then maybe you'll hear it, not in the bylines of the New York Times, but like way, way below the fold as they bury the lead 8 months down the line in a New York Times piece that still seemingly obfuscates Israel's responsibility in this ethnic cleansing campaign. Wait, never mind. Here's The Guardian. 11-minute race for food. How 8 points in Gaza became death traps. A visual story. Hundreds of people have died while seeking food since delivery was taken over by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in May, but Palestinians facing extreme hunger have no choice but to take risk. There's a Haaretz article that details from first-hand personal testimony of Israeli occupying force terrorists who openly admit to shooting. Who openly admit to shooting people. Got it. Thanks. I'll have a read. Fucking dipshit. No, I banned him. Fuck that guy. Fuck that asshole. Went from, yeah, literally everyone turned a blind eye because of his powerful connections. This child fucker's all the way down to, as soon as I start talking about fucking Israel, immediately goes, oh, you must have made that up. Dumb fuck. Why are these people so confident in knowing nothing? Because they're morons, okay? They're morons. And the truth is so depraved. The truth is so fucked up that they would rather go, ugh, this fucking idiot, he's probably lying about this. The reason why I was talking about this, of course, is because there's more to the story, and obviously I'm going to get to the literal former U.S. Green Beret testimony from the BBC that details his experience with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saying that Israel is committing war crimes at the Gaza food distribution site. As famine spreads, Israel destroys supplies from 1,008 trucks it refused to let into Gaza. Khan News, Israel's public broadcaster, spoke with Israeli military officials who admitted they destroyed food, water, and medical supplies from more than 1,008 trucks left to rot at Kerem Shalom, while Gaza's health ministry warns of mass death unfolding in real time. Israel had blocked UN officials from collecting the trucks to distribute aid in Gaza. We buried everything in the ground, and some of it we even burned, Israeli army told Khan News. Even today, thousands of packages are sitting in the sun. If they are not transferred into the strip, we will destroy those too. The mechanism simply doesn't work, one military source admitted. The trucks are stuck. There's a mechanism that doesn't function. There are problems with the roads, and coordination isn't working either. We have here the largest grain warehouse that exists, he added. If the goods currently sitting there aren't collected, we will clear it out and bury the supplies on airdrops. This has already been attempted and was a complete failure, just like the port that was built. The Gaza Health Ministry says this is famine. Over 122 people, including 83 children, have died from hunger. 9 people have died in the last 24 hours alone, according to Gaza's Health Ministry. Children are dying before our eyes. Mothers miscarry in tents because they can't afford a single meal, said the ministry's director general. Acute malnutrition among children under 5 has surged from 0.5% to 11.5% in just 1 month. We expect many more deaths in the coming days and even hours. This famine has spared no one. Even medical workers haven't eaten. Some send what little food they have to their families. The world just watches, waiting for everyone to die, the minister said. The depravity doesn't end there. Let's take a look at the first-hand account from a former U.S. Green Beret that revealed his experience at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid delivery sites.
Visit of condemnation tonight about the situation.
This is why I say this is another Holocaust unfolding in front of our eyes. Israel is doing a live-streamed Holocaust of primarily children, a population that comprise majority under the age of 18, minors.
In Gaza. The head of the UN has said the starving of Palestinians is a moral crisis that challenges the global conscience. And Sir Keir Starmer has released a statement calling the images of starvation utterly horrifying. He says the UK will evacuate children from Gaza who are in urgent need of medical attention. Israel says it'll allow countries to airdrop aid in the coming days, but aid agencies say this won't be enough. Israel controls the entry of supplies into Gaza. It says the starvation is not its fault, and it blames Hamas for stealing food. The BBC, like other news organisations around the world, is prevented by Israel from reporting inside Gaza and from seeing for ourselves what is really going on. So we rely on trusted freelancers in the territory, and working with them, our international editor Jeremy Bowen sent this report from Jerusalem, and a warning there are distressing scenes from the start.
This image of a starving boy and his mother in Gaza has been seen by millions around the world. His name is Mohammed, he's 18 months old, and he weighs 6 kilos. His mother, Hidayah Al-Mutawi, has lost her home and her husband, who was killed, and Mohammed and many others will not survive much longer unless unrestricted aid starts flowing into Gaza.
He can't stand up on his feet or sit because of the fatigue. We can't get baby formula for Mo because the prices are too high. I go from one hospital to another trying to get him formula, but
Yes, airdropping aid is a massive failure because it ends up killing people. America tried doing it as a PR stunt, mind you, because at that point, they already had functioning roads and trucks waiting to fucking deliver aid, and Israel was, just like right now, refusing to allow this aid into the Strip. And they dropped aid, they airdropped aid into the Gaza Strip, and it killed people. It fell on top of people, and it killed them. The most effective form of aid delivery and distribution already exists within the Gaza Strip. There are already tens of thousands of people that literally work for the United Nations that are currently starving. Okay? They're working for UNRWA. There are distribution spots. There has always been a mechanism of aid delivery that could work within the Gaza Strip. The only reason why it doesn't work at the moment is because Israel doesn't allow it. Israel literally shoots at aid distribution. Israel shoots at aid distribution sites. Israel shoots at its own aid distribution sites.
I can hardly find any.
Mohammed and his mother, Hidayah, were filmed by one of the trusted Palestinian freelancers we work with in Gaza, who are themselves starving. Israel does not allow international journalists to enter the territory.
I wonder if you feel...
So we went to a spot overlooking Gaza.
Why is the U.S. silent about the starvation in Gaza? CNN Newsnight panel debates? That's crazy. But at least they got Peter Beinart on. I mean, that's also wild. Abby Phillips having Peter Beinart on is, I guess, like a change of time. It's beyond just simply talking about like how anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism. And Kat, she has Kat on as well. Oh God, don't put fucking Scott Jennings on this goddamn panel, dude. Don't do that. Oh my God.
A vantage point in the frontline town of Sderot, where Hamas attacked and killed Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. Israelis come here to look at the war, only a few miles away. It was hazy, so it was hard to see, and the steady sound of Israeli artillery was carried away on the wind. Since my last visit, vending machines have been installed if anyone needs refreshment. From here, it feels like looking out of one world into another, not distant, but remote and isolated. So, from up here, there are essentially two visions of what's happening in that world. Israel, supported by the United States, says there's plenty of food in Gaza, and if people are going hungry, that's because Hamas has been stealing it, and because the UN and others have not been distributing it in the way that they should be. Now, the other version, which is supported by Western governments, including Britain and France, and by aid agencies with decades of experience.
Yeah, like everyone but Israel and America, you mean, which is the truth. Palestinians and their firsthand testimony, every single humanitarian rights organization that operates within the Gaza Strip, including the members of said humanitarian rights organizations, doctors and members of Doctors Without Borders, like Westerners that are still working in the medical field within the Gaza Strip. And every single fucking Western nation even has an understanding of exactly what the fuck is going on. The only people that are lying about what's going on is Israel and America. That's it.
Experience of operating in war zones is that Israel's restrictions on the entry and the movement of food and other essential items in Gaza has created a humanitarian catastrophe that means that now people aren't just going hungry. The vulnerable, children, are starving to death. This is not a battlefield, though it might look like one. It's a food distribution point in Gaza. Bullets are kicking up the sand as men wait to get food. It's one of 4 sites run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Remember when that other guy was saying, oh, you made up that Squid Game shit? There's footage of it. Now ask yourself, there's footage of it. It's crazy. It is truly demonic, dude.
A joint Israeli-US scheme, they say, replaces the UN and keeps food away from Hamas. This video is of the foundation's armed American security guards opening fire.
Is Hasanabe, how is this not like World War II coverage? Please explain. I'm not sure I understand how this is different than World War II. Why? First of all, I don't think it's different than the Holocaust. It's just like the mechanism is different, but the goal overall is not. Okay? But also, the major difference between this and the Nazi Holocaust is that during the Nazi Holocaust, as Bryce Green correctly points to, there was no daily feed of the horrors for the entire world to see, nor was there a previous Holocaust to act as a cautionary tale. Now, one might posit that average German citizens probably were aware of the atrocities, maybe not the scale of the atrocities, but certainly were aware that atrocious things were happening behind those walls in the concentration camps and death camps. But the rest of the world was somewhat oblivious. As a matter of fact, until the camps started getting liberated, the rest of the world had no fucking clue. Overall, there were some intelligence reports that were ignored. But right now, this is 24/7 live broadcasted. I never thought that we would get to a point where we could see the modern version of the Holocaust happening in broad daylight, where we can talk to the victims, we can see the victims, we can watch these experiences, we can watch them go through these harrowing experiences and feel so powerless in the face of unimaginable evil and cruelty. And there are still people in the Western world worrying about like the way that people call this behavior out, trying to move the conversation and attention away from these starving children back to their own personal feelings. Yeah, Trita Parsi reports Israel is flying quadcopters into the tents of starving Palestinians and shooting pregnant women and women breastfeeding their children. This is a doctor's firsthand testimony. In recent days, I operated on 2 women who were shot by quadcopters while sheltering in their tents near one of the locations, according to the people who brought them in. One was breastfeeding her child when she was hit. The second was pregnant. Thankfully, both have survived their injuries so far. These women weren't even seeking aid. They were simply sheltering in areas that are supposedly safe, but exposed to indiscriminate fire from the IDF's weaponized hunger apparatus. They're Nazis, man. That's it. They're a Nazi country doing Nazi-style atrocities.
I think you hit one. It was filmed by a US soldier who signed up for the operation in Gaza after he retired and left, he says, when he saw American colleagues and the IDF killing civilians. The soldier is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, a Special Forces veteran of the US Army's Green Berets. He's in Washington. I spoke to him from a spot just near the Gaza border.
I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces shooting at the crowds of Palestinians. I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces firing a main gun tank round from the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site. I witnessed mortar rounds being fired at the crowds of people to keep them controlled.
As a professional soldier with a very long career, what was your professional opinion of what was happening?
My professional opinion of how the sites were established was what I would describe as amateur, inexperienced, untrained, no idea of how to conduct operations of this magnitude. That would be my most benign assessment. In my most frank assessment, I would say that they're criminal. In my entire career, have I never witnessed the level of brutality and use of indiscriminate and unnecessary force against a civilian population, an unarmed, starving population. I've never witnessed that in all of the places I've been deployed to war until I was in Gaza at the hands of the IDF and U.S. contractors.
Based on the knowledge you have, do you think that you were a witness then to war crimes? I think you're saying that very emphatically.
Without question, I witnessed war crimes. I witnessed war crimes being held.
Bro, you got fucking former U.S. Green Berets who are literally private military contractors. I'm telling you right now, this is this is the worst guy you could possibly have, okay, on the planet. A guy whose job is to go, you know what? I had a shit ton of this conflict. I had so much violence. I experienced so much violence. I did so much violence, and I didn't get enough of it. I'm going to literally become a mercenary. Like, his job is to deliver death for money, okay? Like, this is, like, how do I describe it? It's like in the movies or something, when you see like a thief or like a serial killer be like, this is a bridge too far for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's his job, is to literally murder for hire, okay? He is a legal assassin. And he's like, this was so depraved that I had to literally throw my professional murder for hire career away and my future prospects in the field of professional murder, because this is and stake my, how are you going to compare a Green Beret to a serial killer? Dude, come on, get real. Not only is this just not some random Green Beret, okay, we're talking about the American military to begin with. He's a guy who literally left the military and then joined a mercenary force, okay? What the fuck do you think what the fuck do you think Green Berets do? Do you think they just like get deployed and then tickle people? Is that what you think they're doing? No, they're killing people. What the fuck are you talking about? It's un-American. Yes, they kill people for money. Anyway.
By the Israeli Defense Forces, without a doubt, using artillery rounds, mortar rounds, firing tank rounds into unarmed civilians is a war crime.
People can resist hunger for a long time, but in the end, their strength ebbs away and deaths can rise exponentially. And that is what seems to be happening now in Gaza. Israel insists its forces have not targeted civilians. Now we have eyewitness testimony to add to the considerable evidence that they've done so as a matter of routine.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the IDF that's doing that, by the way. I'm pretty sure a lot of the GHF buddies of his that are there are also doing it, but anyway, that's the situation. And of course, while all of these atrocities are unfolding in broad daylight, in real time, the American government is actively turning a blind eye to it. And I'm going to go hang out with my mom before I go to this event. So this is, I'm ending it here, but I will see you tomorrow and we'll continue along with our coverage as always. Let's play this song that this chatter made in 2021, or has been working on since 2021 for me, for my birthday.
I remember years ago when I was radicalized. I never had to pay so much for medicine in my life.
You gotta be a little fucking insane to hold out hope when things seem so fucking hopeless.
He works all day, he is barely paid. He's lived here all of his life. They broke his door down and shipped him off. He couldn't tell her goodbye. I log on to watch a song. I'll be okay. When I feel like I've lost my mind, I wake up on a birthday.
It's still, oh shit. No, we need to, don't show him, don't show them.
Her body couldn't handle birth. They said that she'd likely die, but they can only intervene within an inch of our life.
I'm trying not to cry because I don't want them to get an image of me crying.
I'll voice for good, a sign of hope. Sadly couldn't be saved. They brutalized all those in grief for bringing her to her grave. I log on to watch her son be okay. When I feel like I've lost all hope, I wake up another day.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Your voices will not be silenced.
So much death, so much unrest, too much to comprehend.
Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.